It can be as simple as talking to someone in your community, or just taking a deep, calming breath when you need it. Nice. For mental health resources, check out loveyourmindtoday.org. At loveyourmindtoday.org, you'll find information that may help you get through a tough time. Things like tips for dealing with stress, how to navigate difficulties like financial worries, anger, substance use, and more. You can also find real stories of how people navigated their own mental health challenges. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 6 o'clock.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley. This update brought to you by Wendy's. A Kane County jury has convicted an Elgin man after prosecutors say he and two others kidnapped and brutally assaulted a woman they knew in 2023. State's Attorney Jamie Mossert told Fox 32 that 34-year-old Darnell Rhodes was found guilty of aggravated kidnapping inflicting great bodily harm. Prosecutors say Rhodes, along with Lloyd Hayes Jr. and Roger Heaps, kidnapped the woman between March 13th and 14th, 2023. The trio threatened her with a knife and drove her to one of their homes where they bound her with electrical cords. Prosecutors say the woman was beaten and stabbed multiple times, suffering a fractured rib, fractured finger, stab wounds to her leg, and blunt force injuries to her head and face that left both eyes swollen shut. Yorkville police are searching for a missing 14-year-old boy who's reported as a runaway. Walter Woodcock was last seen leaving his home in the 2000 block of Overlook Court around 8:45 a.m. Wednesday. Walter is described as 5'4" and 100 pounds with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was wearing camouflage clothing with black boots and a camouflage hat. A co-conspirator in a Yorkville man's murder-for-hire plot in April pleaded guilty. Lindsay Facer of Oswego was convicted of misdemeanor criminal trespass to a residence and attempted solicitation of a murder-for-hire. Yorkville police say Facer's charges stem from her active involvement in the ongoing investigation that began in April after detectives learned that now 53-year-old Mark Hellenthal arranged with someone to have his former wife killed. Facer reportedly was not hired but had an existing relationship with Hellenthal and, quote, chose to take an active role in the plot as a result. Facer was convicted on July 29th and turned herself into the Kendall County Jail on Tuesday. A GoFundMe campaign was launched in April for Hellenthal's ex-wife and her children. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. The Bears have signed backup quarterback Tyson Bagent to a 2-year contract extension. The undrafted free agent will back up Caleb Williams and be $10 million richer in the process. The Bears close out the preseason tomorrow at Kansas City. Some bad news for Chicago. Terrell Smith's out for the season with a knee injury. The cornerback was carted off during Sunday's preseason game. Testing revealed a torn patellar tendon. The Braves shut out the White Sox 1-0 on Wednesday. Hurston Waldrop struck out 7 and tied a career best. He's 4-0 with the win. 4-3 win for the Cubs at Wrigley over the Brewers on Wednesday. Third baseman Matt Shaw's homer in the 8th was the difference maker. The Brewers pulled within 1 on a Danny Jansen pinch hit RBI single in the 9th. 3 straight wins for the Cubs, who lead the National League wildcard race. Save big when you bundle auto and home, renters, or condo with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it.
This is Will Walker with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, Patchy fog before 8 a.m., then mostly sunny with a high near 81. This afternoon, temperatures falling to around 79. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Looking ahead to tomorrow, a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms. Mostly sunny with a high near 82. Currently, it is 60 with clear skies. With your Fox Valley forecast, I'm Will Walker on WRMN, the talk of the town.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to handle the busy holiday season, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at Ooma.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Hi, this is Sue with Newman's Corner Pub in Hampshire, Illinois. Are you looking for the perfect hangout spot? Swing by Newman's Corner Pub right at the corner of 72 and State Street in Hampshire. Enjoy fantastic drinks, live music, and a fun crowd that makes every visit special. Test your luck with our hot slots and our Queen of Hearts drawing every Saturday at 3 p.m. Challenge your friends to darts or pool while you're here. Newman's Corner Pub, where every day feels like a weekend. Visit us at Route 72 and State Street in Hampshire. That's Newman's Corner Pub, your new favorite spot.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome to WRMN, your trusted voice in the Fox River Valley for over 75 years. We bring you fact-based news, good faith discussions, and entertainment that brings people together. From national headlines to local stories, WRMN is your home for thoughtful dialogue and community engagement. No matter the time of day, where you're listening from, or who you are always welcome here. Thanks for making us a part of your day. This is the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
The mics are on, the coffee's strong, and the best bits haven't even happened yet. Streaming now on the WRMN app and YouTube at WRMN Radio. Live from Fox River Valley, this is the WRMN Morning Show with Susie C. and Elliot. Sharp minds, quick wit, and absolutely no snooze button required. It's news, games, guests, and plenty of did they really just say that?
Good morning. Welcome back. It is Friday, and you are here. on the WRMN Morning Show. With me, your host, Susie C., and my co-host, trusty sidekick, and all-around good guy, Elliot, the L-Train Serrano. Good morning, Elliot.
Good morning, Susie, and good morning to everyone across the Fox River Valley. Hey, it is 58 degrees outside right now with a real feel of 61. It's going to be warm, but actually relatively cooler. Today, we have areas of fog this morning. Otherwise, the sun will be followed by some clouds, and it will be a bit humid. Today, the high is of 80. Tonight, it will become cloudy again with a humid low of 66. Looking ahead to the weekend, Saturday, we got another high of 80, a low of 53. Possible showers in the morning and then breezy, clear and cooler through the day. Sunday, high of 73, low of 51. Some sun, breezy and less humid. That's going to be your weekend.
So exciting. It's going to be gorgeous. Yesterday was probably one of the most perfect weather days ever. It was just gorgeous. I was at the Mobile Marriott. The skies were blue. The clouds were puffy. I was like, I don't want to go to work tonight. I just want to stay home and have a fire outside. But I went to work because I'm responsible, and sometimes adulting sucks, but we all have to do it.
Got to pay them bills.
Well, yeah, you know.
Pay them
Funny
bills.
how those bills come around every month.
It is.
But no, it was a great night at work. Had a lot of fun and action at the Newman's Corner Pub. We'll talk about it just a little bit because it was like the Wild West unleashed. What did you do yesterday?
I mowed my lawn.
Was it knee high?
No, it wasn't that high, but
Okay.
it was getting there. It was overdue, and I needed it. I needed to get the weed whacker out too, because you go by my house. My neighbor is really very kind, and he always does the front lawn, but that's it. He does the lawn. I need to clean up my driveway with the weed whacker, clear out some weeds in the bushes and all that. And,
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't want to be that guy who brings all the property values down in the neighborhood.
Well, I know they mowed by the Mobile Marriott yesterday, and my neighbor kid behind me, Trevor, he's so sweet. He just can never sit still. And so he comes out with the weed whacker and goes around the Mobile Marriott, and I just throw him a couple bucks. Just a really good kid, so I appreciate him. I'm always here. He's got a little baby. She's 2.
Yeah.
And they don't, typically the girlfriend and the baby don't stay at his Mobile Marriott because it's just smaller. But yeah, so he's always doing something. I'm just like, here's some cash or something.
Yeah. Real quick, our WRMN morning sports report. And this, folks, again, for folks who talk about AI and how ChatGPT is the greatest thing ever, ChatGPT says that there was no Chicago sports yesterday, when I know for a fact that the Cubs played yesterday and lost 4-1. But I go into ChatGPT, goes, the Chicago Cubs had no game on August 21st. They did. They played yesterday. So again, folks, if you think that AI and ChatGPT are going to give you accurate information every time, no. That goes for you kids out there who are using ChatGPT to write your book reports. It will get plenty, even the most obvious things, incorrect. So, yeah. That's our WRMN Morning Sports Report. Cubs lost again, and oh, my goodness. Again, I've already had my fun with Cubs fans. It's a roller coaster with them. They are the most. I don't know. They just going back and forth on this team. I mean, again, one of the second best records in baseball, but still, they'll make it to the playoffs, and then if they do well in the playoffs, then all will be forgiven. And yeah, that's our morning sports and weather report. The WRMN Morning Show is brought to you by Vasselli Law. Vasselli Law, specializing in municipal real estate and corporate law. You can reach their website at jmvchicagolaw.com. Again, that's jmvchicagolaw.com. Or give them a call at 630-931-8225. Again, that's 630-931-8225 to reach the good folks of Vasselli Law, advising governments and defending communities, as well as proud sponsors of the WRMN Morning Show.
I love his new tagline.
It is a good one.
It's
I like
pretty
it.
cool.
So, what's the Susie C question of the day?
All right. The Susie Q of the day is, and this is a fun one. If you could star in any TV show, past or present, doesn't matter, what TV show would that be? For me, I'm like, I don't know. Well, I have to think about it. I wouldn't mind being a co-host with Drew Barrymore, because watching her show, I watch all the time, we're very similar. So I'm like, oh, that would be fun. And I just think she's very funny and down to earth. So yeah, one of my favorites is my friend Megan L. She said she would be on the TV show Remote Control, the game show that was on MTV.
Yeah.
Which I had to sit back and think, and I'm like, yeah, she would have been perfect. Absolutely perfect.
I mean, playing it or hosting it?
Hosting it, because if you're going to star in it. Mm-hmm.
All right. I mean, I wouldn't mind being a game show host. Oh, that'd be fun.
You'd be a good one.
I've done that. I've done the game show host bit. I've hosted trivia nights and that kind of stuff. I've done that.
Oh.
And I used to, at my old job, I used to do that whole thing as a program. You know, I'd host groups, and my presentation would essentially be a big game show. I made up a game show I ran it on my computer, projected up on a screen, had the music, everything. You know,
we need to do
a
game show segment here.
We can do that.
Some sort of suggestions. Anybody have suggestions? We could do some sort of little game showish. I mean, we could always find prizes in the closet. I know our one winner of the can of corn did not pick up. So, we still have the can of corn to give away up in the back.
Yeah, I think we can find a can of peaches while we're at it. We're going to be good if we're all about the peaches around here suddenly.
If you guys weren't listening yesterday, I basically assumed most everybody knew the Peaches song.
I'd never heard of the Peaches
and
song
Elliot
before.
did not. And then our good friend of the show, Crystal, made a video holding a can of peaches saying, peaches in the can, and then her son Andy said, put there by a man. So they were doing the lyrics, and Elliot was just mildly amused. I found it hilarious.
No, I'm sitting there going, oh, Crystal never messages me. She might comment on a Facebook post from time to time. I've never really gotten messages from her. And I get this little bit, I see in the still on the video is, one of the kids. I'm like, oh, this could be so sweet.
Because Andy's so cute.
Andy is cute. And then boom. First thing that appears is a can of peaches. I'm like what? What? Peaches come from a can. They were put there by a man in a factory downtown. Yeah. I'm going to tell you something. I don't know if I really like this idea of you conscripting young children into your bits.
I had nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with it.
I didn't message Crystal and say make a video.
No, that's fine.
Eddie Marsh says, Fast Eddie says we should do like Laughing.
Laughing?
That was a funny show. See, I would have liked to have been in Laughing. Suck it to me, suck it to me, suck it to me.
Hey, watch that humor. A lot of that humor wouldn't go over today.
No, no.
It wouldn't go over today. There'd be some people be like, oh, how could you say that?
I know, now.
This is a family show. How could you be doing those kind of shows? This is a family show.
Oh, man.
So all I know is that there are times when we look on the past and we go, oh, that was great, that was great, that was great. I go, well, go back and watch some of those old shows.
Oh.
Go back and watch them.
Are you kidding? All in the Family?
Oh, All in the Family is hilarious. That one, but yeah, people would not like it today.
He was equally racist towards everyone.
He was, yeah. I mean, the thing about the thing about Archie Bunker was
Archie.
That's Edith. Yeah, but Archie was. I mean, they were making fun of that kind of person, and that kind of person exists very prevalently in the United States today. One of the funniest things that they ever did was when Archie went on the news to do his, give the man on the street opinion kind of thing.
Oh, I missed that one.
Yeah, and he gave he gave his idea on how to prevent terrorist hijackings. So the way you prevent terrorists from hijacking a plane.
Archie Bunker.
He goes, yeah. So what you do is you arm everyone on the plane. You give everyone a gun. And I'm like, and I'm there going, see, someone would suggest that today, and people would go, that's a good idea. Yeah, let's give everyone a gun. Because the only thing that can stop a bad guy with a gun, yeah, anywho. But I'm just saying, that was what they were making fun of. And if you watch it today, the humor would get lead balloon. People would be like, I don't get it. Oh, or that's not funny. Why are you making fun of people like that? Why are you making fun of me? That's where most people are going to go. And why are you making fun of me? So.
Downtown Jose said Good Times was a great show.
Oh, Good Times was great.
That was a fantastic show.
That was a very good show.
Kid. Dynamite.
Yeah, Jimmy Walker, yeah.
Jimmy J.J. Walker.
That's Norman Lear created that one. Norman Lear did that.
He created so many shows.
He created The Jeffersons. He created All in the Family. A lot of these comedies of his, which were very cutting edge and dealt with, again, issues of race and a lot of, I mean, heck, more than just that. It dealt with all these issues. The episode where Edith is going through menopause. Or The Change, remember?
The Change, because you couldn't talk about those
you couldn't
things.
talk about it.
Girl, if we only knew how bad it was going to be.
Yeah, but that was unheard of on television.
Did you ever see what's the Ray Romano? What's the show that he was in?
Everybody Loves
Raymond.
Yeah.
When his wife had PMS.
Yep.
That was probably one of the funniest and most real episodes ever. I remember watching that and just being in absolute tears because I was like, wow, that's real for some people.
It is. And I dealt with it in humorous ways. But again, there's some, I mean, I loved Sanford and Son as a kid. I watched that show as a kid.
We all did.
There are a lot of episodes of that show they could not air today.
And then what was the show that came on after it about the guy with the tow truck? The Hispanic family.
Chico and the Man.
Chico and the Man.
That's Freddie Prinze.
Great shows.
Another show that wouldn't be, you don't know what you could air today. Because again, there are a lot of things in there. Well, some of the humor has not aged well. Some of it is a bit problematic. It does deal with racial stereotypes in many cases. But yeah, and in a lot of cases too, it's like they said things on television that you can't say on television today. They use words on television then that you can't say on television today.
Well, and that was was it the Jeffersons that had the first interracial couple?
It had that George Jefferson called them the zebra. Yeah.
Yeah. But it was, I don't know. I just look back at some, and when I was a kid watching those shows, I didn't notice any of that. You know what I mean? I just watched the show. No, I mean, as a kid, were you picking apart what? I just watched the show and thought it was funny. Yeah. Like the things that Archie Bunker said at that age, I wasn't like, oh my God. I just laughed. I just thought it was funny because he was equally, like there was nothing that I don't know, maybe just my age at that time, but.
Meathead.
Yeah.
You know, Mike was but yeah. I will acknowledge, yes, humor is universal, but you and I had two very different childhoods.
No, we did. We did. And I understand that. I mean, I do. But I guess I'm just saying, like, as a kid, you know, at like 7, for the average kid, if it wasn't pointed out, you really weren't thinking about it. You were just laughing at the show.
Well, if you're 7, you're not getting a lot of those jokes.
Well, exactly. Or even at 9 or 10, it was just funny.
A lot of stuff just going over. There's the broad stuff that's funny, but then there's the more nuanced stuff. Like, I mean, as a kid, I didn't understand the whole joke about Edith going through the change. I didn't know what menopause was.
Yeah.
You know, all I know is that Archie was getting frustrated and go, okay, Edith, just change, get it over with, change. You know.
Oh, if it were just that simple, because for some people, it took like 15 years. It was awful.
Wow.
I mean, I didn't get cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, but you know, the lack of sleep, the sweats, the just feeling like crap
and
all
that
the
stopped?
time. Not the lack of sleep.
Yeah, I say you walk in every morning. I ain't gonna sleep.
I know. Well, you know what? When I went to the doctor yesterday, and it was not a let's dust the bats out of the chimney type of. It was just for a physical. You guys and your bats.
They didn't shake you a bit, and then
I was
stuff
listening
fell
to
out.
you guys on the way to the doctor's office, and somebody said something about bats, and I almost lost it. I'm like, oh dear Lord. No, it was just a physical blood draw. You know, the typical. She's like, oh, last year when we looked, your my triglycerides were a little high. She goes, you eat a lot of carbohydrates like breads and pasta. I go, I'm Italian. She's like, you're going to have to probably cut that back, but we'll see what my blood draws say this time. But yeah, super fun. Couldn't, how much do I weigh? Oh, this is one of the first times I ever lost weight. She's like, oh, good for you. Thanks. I appreciate that.
Oh, really? Oh, well, good for you.
Can you tell me again? Can you say it again?
Yeah.
Can you show me on the chart? Look at that. So I'm hoping that my cholesterol went down because it was a little high last time. But she said my good cholesterol was fighting my bad cholesterol. So I'm okay. I don't need meds. And she
having a little bit of a family dispute in there.
An internal body war. But she did give me new. She refilled my high blood pressure meds, even though they're very mild, like a 0.5, and gave me something to sleep. So I'm so excited.
So what was it?
It starts with a D. I got to pick it up.
Wow.
Trazahomine. I don't know. Because my problem is this. Either I can fall asleep, but then I can't stay asleep, or I can't fall asleep, and then I stay asleep. There's no happy... this girl runs on about 4 hours a night. It's awful. You run on Duncan.
Good. That's not good.
It's not.
4 hours is not good.
I'm like, this is it. We're taking care of the sleep.
You need to get more sleep than that.
That's what I'm doing. Working on it.
I mean, I need my sleep too. The problem is I have a dog that interrupts my sleep.
Did Money let you sleep last night?
We went to bed a little later than normal.
It's like 9:30?
No, we went to bed at 10.
What?
Yeah.
You party monster.
No, I was recording the Torn Quadcast, and we ended a little late. And I let Money spend as much time as she wanted outside. She was outside all night until finally she wanted to come in.
I thought you'd just go sit in a chair and she'd come flying back in.
And then she came in, and then we went to bed. I was tired because I got a little workout yesterday, doing a little yard work and all. And then she woke me. She slept through the night, woke me up an hour before my alarm. And then I got up, I let her out, came back in, went back to bed, thought there's no way I'm going to fall back asleep. I knocked out again. My alarm clock actually had to wake me up.
Yeah, I got to sleep probably about close to 1:30.
Well, that's not good.
No, well, I worked last night and then I got comfortable and went to sleep. And when my alarm went off this morning, I was like, I don't know how I'm going to do this. I don't know how. But then I got up, made coffee, and I'm like, okay, coffee's kicked in. We're good.
Yeah.
About 5 o'clock tonight. That's when people will be at Newman's and they'll see I hit the 5 o'clock slump where it's like very slowly I'm descending into the exhaustion. But then I go home typically on Fridays, and like last Friday, I slept almost 9 hours. I jump up at 9 going, it was probably about 9, a little after 9. I jump up in the morning, I'm like, where am I? What day is it? It's light out. What's happening? Because, you're in such a deep sleep. I'm like, I don't even know what's happening.
That's your body needs it. Your brain needs it. Can you imagine me trying to run this board on a little sleep?
Oh, my God. No.
That would not happen.
No. Ready?
No. So, yes.
Can you imagine me trying to run that board with 9 hours sleep?
I can't imagine.
No, I wouldn't be able to do it.
It's going to happen at some point. You're going to have to learn how to run this board. I have a feeling you're going to have to learn to run this board. In fact, maybe we'll do that at the commercial break. We'll switch seats. I'll show you how to run the board.
No, not this morning.
Yeah, we can do it.
No,
you can do it.
I'd be afraid.
Oh, you can do it. It's not that hard. I'll even roll you up and roll you down and do the transition for you.
That's the best offer I've had in a long time.
Not that kind of rolling.
I know. We're just playing, kids. It's a family show.
It's a family show.
Uh-huh. It is 6:29. Is your coffee percolating?
6:29.
That's what it says right there.
Really? Where?
On my clock.
No, that clock is wrong.
Well, my phone says 6:28.
There we go. Because you're moving that break up real fast.
Well,
if it was 6:29, the music should have been playing.
Just saying. So is your coffee percolating? Are you ready to rock and roll?
I would hope. Friday. I hope people are. It is, Friday morning on the 22nd of August. This is the WRMN Morning Show. The question of the day today is, if you could star in any television show, past or present, which one would it be? Let us know on the text line, 505-926-1410. That's 505-926-1410. Or if you're watching us on YouTube, you can chime in the chat right there in the chat box. It's real easy. If you're watching us on your phone, it makes it even easier for you to do that. We'll open up the studio lines at 7 o'clock, 847-931-1410. But right now, your main avenues of getting in touch with us. And you know what? I know we have our regulars that like to call in. The majority of y'all like to just text, and we don't mind. Send us a text. Again, that's 505-926-1410. Heck, if you've got a picture that represents the show you would like to be in, you can send that to us on the text line as well. At 7:30, we will have the No Nickname John Bad Joke of the Day. And the rest of this day, it's a free-form Friday, so we can pretty much go in any direction you want. As we are WRMN, the voice of the valley, the talk of the town, and the official home of the Chicago Bears here in the Fox River Valley. Go Bears tonight against Kansas City. It's going to be fun. Stick around. We'll be right back.
We'll be back.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley. This update brought to you by Wendy's. A Kane County jury has convicted an Elgin man after prosecutors say he and two others kidnapped and brutally assaulted a woman they knew in 2023. State's Attorney Jamie Mossert told Fox 32 that 34-year-old Darnell Rhodes was found guilty of aggravated kidnapping inflicting great bodily harm. Prosecutors say Rhodes, along with Lloyd Hayes Jr. and Roger Heaps, kidnapped the woman between March 13th and 14th, 2023. The trio threatened her with a knife and drove her to one of their homes where they bound her with electrical cords. Prosecutors say the woman was beaten and stabbed multiple times, suffering a fractured rib, fractured fingers, stab wounds to her leg, and blunt force injuries to her head and face that left both eyes swollen shut. Yorkville police are searching for a missing 14-year-old boy who's reported as a runaway. Walter Woodcock was last seen leaving his home in the 2000 block of Overlook Court around 8:45 a.m. Wednesday. Walter is described as 5'4" and 100 pounds with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was wearing camouflage clothing with black boots and a camouflage hat. A co-conspirator in a Yorkville man's murder-for-hire plot in April pleaded guilty. Lindsay Facer of Oswego was convicted of misdemeanor criminal trespass to a residence and attempted solicitation of a murder-for-hire. Yorkville police say Facer's charges stem from her active involvement in the ongoing investigation that began in April after detectives learned that now 53-year-old Mark Hellenthal arranged with someone to have his former wife killed. Facer reportedly was not hired but had an existing relationship with Hellenthal and, quote, chose to take an active role in the plot as a result. Facer was convicted on July 29th and turned herself into the Kendall County Jail on Tuesday. A GoFundMe campaign was launched in April for Hellenthal's ex-wife and her children. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals. And it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today. And speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, patchy fog before 8 a.m., then mostly sunny with a high near 81. This afternoon, temperatures falling to around 79. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Looking ahead to tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 82 and a slight chance of rain showers in the morning. Currently, it is 60 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Grown-ups, don't go back to school. Go forward through school into your future as an IT professional. Whether you're starting out, switching careers, or a veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you get into IT in just a few short months with no prior experience. So take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Your rewarding career in IT awaits. That's mycomputercareer.edu. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the VA benefits.
Live from the Talk of the Town, it's the WRMN Morning Show. News, nonsense, and everything in between. So grab your coffee, crank up the volume, and let's do this.
And welcome back. This is the WRMN Morning Show with your hosts, Susie C.
Good morning.
And me. I'm the L Train, Elliot Serrano. I was going through my dictionary this morning because I like to learn a new word every day.
Is that like something that you like? Is that like,
I'm
bathroom reading or?
Yeah, I'm a writer, okay?
You are.
I am a writer, and it's very important that my language expand and that I increase my vocabulary exponentially. Now,
Ooh.
exponentially? You like that one?
I love it.
I often like using long words like lugubrious.
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 Can you use that in a sentence?
The flavor of the sauce lingered in my mouth, lugubrious and silky.
Oh.
I'm gonna be honest, folks. I'm not even sure I use it in the right context. But you could. I mean, if you want to be a wordsmith, you can just pull the big fancy. We call them $10 college words. Call them $10 words. I'll throw them into a sentence and make you look smart. Then you get the short words. Like let me see. They're words like insight or accost.
Oh.
Accost is a good one.
Okay, yeah, that is a good one.
Accost. There are words like other words like simple. I like simple's a good word.
Simple's a great word. You're describing a lot of.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah. There are a lot of folks who will use words to describe the show.
They do.
And lots of different words. We get
They
them
do.
on the text line. We get them on the YouTube. I get them in person. I have people who talk to me and say, "Hey, Elliot, we listen to your show." I say, "What do you think about it?" And they'll throw some words at me. So I just want to say though that again, I am a writer. So if you're going to impress me with your words, impress me.
Right?
Impress me, and hit me with your best shot. Or
I love all these references.
Yeah, or maybe just don't be careless with your whispers.
What?
Music seems so loud. I wish that we could lose this crowd. Maybe it is better this way. We'd hurt each other with the things we want to say. We could have been so good together. We could have lived this dance forever. But now who's gonna dance with me?
Oh my gosh.
So please, don't be careless with your whispers. If you're going to say it out loud. Say it to me. Say it to my face. And please say it with your normal voice, not like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Well, and I've always said if someone has a problem with the show or doesn't like something we do, come to us. Let us know. How can we make your experience better? because it is all about you. Just you, the listeners.
No, it's not. No, it's
I know.
not.
I'm being facetious.
Ooh, that's good. Ooh, that's a good word.
That was a good word. So yeah,
I am having fun because I will say this.
I know you are because
I am having fun.
But here, go into that.
I always say if there's a show you don't like, guess what? There's a whole radio out there. There are all these channels. You can go and listen, watch other shows, listen to other shows.
You know what? Some men are just good for the algorithm.
But then that's the other thing. I will say though, if you're going to be like the little boy on the playground who goes up to the girl that he likes and punches her and runs away, that's essentially what you're doing. You're just you're helping with that.
I always say, come on the show, call in, tell us what you want to hear.
No, I don't know. No, I don't. I don't want to hear from you. No, I don't. I don't care about you. You know, Letterman, when he did his show, he didn't do it for anybody but himself. He did when people create shows solely for the audience, you know what you get? Pablum. There's a big word for
pablum.
You get pablum. If you create shows to appeal to the lowest common denominator, you get flavorless gruel.
Nobody
oatmeal.
wants flavorless gruel.
You know, if you're sitting there and you're going, oh, but I want the show to be like this, I want to be like that. Guess what? That show's out there. Go listen to that show. And guess what? You know what? If there's a show out there that you really like, go out and support that show. Yes. They need your support.
Yes.
I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about any other show.
Every show.
There are lots of shows out there. And if you like them, go out there, support them. Talk about them. Share them with your friends. You know, share them on your social media. If you don't like something, then, fine. But you're actually helping them when you say stuff.
Good, bad, or otherwise.
It helps the algorithm.
So you just
anyway,
with us.
But please.
Any hootie.
Please.
We could lose this crowd. Maybe it is better this way. We hurt each other with the things we want to say. We could have been so good.
We could have been so good together.
We could have lived this dance
we would have been great.
But now who's gonna dance with me? Please stay.
Yeah. So again.
Oh, that was fun.
You see how I take listener suggestions and I fold them all together into one bit?
You know what? It's like you put them all in a bowl and you mixed them up and you baked a listener cake.
Yeah, I Mr. Potato Head that thing.
I like that better.
Yeah, I took that thing. It's a Mr. Potato Head where I took all the different parts and I put them together I Voltroned that baby. I
was waiting for how long it would take you to get to some sort
of nerdy thing.
Yeah, but I liked it.
Yeah.
The fact that it was a Voltron thing.
A Voltron
I
reference.
like it because Voltron is cool.
It is cool.
Look at you go, Elliot.
So the question of the day, speaking of Voltron.
I just saw John Guides. No nickname John's bad joke of the day.
All right, I was going to say, we will have that at the bottom of the 7 o'clock hour, but the question of the day is, what television show,
past or present,
would you like to star in?
So I had some pretty good answers. My friend Vivian, she says Law and Order or CSI. I wouldn't mind being in one of those.
I've always wanted to be in one of those, but I wanted to play the corpse.
I'll be the person that draws the outline, the chalk outline of the dead body.
Yeah.
Which one had Shamar Moore?
I didn't watch
that was
I didn't watch any.
That was Law and Order. That was okay.
See, the thing that gets me is that
I'd star with Shamar Moore anytime.
Yeah, they always talk about how we have quote unquote superhero movie fatigue. Like people are tired of the Marvel movies and the DC movies.
Well, if they were, they wouldn't keep making them.
Exactly, but they never talk about Law and Order television show fatigue. They never talk about lawyer television show fatigue. They keep cranking up. How many Chicago-based shows are there? Chicago Med, Chicago Fire, Chicago PD, Chicago Sanitation, Chicago Education, Chicago Improv. I want to do one called Chicago Animal Control.
That would be a good one. There used to be a show on that was about animal control, but it was a lot like in Texas and stuff.
No, you could do. I worked at one of the largest animal shelters in the Midwest for a good part of my life, and I said the stuff that happens in an animal shelter is such soap opera, and you can get away from the animal stuff, what's going on there, but the bit, especially when you have a lot of young kids working together for the first time, and there's all, not only is there the drama that surrounds the animals, but it's the drama around again 20, 18, 19, 20 somethings. Like meeting, working together, hooking up all the time, and man, I'm telling you, when I first started working there, it was crazy. So you could do it. I'd say if I did a soap opera about an animal shelter, it would be about animals as much as General Hospital would be about medicine, because we were talking about that yesterday.
It was in a hospital.
Yeah, that would be the setting.
People could die and come back 6 years later. People can be cryogenically freezed and come back.
Mm-hmm.
They could freeze the world and come back, and everything is fine. Soap operas are crazy. They run out of how many things could you talk about?
I don't know, but here's my thing.
Like our show.
If I were Arnold Schwarzenegger, I'd be like, oh wait, here's a good one. It'd be No One Wants to Dance with Arnold. Maybe.
What?
I've done all right up till now. Like the bed shows me how. It's when the night falls, my loneliness calls. Oh, to dance with somebody. I want to feel the heat with somebody. I've done all right.
AI is horrible.
Oh my God, that's AI.
More AI.
And I like Vicky, and she likes me back. And she showed me her boobies, and I like them too. So I said,
okay, I need to close this page. Because Arnold's just spouting off right now.
Oh my God. Oh, good. It's Friday, and we are off the rails.
It's a free farm Friday. All right, let's take a break.
Yeah, let's take a
break. And recover from that.
Recover.
And get this board back under control. Arnold's coming out of it. It's like ghosts.
Oh. Todd just sends a really good word for.
What's the word?
I can't say it on the air.
You can't?
No. I don't think I can.
All right.
But we just had a conversation off air, and that word would fit right into it. Thank you, Todd.
No, we can't use that word. No, but it's a good word.
It is a good
Thanks,
word.
Todd, but no, we can't use that word.
It's like a wordsmith, only different.
Yeah. Yeah. Uses a rooster.
Oh.
All right. Let's take a quick break. I got to refresh my coffee, and we've got more stuff to do here on the WRMN Morning Show.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
My name is Ariel. I moved to the U.S. at 19. I spoke no English, and I struggled finding job opportunities. Everything I have, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and getting my high school diploma at age 22.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Looking for a spotless clean you can count on? Meet Clean King, your local family-owned janitorial service that treats every client like royalty. Fully insured and trusted by businesses across the area, Clean King delivers personalized, top-quality cleaning tailored to your needs at the best price in town. Call now for your free quote at 224-276-6057. That's 224-276-6057. Or visit them at cleankingcleaning.com. That's Clean King, where your quality and service reign supreme. A proud member of the Elgin Area Chamber of Commerce, supporting the local business community.
Systems run everything. Government, economy, media, justice. They shape your choices, your opportunities, your future. But do they work for you or against you? On Apolitical Talk Show, we break them down. Not to destroy, but to understand. Because if you don't see how the system works, you won't see when it's being manipulated or who's benefiting from it. Power belongs to those who know the rules, challenge the loopholes, and demand accountability. That starts with knowledge. That starts here. Join us weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. as we uncover what's really happening behind the headlines so you can decide for yourself what's fair, what's broken, and what needs to change. Apolitical Talk Show, breaking down the systems to build them up together. Right here, weekdays, 4 to 6 on WRMN, the talk of the town.
And we're back. This is the WRMN Morning Show with your host, Susie C.
Good morning.
And me.
And me. Just me.
The L Train, Elliot Serrano. I'm feeling somewhat uninspired today, considering that some of the discourse going on is quite pedestrian.
Oh, man.
But, I would say that, at least I don't have Fantasia.
Ooh, is that contagious? Do I have to move away?
I would. You don't want to have.
What is it again?
Fantasia.
Okay. Does it itch? Do you need a salve? I can get you a salve.
No, I appreciate that.
Oh, new puppy coming by.
Yay! Oh, puppy by the studio. Puppy by the studio. Got to wave at the puppies.
Look at the puppies. Like, we want to come in and visit.
God, dogs are all welcome here at WRMN.
Apparently on the YouTube as well.
Yeah.
Put a bump.
Anyway, the question of the day was, what television show would you like to star in, whether it was present or past? We've had a lot of different suggestions. Some folks they've been talking about game shows.
Yeah,
People
I love
like
John
game shows.
Guiney's answer.
Yeah.
So John Guiney said, "Lost in Space, the original." Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
Yeah.
Or Dallas. So he's going to go from like sci-fi to be in the nighttime soap opera. So John Guiney, if you were going to be in Dallas, what character would you play? What's his name? Ewing?
One of the Ewings. There were so many. There was JR, the
JR,
one
that's
that,
what I couldn't think. So I want to know, John Guiney, no nickname John, which character would you be in the Dallas? And Crystal, our beautiful Crystal, she, if I'm not mistaken, she said Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And you know what? You are badass enough to do it, girl.
I remember my family, we watched Dallas religiously.
All the women look like they just stepped out of glamour shots.
Yeah, and all these, and the Ewings. I remember that's when I remember Patrick. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, he played the brother.
Yeah. Oh, goodness. You mean Patrick Duffy. I was a big Patrick Duffy fan because before he was on Dallas, he started on this show called The Man from Atlantis.
Oh, I didn't watch it, but I kind of remember it.
Yeah, then he went, The Man from Atlantis only lasted so long. Then he would go on to have a much longer, more successful career on Dallas. And we watched it. And then, of course, the episode where who shot JR? JR gets shot.
That was the shot heard around the world.
That was the beginning of the season-ending cliffhanger. Because I remember this was before, they even did that sort of thing where someone shot JR and then you couldn't wait to see, okay, what's happening next week? Oh, no.
The cliffhanger.
Yeah, it was a cliffhanger. You were like, wait, there is no new Dallas next week. It's
next season.
Next season. It's the summer is nothing but reruns now. So you had to wait the entire summer of reruns. And then when they came back for the beginning, they drew that out. I'm talking they spent like the whole season drawing out who shot JR.
Well, the whole
summer.
Who shot JR T-shirts and you name it. Magnets had everything about who shot JR. That was probably, that was to this day probably one of the best, like you said, beginnings of the cliffhangers.
Even The Simpsons did a bit about it. Who shot Mr. Burns? Yep.
Oh, see, I never watched The Simpsons, but they did?
They did that.
That's so funny.
And the whole bit with Dallas, it got so crazy, they filmed like 4 different solutions of like who shot JR. Because they set it up so like almost anybody could have been the one who did it. But to keep
and they didn't want it to leak.
They did not want it to leak. So they filmed all these different versions just to throw people off, which was actually really very clever.
Yeah.
Mind you would not be able to do that now in today's internet age. Although they've done similar things to that.
I love a good cliffhanger. But then, when the new season starts, you got to kind of go back and watch the very last episode so that you get all of, not just the one, get all of the little things that led up to what made the cliffhanger. Because I don't know about you guys, but I can't remember back that far.
Well, now these days, now it's the you can binge when you have Netflix or the streaming services where, like the new season of Peacemaker just came out on HBO. We talk about it on the Torrent Quadcast, by the way, this weekend. And Mark and I were like, we probably need to go back and watch the first season again because it was so long ago. And now you can't. They even make it so they encourage you to re-watch the previous season because James Gunn, the director and the writer of the series, started a podcast revisiting every episode from the first season. So, watch it again, listen to the podcast, and then they get more views for that particular series. So, I'm going to have to go back, watch this again before I can start the new season. And there's HBO doubling down, getting more value for stuff that's already been produced.
Did anybody watch so there were 4 or 5 seasons of the show on Netflix, You?
Yes, that was my ex-girlfriend was obsessed with that show.
That was such a good show, but the cliffhangers at the end, like I would start to watch the next season. I go, nope, I got to go back and watch.
Yeah, pick up on that stuff. Yeah,
that was if you're ever looking for something kind of weird, but really good. So I'll just give you the premise. There's a guy, the very first season, first episode, he goes into a bookstore and sees this beautiful woman. Well, all you're hearing is everything in his head.
Yeah.
Like how he feels about her, all these things. And like when she went to pay for the book she was buying, she gave him her debit card, to which in his head, he is saying, see, she wants me to know who she is. She has cash in her purse, but she wants me to know her name. And that takes off. Crystal, yes, it was a crazy ride every season, but everything was in Joe's head, his perspective, and his head was frightening. So if you ever want to watch something crazy but good, watch the series You. 4 or 5 seasons. So Crystal,
and there is a twist to that, but we don't want to give it away for folks who haven't watched the show yet. But there is a twist about the character and what he means and what he's doing. So we won't give that away. Don't give it away in the chat, folks.
No.
So let people who haven't seen it.
Yeah. I can delete it. But Crystal, we want to thank you so much for the Peaches video. Poor Elliot. He's really rattled by Peaches. I don't understand.
That is so infantile.
Wow. Do you have your thesaurus out today?
It's all up here, baby.
Oh, damn.
All up here. I'm a writer.
I like when you call me baby.
Oh, no. All right, folks. That's the first hour down. 2 more to go. We'll be back.
When disaster strikes, flood or fire, every second counts. At Emergency Construction Group, they specialize in immediate response and same-day service for any residential, commercial, or industrial emergency across the Chicagoland area. With over 30 years of experience, they've got the expertise, manpower, and equipment to handle any size loss fast. They follow strict IICRC guidelines to restore your property the right way, the first time. Their team values transparency, constant communication, and strong ethical standards because your peace of mind matters. Licensed, bonded, and insured, they're here for you 24/7, 365 days a year. Call 855-4ECG now. That's 855-432-4669. Or visit their website at emergencyconstructiongroup.com and let Emergency Construction Group put your life back together one step at a time. That's Emergency Construction Group. Your satisfaction is their passion.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 7 o'clock.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley. This update brought to you by Sky Rizzi. Yorkville police are searching for a missing 14-year-old boy who's reported as a runaway. Walter Woodcock was last seen leaving his home in the 2000 block of Overlook Court around 8:45 a.m. Wednesday. Walter is described as 5'4" and 100 pounds with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was wearing camouflage clothing with black boots and a camouflage hat. A co-conspirator in a Yorkville man's murder-for-hire plot in April pleaded guilty. Lindsay Facer of Oswego was convicted of misdemeanor criminal trespass to a residence and attempted solicitation of a murder for hire. Yorkville police say Facer's charges stem from her active involvement in the ongoing investigation that began in April after detectives learned that now 53-year-old Mark Hellenthal arranged with someone to have his former wife killed. Facer reportedly was not hired but had an existing relationship with Hellenthal and, quote, chose to take an active role in the plot as a result. Facer was convicted on July 29th and turned herself into the Kendall County Jail on Tuesday. A GoFundMe campaign was launched in April for Hellenthal's ex-wife and her children. A Kane County jury has convicted an Elgin man after prosecutors say he and 2 others kidnapped and brutally assaulted a woman they knew in 2023. State's Attorney Jamie Mossert told Fox 32 that 34-year-old Darnell Rhodes was found guilty of aggravated kidnapping inflicting great bodily harm. Prosecutors say Rhodes, along with Lloyd Hayes Jr. and Roger Heaps, kidnapped the woman between March 13th and 14th, 2023. The trio threatened her with a knife and drove her to one of their homes where they bound her with electrical cords. Prosecutors say the woman was beaten and stabbed multiple times, suffering a fractured rib, fractured finger, stab wounds to her leg, and blunt force injuries to her head and face that left both eyes swollen shut. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. The Braves shut out the White Sox 1-0 on Wednesday. Hurston Waldrop struck out 7 and tied a career best. He's 4-0 with the win. Just 4 hits allowed. Martin Perez gave up a run on 3 hits over 5 1/3 in the loss for the Sox. Marcell Ozuna scored the game's only run from third in the 4th inning on an infield error. Chicago's lost 6 of 7 and 13 of their last 16. The Braves have wins at 10 of 12, but they're 16 games back in the NL East and 9.5 games out of a wild card. 4-3 win for the Cubs at Wrigley over the Brewers on Wednesday. Third baseman Matt Shaw's homer in the 8th was the difference maker. The Brewers pulled within 1 on a Danny Jansen pinch hit RBI single in the 9th. 3 straight wins for the Cubs, who lead the National League wildcard race. They pull within 6 games of the Brewers in the NL Central race. Save big when you bundle auto and home, renters, or condo with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, patchy fog before 8 a.m., then mostly sunny with a high near 81. This afternoon, temperatures falling to around 79. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Looking ahead to tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 82 and a slight chance of rain showers in the morning. Currently, it is 60 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Grown-ups, don't go back to school. Go forward through school into your future as an IT professional. Whether you're starting out, switching careers, or a veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you get into IT in just a few short months with no prior experience. So take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Your rewarding career in IT awaits. That's mycomputercareer.edu. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Youth football season is almost here. Elgin Steelers Youth Football and Cheer is now part of the prestigious Pop Warner League in Chicagoland. We're serving youth athletes of all ages, building character and fostering teamwork. Registration is now open, so don't miss out on the chance to be a part of a winning tradition. Multi-athletic registration discounts are available, and we're looking for dedicated volunteers to join our coaching staff. Shape the future of our youth. Plus, on April 14th, the Elgin Steelers Youth Football and Cheer start spring conditioning. Get all the details and register at elginsteelers.com. That's elginsteelers.com. Go Steelers!
It's trivia you didn't study for, traffic you forgot to check, and total mayhem before 9 a.m. And the WRMN Morning Show delivers.
Good morning and welcome back to the WRMN Morning Show. You're with me, your host Susie C, and my co-host Elliot, the L Train Serrano, rolling in the station at 14 Douglas Avenue.
And this show is incandescent.
Oh, wow! It's this. Welcome to Big Word Friday, where everyone should take out their thesaurus and let's all use big words today. This is kind of fun. I want to thank our listener who's on that started this.
Indubitably.
I mean, all these words that we're using today, I expect you all to go out and use them in actual conversation.
There will be a test on Monday. There will be a test on Monday.
Of these words were you able to use? I mean, I use collywobble and bumbershoot all the time.
Those are the goofy words.
I know, but they're fun for me.
Well, how about you callers? Yeah, call in.
Well,
let
let's
us
call
know.
before we say good morning to everybody. Let's see who it is.
847-931-1410 for our callers. Good morning.
It's Bob again.
Hey, Bob.
Hi, Bob. Good morning.
Good morning. So many topics to talk about, but I guess the first thing is what you're talking about. What show would I like to have been on?
Yes, I want to know.
MASH.
That's a good one.
Yeah, because I would want to be one of those doctors, one of those horny doctors with all of those horny
with what's her name? Loretta Swit, who just recently passed away.
Yeah, Hot Lips Houlihan.
Hot Lips.
Yeah.
Yeah, she just recently passed.
Okay, well, I've got your attention. I've got a couple of quickie Confucius jokes.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
All right.
All right. The first one is very appropriate, and that is Confucius says, it is quite often better to keep one's mouth shut and thought to be a fool than to open it and remove all doubt.
I do believe that's even a Bible verse.
That is
That's a good
the
one, though.
best one
That is a good
ever.
one. That is a good one.
And the other one is Confucius says, it is no such thing as rape, rather. As a man cannot run as fast with his pants down as a woman with her dress up.
Oh, that's a Confucius thing?
Is it a Confucius?
I don't know.
No,
Somebody's
he poses
Confucius.
All right.
I like the first one better. That was really good.
That's a good one.
Okay. Well, I don't think the second one is really true, but it's interesting.
It is.
I mean, who wants to do that without taking their pants off?
Well,
then you wouldn't actually be doing it.
There we go.
Right. Take care.
All right,
Bye,
Bob.
Bob. Have a great day. Oh, goodness. Is that the only caller we've got?
It's the only
right now?
caller. Hit
'Cause
those
we're opening it.
shout-outs.
All right, so let's start with our good morning. We are starting out today with 13,579 prayers, and Lord knows we need them. So we start out good morning from Miss Linda Carter. Good morning. Welcome back, Susie Q. Have a blessed day and weekend and keep the faith. And she sends, I feel like every day she's sending me more and more prayers because she knows that I need them. Yeah. And then next up we have Cartman Dan. The TV show he said he would like to star in is The Woodwrights Shop. It was a PBS show. I don't know what that is. We'll have to look that up. Have you ever heard of it? The Woodwright, WOODRIGHT.
I have not, but I mean, if it's a PBS show, I'm sure it's
Yeah,
good.
we'll have to check it out.
Maybe it's not as ubiquitous as some might think.
Maybe not as ubiquitous. Katrina says hello and good morning from Elgin. Checking in. I want to say good morning to everyone on the WRMN show and all the first shifters. She's listening on her speaker while drinking her coffee with creme brulee and honey. Happy Friday to everyone. Hope it's a wonderful day. Right back at you, Katrina. We love her. She's going to be on next Thursday, I believe, for what is Elliot going to put in his mouth? Oh, yeah. Samantha said Criminal Minds. She said good morning in Criminal Minds. And that is David Teese. David Teese. Nando says he says good morning. And he says the Mike Tyson AI is hilarious too. So interesting, the Mike Tyson, because you played the Arnold Schwarzenegger AI. So now I'm curious. Todd says, yes, we can say that word after he sent a beautiful picture, but I love the picture. And we're not going to say that word for fear of teetering. And No Nickname John says, you know what? He said, and this is not YouTube, so it's not the joke. He says he never, because he wanted to star in Dallas. He said he never wanted to be an established character. He wanted to be a completely new Ewing who would steal Pam from Bobby. Ooh, that's racy. That's scandalous. I love it. Who knew Nickname John? No Nickname John. And Jimmy Vaselli. Oh, my goodness. We love our Jimmy Vaselli. He says, Happy National Radio Day. He says, I'd like to say Billions or Succession, which are the shows he would like to star in, but he's probably Veep or Parks and Rec. And he says, thank you to us both for our service and friendship. Go Bears. We love our Jimmy Vaselli and his entire cast of characters that work at Jimmy Vaselli Law, JMV. And Renee, hey, Renee, it's been a bit. He says, good morning. The TV show I would like to be in would be Gunsmoke. That's why one of my favorite songs is Should Have Been a Cowboy by Toby Keith. And I agree with you. And my good friend over from the other side of the corn curtain, Mr. Freddie Peace, he says he too would like to be in the Gunsmoke show. You guys all want to get your cowboy on, and I like it. Hector Soto, first one in the chat on the YouTube. He says, good morning, L Train, Susie C., the first shifters from Hector, Nene Rose, Jeremiah, and Uncle Boom Boom in the house. And Jeremiah, you best be eating breakfast, boy, because you got school today. Learned something good. Our ninja first shifter, Keith K. Have a great Friday and weekend shifters. Fast Eddie had said, yay, it's Friday, my day. Have a good one, Susie C. L Train and all the first shifters. And beautiful Becky Blue Eyes says, happy Friday, first shifters. Have a great day and weekend with plenty of sunshine from Becky Blue Eyes. Miss Linda Carter says, good morning to all the first shifters. Have a great weekend and keep the faith. And she also says, good morning, L Train. Welcome back to Friday morning. Have a blessed day and weekend. And our trusty fireman, Eddie Saunders, says, happy Friday, first shifters and broadcasters extraordinaire. Have a great weekend. We move down. Trucker Dennis. Commander Dennis says, good morning, first shifters. It's Friday. Fish fry tonight at the American Legion, 820 North Liberty from 4 to 7 right here in Elgin. Cash bar open to the public. Come on in and enjoy your weekend. Downtown Jose says, buenos dias, dynamic duo. It's first shifters. God bless us all. Hector Soto says, go Cubs. Where are we at? Commander Smith also says, stop in Monday at the American Legion, Post 57. Queen of Hearts drawing is at 8 p.m. It's at $13,060. Karaoke starts at 7. And Trustee Fire Eddie says, a quick note to say thanks to the L Train for presenting the Cubs score. We understand WRMN is the place and the home of the Chicago White Sox, but there's a lot of diehard Cubs fans in your great audience, me being one of them. Trusty Fireman Eddie. Commander Dennis says Barney Miller. That was a really well show written for its time, and I agree. Did you watch Barney Miller?
I watched it religiously. That's another really good. Even as a kid, I was impressed by it.
With Fish.
That was a spin-off that came later, yes.
Yeah, but the character himself was very funny.
Abe Vigoda.
Abe Vigoda. He also says, growing up, Westerns were prominent on TV. Gunsmoke, Bonanza, Have Gun Will Travel, Rawhide, and so many more. And Hector Soto, shush, he said, I need to learn the board. I said I'd put a bird in his freezer and no bacon for him. But, of course, he came back and said he'd like a bacon-wrapped bird. Be careful what you wish for, Hector. I could actually make that happen.
We got half of that already.
I could. And then our good friend of the show, one of our best friends of the show, Brandon, not Brendan, asked for a word that described the show, and he called it vapid, which opened up this whole bit of all these great new words we're talking about. David Tillwich, you guys have the theme song from Speed Racer? We do. What else do we got going? Hector says, we're not going to read that one. We're not going to stir the pot more than we are. Paging Mr. Hearman. I'm not sure what that is, David Tillwich. And, he also said Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Would you like to have been in Pee-wee's Big Adventure?
Yeah, that's something.
Yeah, and Pam, of course, said Shamar Moore. In Criminal Minds, you know what? I would commit crimes just to meet Shamar Moore. Hector was dancing. Insipid. Brandon, that was another good one. Again, you must have your thesaurus out. And let's see. We talked about you. We talked about that. Maggie, my friend Megan says, good morning. I'm just untying knots in the Grand Dragon's shoelace. Oh, you're great. Yeah. And she uses the word piffle often, which I like. She uses piffle. And Crystal said she thought Game of Thrones would be fun. So welcome in to all our first shifters. We appreciate you all taking the time. Why are you making that face? You look constipated. If you're not watching the YouTube, I'm sorry, but in the screen, I look at this face Elliot's making, and I can't tell if he's in pain or constipated. Oh, my God. Well, thank you all first shifters who check in, who are with us every day. Tell your friends. We're waiting for our new friend from Ohio to check in. He might be still sleeping in. And, it's Friday.
It's Friday, 7/18. On Friday morning, people are suggesting all these things, these AI songs We've already had Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Careless Whisper.
Apparently, this is. This is supposed to be Mike Tyson doing Axl Rose. I don't get it.
How do you not get it?
No, it's bad AI. He's not even really singing very well. It doesn't.
That's how Mike Tyson talks.
Yeah, not like that.
Well, not quite that bad.
Not like that. Wait, hold on. There is
Try a different song.
Another one. It's Logan Paul.
Who is this supposed to be?
That's supposed to be Mike Tyson and Logan Paul. Good. It doesn't sound right.
No, that one's not good at all.
Again, some of these are really good. The Arnold one works really well because, again, he has a very distinct, speaking voice, and he has sung. I mean, I think he went on Kimmel, and Jimmy Kimmel played some of those AI songs for him. So, oh, wait a minute.
Oh, you found something?
How about this one?
Oh, I like the intro.
This is Johnny Cash covering Hurt by 9 Inch Nails.
But he really did do this. This wasn't AI.
I hurt myself.
Yeah, he actually redid this one.
That's Tyson Cash?
To see if I still...
That doesn't sound like...
No, but Johnny Cash did do it.
No, Johnny Cash did do it, yes. But it's supposed to be Mike Tyson doing the Johnny Cash version.
Okay, well, that AI was dumb.
Didn't
This
work.
is why it's called artificial, not actual intelligence.
And well, I'm sure there's some out there. But the YouTube is not really offering me the best ones. So far, the big hit is Arnold Schwarzenegger singing. Because that one is again, funny. Arnold Schwarzenegger sings. Oh, I would like this one.
Okay. 1,000 Miles, sung by Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces past and I'm homebound.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. And Katrina said that she would pick WKRP in Cincinnati. And do we have the theme song for it? And yes, she'll be in next Thursday. I'm going to have to pick a special treat while Katrina comes in. Because now I'm really curious. You talk about flavors. And if everybody doesn't know, Katrina is legally blind. So, your other senses are heightened. So I'm curious how much stronger flavors will be to Katrina than to you, Elliot. And if Derek comes in, because Derek has a very sensitive, Derek gags really easy. He gets very sensitive. He brings spit rags in here. He has a whole setup just to try a little piece of something. So we'll have to see. Katrina, I'm looking forward to having you in, girl. It'll be a good time. But I'll find something interesting.
If you've ever wondered whatever became of me, I'm living on the air in Cincinnati, WKRP.
And who would have thought when we watched that show, we'd end up with our own radio show?
I've always wanted to work in radio after WKRP and news radio, too. Those were the two shows. It has evolved so much, though. Way back when Dr. Johnny Fever got kicked off the air for saying the word booger.
What?
Yeah.
Booger.
You want to get us kicked off the air? Is that what you're trying to do?
We need a cool theme song like that.
Well, if anybody out there wants to remake the WKRP theme with WRMN, we'll air it. Good morning, caller.
Morning.
Yes. Hi.
Hi, David.
Hi. So, diners, drive-ins, and dives.
Oh, now you've opened up a whole can of worms with the food shows.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I got to be careful driving. I drove past the 5th deer. Wow, they're really out.
It's a little early for rutting season, but that's going to be coming soon, so you're going to need to be super careful.
Oh, this poor deer.
Yeah, and my wife saw a squished frog. Something ran over him. Poor little guy.
It was a game
Hope
of
it's not
Frogger.
the-
It was a real life game of Frogger, and he didn't make it.
Yeah, I wish that. Well, she saw a frog or toad the other day. I got to pick it up. I hope it's not that same one, but whatever one it is, it's a sad event. Have a good weekend.
Thanks,
You too,
David.
Dave.
Have a really good weekend.
It's 7:24.
So-
Yes?
I think there would have been. So there was a great show that was on TV called The Booze Traveler.
Booze Traveler?
Elliot, we would have had so much fun on The Booze Traveler. I personally thought he was super cute and could use a quirky sidekick. But he would go all over the world, and they would teach them their customs and what they drink.
Mm-hmm.
And it was so cool. But yeah, we would have had a good time. The episode when he was in Hungary and laying on their front lawn, so drunk he couldn't, because they would just ply him with. Yeah.
Those days are behind me.
Yeah.
those days
And
are behind me.
Janet McLeod, yes, we still do the 100 years, and it should be coming up shortly.
The 100 years. Let me look at the. It might be playing because I know it played yesterday. Yeah, it will be playing at the bottom of the 7:00 hour.
So any minute now, stay tuned.
So again, that's something I know it should, and hopefully the right one plays as well. All right, let's take a quick look at the weather. WRMN morning show weather. We are currently at 61 degrees with a real feel of 67. Areas of fog this morning, otherwise sun followed by some clouds and humid. We're looking at a high of 80. Tonight will become cloudy, humid, a low of 66. As we look ahead to the weekend, if you're looking for a cool, nice weekend, yes, it's going to be quite comfortable. Tomorrow, high of 80, low of 53. Possible showers in the morning, then breezy. And then Sunday, high of 73, low of 51. Some sun, breezy, less humid. I had my windows open last night. This Sunday.
Oh, I'm having a fire outside the Mobile Marriott in the fire pit Sunday evening.
I opened my windows last night, and it was nice and cool in my bedroom when I woke up. When the dog woke me up in the middle of the night. So, in any case, you're going to have a nice, comfortable weekend. Yes, we know the sports report is a little bit behind, so I know that. The only sports played yesterday, the Cubs lost to the Milwaukee Brewers in the last game of the season series. They still won the season series and are in the hunt for a wild card, whereas the Milwaukee Brewers still hold on to the best record in baseball as well as the Central Division.
And who plays tonight?
And tonight, our very own the Chicago Bears are going to play their last game of the preseason. I believe that's
against the Kansas City Chiefs.
Kansas City Chiefs. Again,
I'm going to try to stay awake.
We're not expecting the starters to play very long. That was the last game. Caleb Williams and a lot of starters played most of the game. They'll be back to playing again reserves and all that in this game here, and then they'll be kicking off the season soon. At the beginning of September. Wait, hold on.
Do you remember?
I'm telling you, I know some folks are like, I know some folks are being a little bit, they're reserving their
opinions,
their enthusiasms, so to speak. But I kind of think we might be talking
playoffs. Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs?
I think they can get into playoffs as a wild card. I have a feeling. Hopefully last year's Bears season was an aberration. I mean, they had, as we're finding out more and more, the coaching, at least the offensive coaching staff was a joke. Anyone who watched the Hard Knocks series on HBO knew it was a joke. I mean, you had Caleb Williams sitting down with Matt Eberflus to talk about offense. And you could tell on camera, Williams was like, I know we're doing this for the camera because this guy knows nothing about offense, which he knew. He knew nothing about offense. So we'll see what happens with new coach Ben Johnson taking over and getting that ship righted. But yes, the Bears will be playing again. They will be playing the Kansas City Chiefs tonight, 7:20 p.m. kickoff time. Of course, if you tune into WRMN, they'll have the pregame and postgame as well. And then the season kicks off September 8th against the Minnesota Vikings. That's going to be...
That's a Monday night, and
that's a Monday
I am
nighter.
working at the Newman's Corner Pub, and I'm throwing a party. So be there or be square.
How about be there and be square?
How about it? And when we come back...
You can fit more people in a room when they're all
when
square.
they're all square, we can just stack them up.
Stack them like Rubik's Cubes.
When we come back, the no nickname John bad joke of the day, which is a funny one as far as I'm concerned.
Then you better not mess this one up.
So much more merriment, mirth, and mischief.
All right,
and a little mayhem.
A little mayhem.
We could borrow it. Derek said we could borrow it. So we could borrow a little bit of his mayhem.
But no misanthropy.
No. Ooh.
Or misandry.
Oh, were those teachers you had in school?
Well, maybe some Missy Elliott.
Oh.
I like her.
Can you work it and reverse it? Bring the thing down, flip it, and reverse it. It's yours.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
This is Alan Walters reporting the Elgin News from August 22nd, 1925. Today we look to the southern United States for our stories. The largest organized automobile tour ever to leave this area will start on a 5-day trip through the Mississippi Valley to the Gulf Coast. October 12th, the National Motorist Association announced today 200 cars carrying 800 persons are expected to be in the caravan. The destination is Gulfport, Mississippi, and it will be reached on October 17th. According to the proposed itinerary, overnight stops will be made at Mattoon, Illinois, Cairo, Illinois, Memphis, Tennessee, and Jackson, Mississippi. Object of the tour is to cement friendship between the North and South and introduce northern motorists to the pleasures of fall travel to the South. In other news, Florida is the land of golden opportunities, according to W.E. Hayward, Elgin real estate man, who just returned to this city from Miami. Mr. Hayward accompanied Horace and Thomas Kennel to Miami 3 weeks ago. The Kennel brothers are still in the Florida city, where they invested practically $100,000 in business lots. Mr. Hayward declared millions are being made right and left, and the rapid turnover of property is remarkable. Miami is only 2.5 days train ride from Chicago. The temperature never varies more than 20 degrees from winter to summer. The multitude of stories being circulated throughout the country about Florida's sensational property boom are not an exaggeration, said Hayward.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.org.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, patchy fog before 8 a.m., then mostly sunny with a high near 81. This afternoon, temperatures falling to around 79. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Tomorrow, a slight chance of rain showers between 7 a.m. and 1 p.m. Mostly sunny with a high near 82. Currently, it is 60 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Back to the show that keeps your mornings moving. It's the WRMN Morning Show. More talk, more laughs, and probably more trouble. Filled with weird news, listener shout-outs, and just enough structure to stay on the air. It's the WRMN Morning Show. Let's go.
All right, folks, we're back. This is the WRMN Morning Show with your hosts, Susie C.
Good morning.
And me, I'm the L Train, Elliot Serrano. We have been going through a lot of stuff this morning. We've had television shows that our listenership would love to star in at one point or another.
Yeah, past or present.
We've got our, so we're just going through all the vocabulary words, even off air. We're going through all these different vocabulary words. Add to that, I've got a vocabulary word that has to do with a story I just read. We'll talk. Do you know what shrekking means?
I do not.
We'll talk about that.
Is it something that I might have done?
Maybe.
Perhaps.
I don't know.
Oh.
Maybe. Has to do with dating.
Oh.
So we'll talk about that. But before we get into all that, we have the No Nickname John bad joke of the day. That's when we read a bad joke. I call it a dad joke. Provided to us by our good friend John Guiney. What we're going to do, we asked the WRMN listenership to rate the joke 1 to 10 on how bad it is. So that means the more it made you groan, the higher the rating. And then we're going to rate Susie C's delivery. So if it actually made you laugh, snort, giggle, whatever, then that gives it a higher rating. And you can chime in with your rating at 505-926-1410. That's 505-926-1410. Or on the YouTube chat if you're watching us on YouTube. Or call us. Phone lines will be open. 847-931-1410. All right, Susie, take it away.
I am ready. So, beautiful, you're smart, and damn it, you can deliver this joke. All righty. So, No Nickname John says, good morning, First Shifters. It's National Eat a Peach Day. I hate cutting up peaches. It's the pits. Really? I think you're just tainted against peaches because of the song.
Thank you. See, John, you should have, recognize.
All good.
Gotta recognize that when Elliot's getting on folks about their peaches, I don't know if I'd be sending a peach joke.
Elliot.
I'm just saying.
We're just saying. I thought it was good. And in 125 days, I've gotten 20, let's count them, 20 tens. A lot of them were from yesterday.
Well, this joke brought you down.
No Nickname John and Northside West and Wesley Jr. just whipped by. Somebody must be late for school.
Hold on real quick. I'm sure they're listening. Let me hit you with it while you're on your way, because I know we don't want to miss out on our morning dose of the rock.
Shut your mouth, you thong-wearing fatty.
That's one.
Shut your mouth, you thong-wearing fatty.
That's two. And remember, don't say this one to any of your classmates.
Shut your mouth, you thong-wearing fatty.
That's only The Rock gets away for saying that. So there we go.
Thank you, Hector.
All
I
right,
got
where
another
we?
10. Woo, woo.
You're all deluded. You know, Peaches. This guy's playing the guitar sideways. He's got it on his lap like one of those
Like a bass?
like
Sorry, you have such an angst for Peaches.
Angst? That's a good word.
Yeah, you have such an angst for
I,
Peaches.
I'm feeling a bit antagonistic.
You are.
About Peaches.
You
right
are.
now.
You've got you are. Oh, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a
Maybe
good word for your-
maybe even a bit ambivalent.
Oh,
ambivalent?
yeah, that's a
Yeah.
great word.
You know that.
Wow.
Yeah, I can do that.
All about Peaches. And Mark Smith sent in a great picture. He said he was working, the NBA All-Star game a couple years ago in Cleveland, and Guy Fieri, who was filming in the area, stopped to thank us and brought us pizzas and hot coffee as it was very cold at the K9 checkpoints in February. Total class act, Guy Fieri. I've eaten at one of his restaurants, one in Vegas.
I watched. Okay,
Okay,
so
it was okay.
I'll go through all the shows that I watched because I was seeing somebody who was into it. An ex that was totally into that show, and then another one who's like into Guy Fieri, and then I'm watching like his the competition show that he does where you're in a grocery store.
It's like Grocery Store Wars or something.
Yeah, something
it's
like
called.
that. And then it's like, oh, well, you need to go here, you need to do this, you need to do that, and he
Find
gives
the monk fruit.
right, whatever. And then Guy Fieri, from time to time, Guy Fieri would go, you know what, I think I'm just going to join in on this particular, but he wouldn't follow any of the rules. He would get whatever he wanted. And if anything, everything Guy Fieri did, deep fried. He's like, oh, I'm going to take this thing, I'm going to bread it, I'm going to deep fry it. How long? I got to use your deep fryer. Everything Guy Fieri did on those things, he's deep fried. I'm like, oh my goodness. People who go to, if you're going to Flavor Town, the flavor is deep fried.
The mayor. Speaking of flavor, like I heard, so you know Larry Potash on WGN?
Yeah.
He's the very straight man. They made him read that he was having Flava Flav on the WGN News, and he's like, and tomorrow we're having Flavor. I about died laughing because you know how serious he is.
Yeah.
He couldn't say Flava Flav.
Flavor Flav. Everyone can say flavor. I can say flavor.
Well, he couldn't. He said flavor, and I found that quite amusing. Squirrel.
Well, I'm just curious. Is that on the YouTube?
I don't know if it is yet, but yeah. So Guy Fieri, love it. I would. Oh my gosh, I would be. Now that you've said food shows, what a plethora. See, I wouldn't want to be cooking. I'd want to be the judge. Like, what's the spring baking challenge? There's that. There's the British. There's a British one where a British baking that, oh my gosh, because it's Britain, there's very different ingredients and things. Yeah. So I would do all, oh my God, I would be so big.
I mean, yeah. I mean, wait, big as in what?
Enormous as in, yes. Not like big, like, oh, she's a star. No, she's like big. Like we need an extra chair, a double wide.
Like.
Because you know my love language is food.
Like Paula Deen before she, finally shrank.
Yeah.
But everything's in butter. Everything's fried in butter.
But butter is good for you.
Okay, here we go again.
Well, butter is better for you than like margarine and all the fake.
Yeah, but you know what's better for you than butter? Olive oil.
Yes.
That's got the good fats.
But you don't
that
want
you're
olive
fighting
oil
with.
like in your pound cake. Right? I'm just saying. In your butter cake, do you want to make it olive oil cake or avocado oil cake?
Maybe.
No. You want a butter cake, you got to put butter in the dang butter cake.
Maybe we shouldn't be having a butter cake, though.
Maybe sometimes you just want a damn butter cake. Elliot, come on now.
The doctor's like, okay, we need to work on our weight here, but I want my butter cake. Can I have my butter cake?
I'm the type of person, like, I went out to lunch with my girlfriends. We went to the Cooper's Hawk. It was delightful.
Yeah. Cooper's Hawk is nice, yes.
And we shared a dessert. It's a but I can't think of what it's called. It's like a banana caramel. It's a tart, and it had like this banana caramel pudding in the middle of a graham cracker with fresh whipped cream. But the three of us split it because I was happy having like 4 little bites.
There we go.
So if I want a dang butter cake, I only want I don't want the whole cake, but like 4 bites. Let's share a butter cake.
You're going to eat that entire...
I am not going to eat that entire thing.
She said, you can't see it on camera, folks, but she's got this sweet roll in front of her. This thing is pretty big.
Todd dropped it off.
I
saved it for today. But no, I will probably eat like half of this, which is probably about 4 or 5 bites, and I'll be good, and I'll eat the rest tomorrow.
All right.
Moderation.
Do you believe in moderation, caller?
Hi, Elliot. Morning, Susie.
Hi, Susie. So how many bites of I'm sorry, Psychic Susie. How many bites of a butter cake would you want if we put it in front of you?
A few bites, or maybe more.
See, well, okay, I get it. How are you doing today?
Doing good. The question of the day, I like to be on Friends. I love Friends.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh,
Friends.
yeah. I didn't even think about that one. That would be a great one.
Like, would you work at the Central Perk? Would you want to be like working at the coffee shop there, or would you be
probably.
Or one of the supporting casts, maybe, for Phoebe Buffet, be Phoebe Buffet's best friend?
Phoebe Buffet.
I like Rachel, more like Rachel.
Rachel.
All right.
Yeah, Rachel, though, was vapid.
Becky's sleeping.
She was vapid.
Was she vapid?
Rachel was vapid.
Uninteresting.
I never understood why Ross had such a thing for Rachel. But beyond being
she was beautiful.
Because she was gorgeous, yes. And Jennifer Aniston, to this day, is still gorgeous. But the character of Rachel, I just could not get into her. I was more of a Monica. Talk about Ginger and Marianne.
You have a type.
Rachel and Monica. Oh, actually, though, Phoebe would probably be.
Yeah, you have a type.
Kind of. Oh, you said Becky's asleep?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm guessing. If you could guess what show Becky would want to be on, what do you think she'd want to be on?
I don't know. She likes Friends also.
All right, so
you guys can be friends on Friends.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
You can be friends on Friends.
Like that time that when Billy Crystal and Robin Williams just appeared, and they sat on the couch with the whole Friends. I can see Becky and Susie just going in, showing up at Central Perk, telling, "Can you scoot over so we can sit here with you?"
Chandler Bang.
I remember that.
Yeah.
In every episode.
Chandler.
What did Chandler do for a living? They could never say, what does Chandler do for a living? They never explained what he did for a living.
Nice.
He worked in an office and he did something that they said it one time.
Yeah, it was right. And then what was
we'll have to Google it.
What was the name on the the TV guide? Remember when they would get the TV guide mailed to him?
Chandler Bong.
Chandler Bong.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Well, Sidekick, give us your peace out, and thank you for always calling, girl.
Love you, downtown Jose.
We love you, downtown
You're
Jose.
welcome. Like to call.
All right. Have a good one.
All
have
right,
a good weekend.
Have a good one.
You have a good weekend, you too.
Yeah. Wait, no, but Friends was not a spinoff. Friends started its own
No,
thing.
Friends was on its own.
It's on its own. Anyway.
Well, I've got...
That show was huge, though. People don't remember how huge that show got for the longest time.
Oh, it was enormous. Just the clothes, the hairstyles. It influenced
the Rachel,
everything for a while. Influenced everything.
You know what else influences stuff?
What?
Vicelli Law.
What?
Why Vicelli Law are a huge influence in Northern Illinois because they practice municipal, real estate, and corporate law.
Next time we do it, can we do it with the cool music?
Well, do you want me to do the whole team?
Yeah,
I'll do
once
that.
in a while, because I just really love that.
I'll do that in the 8 o'clock hour.
All right, because I really like that.
But Vicelli Law, you can visit their website at jmvchicagolaw.com. Again, that's jmvchicagolaw.com. Or call them at 630-931-8225. Again, that's 630-931-8225. To reach good folks of Vicelli Law, advising governments and defending communities.
Maybe we could do it to the Bulls theme.
As well. Yeah, but that's...
Well, but they're not superheroes. Well, they are superheroes.
They are superheroes.
They're not basketball players.
But there are more team members on Vicelli Law than there are in the Bulls. So they wouldn't give me. I wouldn't have enough time.
At 6'7".
He's not that tall, though.
No, Michael Jordan came in.
There we
Remember,
go.
I'm tired, squirrel.
Yeah.
But
All right.
I do have some pretty cool.
Can I finish the
I thought
bit?
you were done. Oh my God, we're breaking up.
Miss Ellie Law, proud sponsors of the WRMN Morning Show. If you just let me finish the contractually obligatory spot.
Contractually.
He's paying us for
obligatory
us to do this.
spot. I thought you were done. I'm sorry. Jimmy Vaselli, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Oh, I got another 10. I got another 10 from David.
For what?
Daily Dose of
what is
David.
this 10 about? What
for
are you
the delivery of the joke.
All right, you got to explain for folks who are just tuning in.
I was getting there. If you would
All
just
right.
let me finish my contractually
Really?
obligatory. He said, no nickname John said he had that joke ready last night. So it was.
Yeah. Thanks, John. Really appreciate it.
And then
So good.
And South Elgin Santa, a 9 for the joke, and I nailed it again. 10s. Thank you, Santa. Thank you, David. I'm up to 23 10s. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. And I've got some more great answers to the cue of the day, which was, if you could star in any TV show, past or present, what would it be? My friend Janet, she says she was always Jackie in the 70s show, and her late husband was always Hyde. Our very own Derek Geyer jumped on the Facebook, and he said Yellowstone, Justified, or the new Battlestar Galactica.
That's a good one. Now, Yellowstone, though, which reminds me of I would watch Yellowstone, and I remember that very first season. I thought, this is really interesting stuff. And then as the show progressed, it turned into Dallas. It was like, oh, look, this is Dallas, but with ranchers. So
I never watched it.
Yeah.
Oh, and my friend Sally says laughing. She goes on the Facebook and says on our Facebook page, laughing. What else do we got? Bill McGee says MASH. We had another MASH. Suzanne says the Carol Burnett show. That would have been great with all the comedic geniuses and things they did on that show.
Try not to break. That would be the thing.
Oh, my gosh.
Try not to break.
Yep. Trusty fireman Eddie Saunders said Chicago Fire, which does not surprise me. Okay, and Jeff said Hunting Wives. And if you haven't watched Hunting Wives yet, I'm going to give you, there's definitely a very high-rated R. Because me and my girlfriends don't sit around and drink wine and do the things they did to each other on Hunting Wives, but it is a good show. And season 2 is getting ready to come out. So if you want something interesting and a little naughty,
Never heard
a little
of
racy.
it. Never heard of it.
Yeah, well, you might like it.
Yeah,
Hunting Wives.
Not as ubiquitous as some might think.
No? Okay. But it's interesting. Oh, Karen gave me a 10. Yes, Karen. I love you. An 8 for the joke, a 10 for the delivery. I'm learning, young Elliot. I'm learning. Or do you think they're pity 10s?
I mean, if people want to, I want to give you that. I'm going to give you that. I am not going to dismiss the WRMN listenership. If they liked it that much, I am okay being in the minority. I know that there are things that aren't necessarily my cup of tea. But today's joke of the day had me. That was like the peek into the bleak for me.
No.
But that's okay.
And Nando has a great show, which I could picture you being on as well. The A-Team.
Oh.
I could see you having a role, being a character on the A-Team.
I would probably be Mad Dog Murdoch. That would probably be me. Yeah. There's no way I'm.
In 1972, a crack commando unit was sent to prison.
There's no way I'm
These men promptly
the George
escaped
Papard
from a maximum
character.
security stockade to the Los Angeles underground.
No way I'm Mr.
Today,
T,
still
and no way
mortified
I'm
government,
Face
they
either.
survive as soldiers of fortune.
But
If you have a
Mad
problem,
Dog Murdoch.
if no one else can help, and if you can find them, maybe you can hire the A-Team.
This show was so popular.
It was.
And drew so much criticism. If anything, they talked about the number of the rounds of ammo that were fired in every episode,
Mhm.
and no one, people never got shot.
No,
Yep.
they were not good shots.
No. And then the number of Jeeps that got flipped over. I mean, you get flipped over in a Jeep, you're done. You're not gonna
Yeah, you're not going
walk
to get
away
out
from
very
that.
easily.
And yet, no one ever got hurt. in
And
that.
our very own Dino came in with, and this is a good one, Crime Story with Dennis Farina.
Oh, I remember that one. That was Michael Mann's show after Miami Vice. It was a
think
big
so.
set. Yeah. It
Ooh, Miami Vice would be another one. I could picture you in a linen suit.
I had a linens. It was terry cloth. I had a terry cloth jacket. It was like it was a thing that
It was like a robe, but it wasn't a robe.
Yeah, but it was modeled after the Sonny Crockett
Yeah.
blazer from Miami Vice, where he made the whole thing with he wore socks. Loafers with no socks.
Yeah.
You know that
Isn't
one.
that what you're doing today?
Kind of, yeah. They're not loafers though, but they're
You have your chunkless on?
chunkless. This show spawned 2 albums.
Oh, that's right.
And I remember, I think Bruce Willis made his television debut on this show as a drug lord, and my dad hated his character so much in Miami Vice that Bruce Willis couldn't do anything else. He didn't like anything else after that. Moonlighting, Die Hard, it didn't matter. He hated Bruce Willis so much from his appearance on Miami Vice. He couldn't root on in there after that. Oh, okay. Well, if we're going to be doing that, it did occur to me, if I could do one, if I could be in any show, and the one show that I really enjoyed as a kid. Hold on, let me pull this one out here, because I think, and name me any kid who didn't want to have this ride.
Oh, Knight Rider. Yes.
And now they're creating self-driving cars with AI.
A shadowy flight into the dangerous world of a man
Kit.
who does not exist.
Because I would love a kit car, a car that can drive me everywhere, keeps me company, talks to me, bulletproof.
I bet that guy's going up to Jimmy Vasselli's office.
Is he?
He looks like an attorney.
He looks like someone. Maybe he works for Jimmy.
Maybe he
Vasselli.
does.
Maybe he does. Oh, he's got mail and everything.
Yeah, and coffee.
Maybe.
Looks like he's going in for a big case.
He's going to the Stop and Dip, the crepe and is the Stop and Dip open? No.
I don't think so. I see light, but I think that's the hallway to go up to the offices.
Okay, again, folks, apologies for folks who are tuning in and wondering why all of a sudden are they playing the Knight Rider theme, and out of nowhere, Susie C goes, ooh, where's that guy going? It's because here at the studios at downtown Elgin at Studio 14, we're right across the street from the shawarma stop and the Stop and Dip on Douglas Avenue. And we will, from time to time, see people going in there. Like the shawarma stop isn't open. It's never open this early in the morning. The crepe and the
But
Stop
you
and
and
Dip,
I would eat shawarma this early.
we could, I guess.
would if they were open.
But they're not going to be open. And then because Jimmy Vasselli's offices are above the shawarma stop, I believe, we keep waiting to see someone from Vasselli's office go in there, go up to whatever floor the office is on, and maybe turn on a light so we could see which actual window leads into Jimmy Vasselli's office.
I know, we're waiting.
Maybe we need to do a remote from there one day.
We could.
Hey, Jimmy, can we do a remote from your office one day? We'll just go over across the street. And
he could sit at his desk. I wonder if he has one of
desk.
those big desks, those mahogany desks with the big leather chairs.
He's ensconced in rich mahogany. He's like Ron Burgundy.
Oh,
Yeah.
I like it.
He has many leather-bound books.
Ensconced. Listen, I am so thankful for that comment earlier, because we are coming up with some of the best words ever. And seriously, I want you all to try to use them
There will be a test on Monday.
This weekend.
And yes, apologies for the pretty much stream of consciousness radio we've got going today.
It's Friday.
Where we start.
This is what happens.
We start doing sponsor bits and get cut off in the middle, and then we start just talking about one thing, and then next thing you know, we go, oh wait, who's there across the street? You know, it's like daycare.
It's like we're in your heads. It's like we're in your heads.
I don't even want to be in my own head. All right, folks, that's it for the 7 o'clock hour. We're up against the clock. It's going to be the 8 o'clock hour, the last hour of the WRMN morning show here on WRMN 1410 AM, the official home of the Chicago Bears in the Fox River Valley. Hey, you're going to be able to hear them on here tonight.
Hey, and stay tuned. We're going to tell you all about First Responders Fest.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At U.S. Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With U.S. Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
U.S. Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With U.S. Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose U.S. Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. U.S. Med. Better service. Better care. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. That's 800-785-1673.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 8 o'clock.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley. This update brought to you by Wendy's. A Kane County jury has convicted an Elgin man after prosecutors say he and two others kidnapped and brutally assaulted a woman they knew in 2023. State's Attorney Jamie Mossert told Fox 32 that 34-year-old Darnell Rhodes was found guilty of aggravated kidnapping inflicting great bodily harm. Prosecutors say Rhodes, along with Lloyd Hayes Jr. and Roger Heaps, kidnapped the woman between March 13th and 14th, 2023. The trio threatened her with a knife and drove her to one of their homes where they bound her with electrical cords. Prosecutors say the woman was beaten and stabbed multiple times, suffering a fractured rib, fractured finger, stab wounds to her leg, and blunt force injuries to her head and face that left both eyes swollen shut. Yorkville police are searching for a missing 14-year-old boy who's reported as a runaway. Walter Woodcock was last seen leaving his home in the 2000 block of Overlook Court around 8:45 a.m. Wednesday. Walter is described as 5'4" and 100 pounds with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was wearing camouflage clothing with black boots and a camouflage hat. A co-conspirator in a Yorkville man's murder-for-hire plot in April pleaded guilty. Lindsay Facer of Oswego was convicted of misdemeanor criminal trespass to a residence and attempted solicitation of a murder-for-hire. Yorkville police say Facer's charges stem from her active involvement in the ongoing investigation that began in April after detectives learned that now 53-year-old Mark Hellenthal arranged with someone to have his former wife killed. Facer reportedly was not hired but had an existing relationship with Hellenthal and, quote, chose to take an active role in the plot as a result. Facer was convicted on July 29th and turned herself into the Kendall County Jail on Tuesday. A GoFundMe campaign was launched in April for Hellenthal's ex-wife and her children. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals. And it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
This is Alan Walters reporting the Elgin news from August 21st, 1925. Child starts fire in closet. A small child with a box of matches resulted in a blaze in the living quarters of Cecil Morrell and family, located on the second floor of the building at 165 DuPage Street. The child had entered a dark closet with a box of matches to search for something. In a moment, the wearing apparel in the closet was a mass of flames. The blaze was quickly extinguished and no further damage resulted. Fire Chief Elmer Henryson and Health Officer George H. Reber investigated the premises and found that two families, one of 5 children and the other of 3 children, were occupying the entire second floor. In order to relieve conditions, the health officer announced that he would seek another living quarters for the 2 families. In other news, Eugene Dennison, Elgin auto dealer, forgot last evening. His forgetfulness resulted in an almost wrecking of an auto.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, patchy fog before 8 a.m., then mostly sunny with a high near 81. This afternoon, temperatures falling to around 79. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Tomorrow, a slight chance of rain showers between 7 a.m. and 1 p.m., mostly sunny with a high near 82. Currently, it is 60 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Hey, America's First Responders Fest is Saturday, September 20th.
In downtown Hampshire from 1 to 6:30 p.m.
First Responder Stage tributes.
Gilbert's Eagles Club 1047 Classic Car Show.
Live bands Deacon Frost.
Rick Lindy and the Wild Ones.
Canyon Arrow Light with Tim and Joe.
And a live broadcast from yours truly, WRMN, and on YouTube Live.
Food and beverage trucks.
Kids activities.
Market style vendor booths.
And for more information, visit our website, WRMN1410.com.
Or call 847-741-7700.
We hope to see you there.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I lack a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Broadcasting across the Fox River Valley on WRMN 1410 AM. This is your reminder. Morning radio is supposed to be fun. Things are about to get loud, weird, and totally WRMN. Clear your morning. This show's got plans for you. It's the WRMN Morning Show, where every day starts with a laugh. Unpredictable, unforgettable, and unapologetically local. Strap in, Fox River Valley. The show starts now.
Good morning and welcome back to the 8 o'clock hour of the WRMN Morning Show. You're here with me, your host, Susie C., and my illustrious co-host, Elliot the L Train Serrano. Good morning, Al. Are you hanging in there with me?
Hanging in there. And thank you, everyone across the Fox River Valley, for hanging in with us on this Friday morning, 22nd of August. It's 8:07. Let's do a quick check of the weather. WRMN Morning Show weather report. We're currently at 64 degrees with a real feel of 70. Going to hit a high today of 80. Tomorrow, again, everyone wants to know about their weekend. If you're going to be out and about tomorrow, it's going to be a high of 80 with a low of 53. Possible shower in the morning, then breezy. So if you're going to be out for the Bricks of Hope ride, I think you're going to have a good day for that. Sunday, high of 73, low of 51. It's going to be some sun, breezy, and less humid. So enjoy your weekend ahead and give that air conditioning a break overnight. And yesterday, the Chicago Cubs lost to the Milwaukee Brewers in the final game of their season series. The Cubs do win the season series overall, but gain very little ground in regards to the Central Division. Milwaukee Brewers still leave Chicago with the best record in baseball. And that is our WRMN morning weather and sports report.
The gnashing of the teeth has started again?
It started. I was listening. I was listening yesterday and today. And it's like, I'm like, guys, folks, if it gets you that upset, if it really gets you that upset, is it really worth it? Is it really entertaining to you? I guess I was talking to Derek Geyer yesterday. He had him in on board. And he goes, I mentioned the Milwaukee Brewers and the St. Louis Cardinals and others because our good friend Mr. Gobert of Gobert's Farm.
Yep, which I'm going to get a hold of them and have them come on.
He played, but I think he played for the Reds. Was it the Reds or the Cardinals? I forget. It was one of those teams. I know it wasn't a Chicago team.
No, and it upset Derek that you said that.
He goes, they suck. I go, but you don't know him. He goes, oh, well, they suck. They're another team. I go, and I always say it's the old joke that Jerry Seinfeld made. I might as well make a Seinfeld reference because our show has been compared to Seinfeld. If you took every player, we say we don't like the Cardinals. We hate the Cardinals. If we took every player on that team and we had them switch uniforms with every Cub player on the team, we would suddenly love those Cardinals players. Why? Because they were wearing a Cubs jersey, which essentially means we're rooting for laundry. That's what we're rooting for. We don't care about the guy.
Philosophical.
Yeah. We don't care about the guy in the uniform. We just care about the uniform itself. When you go to a game, you're rooting for laundry.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that.
There you go.
Deep thoughts with Elliot the
Now that.
Serrano.
Yeah. So again,
deep thoughts.
And if don't get me wrong, it's sports are fun, and we love sports. We're gonna have the Bears
Laundry
here.
Laundry is not fun.
But no, I'm amused, and this is not a criticism of the sport. It's a criticism of fans and the way fans can be. They get this whole. But there was Les Grobstein was a very famous overnight talk show guy, sports talk guy in Chicago. He passed away a couple of years back, but he always said. You never congratulate the other team. If another guy hits a home run off, because he got so angry when Mark McGwire hit that record-breaking home run against the Cubs, and he's rounding the bases, and Mark Grace slapped Mark McGwire on the butt, as he ran by, and that infuriated Les Grobstein. He says, when you're on the field, you hate the other team. You got to hate them. Hate them? Why hate another team? Why? They're people too. We're playing a game. Why does everything have to be so about it? So to my point, it's entertainment. If it starts bringing you down, then it's no longer entertainment. Take a break.
That could be said about
a lot of things. Like if this show's bringing you down, take a break. Go on. Hey, change the channel. Turn the radio. How about this? Turn the radio off. Go outside. Touch some grass.
Touch some grass. Do it.
Get a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
Look at the birds in the sky. It's a beautiful day outside.
The birds.
If there's something, get off of social media. Get off your phone. Stop watching so much television. Go out, experience the world. I was telling this to Susie C. Off air ago. I only have so many years left on this planet.
It could be many.
But only so many. I'll be honest. I am in the, what does he call it? The twilight of life, right? You're getting there, right? And I'm not going to spend my whole life being upset about trivial things like the television shows or the sports teams or whatever. I'm going to go out there and enjoy life and look for the good in everything and enjoy as much as I can. And I add to that, I'm going to try to do my best to make life better for other people. Why am I going to try so hard to take things away from other folks or deprive them of happiness? That's what I want to do. I want to help make people happy. That's what life is about, helping others and making others happy. And if I can't do that, then you know what? I'm going to go out and touch some grass. So in any case.
Can't you just do both? Can you be touching grass while making people happy?
Well, the grass, it depends on how hard you touch the grass, because the
Yeah,
grass
that's
is like, oh, don't be so
hard. Don't be rough.
Please stop that.
You cut me yesterday. You cut me.
I did. I will say it is so nice. Right after I touch the grass, right after I cut the grass, I have all the house sparrows. All the little brown sparrows are the most common ones in my area. They were waiting for me to finish.
Because you whipped up the bugs.
All the bugs, everything. But they were all on the phone line, on the power line. They were all waiting. They saw me, and I was getting near the end, and I could see them. And a whole bunch of them were sitting on top of the shed in my backyard. They were waiting because they knew the moment I put that lawnmower away, and mind you, the bird feeders were also full.
Oh, so it was a plethora of excitement.
It was a smorgasbord.
Yeah.
Yes, and I'm telling you, the moment I put my lawnmower away, bang! I sat down, had a little drinky, watched the birdies.
Nice.
I like making the birdies happy. Caller, how do you like making people happy?
I don't like making people happy. I'm in a grouchy mood today.
Ah, look
Why
at that.
are you grouchy?
I think I woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Can't find the stupid snake.
He'll come back. They always
What?
do. He'll come out.
I think he turned the faucet on the other night. Kitchen sink faucet was on and running there. I woke up in the morning and said, I didn't turn it on. Jacob, and I go, oh, probably the snake got a drink of water and didn't shut it off.
Wow, he's a smart snake.
Yeah, he is sociable. He likes to come out when people are, comes out of his hiding in cage and looks around and wants to come out and play. He's a sociable snake, but, I think he might have gone across the kitchen counter and might have hit the faucet upwards.
Oh. Yep,
Yeah,
he's smart.
but it's a mowing kitchen sink faucet. It's
so is it like you tap it?
No, I didn't get one of those. Those are just a pain in the butt. But no, it's mowing. Buy it for looks, own it for life. That's their motto.
There you go. For folks on the listening on the radio who are not familiar, this is the voice of David Tees, friend of the show, regular appearances on the apolitical talk shows, Free Speech Fridays. Are you going to be on the show tonight?
Yes, I am.
Sounds good. That'll be fun. I'll be tuning in. And yes, David Tees has a bit of a menagerie at home. And earlier this week, his 4-foot corn snake got loose in the house. So he's trying to find if a corn snake. If you've seen a corn snake, it looks like this. It's actually an adorable snake.
Yeah.
I saw the picture of it.
The picture is super cute.
Yeah. So you're in a bad mood. You woke up on this wrong side of the bed. What's on your agenda for today besides being on a political talk show tonight?
We got a meeting today at 9:30. Everybody get their emails.
Yes, we're gonna. Yeah, we'll have that on-air production meeting. Yes,
you will have to fill me in because I have to go to my other job.
But we will have. Go on.
Oh no! That's why I tried calling you yesterday, Susie, but you didn't answer the phone. And plus, I had something else that was going to change your life, but you never called me back. And you never answered your phone, so guess what? Your life is going to stay the same now.
Okay. Well, you know how many times I've called you and you haven't answered? Like, I called to tell you $150. You got nothing. You know what? I got busy.
But the meeting today will be about America's First Responders Fest. The team will be talking about it, by the way, for folks who are now just hearing about it. That's going to be on Saturday, September 20th in downtown Hampshire from 1 to 6 p.m., rain or shine. We did have the spot that ran earlier today, but again, stage presentations. We'll be recognizing first responders. We're going to have live entertainment, Rick Lindy and the Wild Ones, Canyon Arrow Light featuring Tim and Joe. I do believe at some point our own Susie C is going to be up on stage with the band. The Gilbert's Eagles Club will be holding a classic car show. We're going to have vendor booths, food trucks, kids' activities, and the WRMN crew will be broadcasting from the event, both on the stick and on YouTube. So for more information, go to WRMN1410.com. On the very top, you'll see a line that says AFR Fest. Click on there for more info, or you can call 847-741-7700. Get in touch with our, that's our business line. Get in touch with Dino, and he can talk to you about being a vendor, sponsors. I know, David, you've been out in the community talking to folks. I know our own Susie C. has been talking to folks in the community about participating in this event, which is coming up real soon.
Yeah,
mark
right
your
around
calendars.
the corner. And, I want to say this. When me and Susie went downtown Hampshire, I haven't been downtown Hampshire in probably about, I have to say, 15 years. And it has changed a lot. They got that downtown redone with the streets and the curbs and the sidewalks, and they have some really cool restaurants down there, too. What is that, Angel's Breakfast?
Angel's Breakfast. We have Neon Cow Subs that's all done like 80s themed. We have the Double R Dogs, which has some of the best brisket burgers and dogs and Italian beef you'll ever have. Copper Barrel on State. They smoke their own meats. Their food's incredible. Trying to think who else. I think that's everybody there food-wise.
Well, there are going to be a lot of businesses there. I mean, the food trucks. And, and I know Mayor Mike of Hampshire was in studio with us. Was it this week or last week?
It was Tuesday.
Was it Tuesday?
I know it feels like forever ago.
And for an incredibly spirited discussion about things that are going to be happening. And, America's First Responders Fest, Saturday, September 20th from 1 to 6 in downtown Hampshire. Because WRMN is the voice of the Valley. We support all the villages throughout the Fox River Valley. And while we are located in Elgin, we do want to reach out beyond these city limits. So, we appreciate all the help that you've been giving, David.
Yeah. We need to secure a dunk tank, and we have to get the logistics for Fly a Pie at Guy.
Is he the only one going to get a pie? I mean,
he said he would do it. He said he would do it.
Did he say he'd do it?
He did. He said he would do it.
He did it. He wasn't crazy about the dunk tank.
He was over the dunk tank, and he'd rather have a pie in the face. So we're going to fly a pie at Guy.
I'd rather do the dunk tank.
And multiple other village presidents called in and said that they would be willing to fly a pie at Guy.
Oh, no, yeah. I mean, but I would rather get in the water than have pie. I mean, you know how much pie you get that conceivably have thrown at you?
Knowing the amount of village presidents that want to fly a pie at Guy, yes.
Or they can do, instead of getting real pies or whole pies, what you do is you do like they did on the old Bozo show. Yeah,
well,
you get
they used
shaving cream, which stung your eyes.
Yeah,
yeah.
You could just do lots of whipped
cream. Whipped cream in a pan. But yeah, that'll be fun.
Got news for you. Whipped cream burns your eyes too.
Yeah, that way can too. Yep, that's true.
Yeah, that does a little bit. So you wear guy wears some goggles, just for the eyes.
The swim goggles. Wear those. Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Get the swim goggles.
Yeah, get some swim goggles.
And then for Mike, we'll get the little water wings.
Is because he's getting in the dunk tank.
He's going in the dunk tank. You know what? That's one thing. Mike Reed and Guy Zambetti, they're down for a good time. No matter what that looks like, they are down for a good time.
Guy Zambetti's like mayor, what again?
He's not Oz, not the wonderful land of Oz.
Land of Oz?
He is the village president of Gilbert's. Yes.
The village president of Gilbert's.
Also, their other friend is Mayor John Skillman, the village president of Carpentersville. Those three together are like the Three Stooges. They actually like to poke at each other and have fun with it, in a fun way, and little competition between them all the time. So that's three good guys right there. You put them together, and there's three good guys running their communities and helping the people out around there.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think they're doing great. And then Mayor Mike, the only thing Mayor Mike needs to get in Hampshire, since it's out in past the corn curtain, he needs to get a Hooters/Waffle House combination right there out there in Hampshire. That would be.
Ooh, chicken and waffles.
Oh, now you're really talking. I love me some chicken and waffles.
So yeah, they're outstanding people and doing a great job. So we get to meet with you. But Elliot, I have to say one thing. Pie has been mentioned about 5, 6, 7 times, and you haven't lost your mind yet.
He's over it. He's over it.
Kind of. Yeah. It's peaches now. I've run on the.
Yeah, he's on the peaches train.
I moved on to peaches. Yeah. If you talk about peach pie, that will re-trigger me.
No. Shh. Don't put those two words together. We're going to take a break, like, immediately and regroup. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We can't have him go off the rails over peach pie.
No,
don't say it.
What are you doing to me?
Don't say
Yeah.
Guys, Elliot, I'll see you a little bit later. Everybody have a good Friday. I'll try to get a little better and I'll look for the snake some more, I guess, when I get done with the meeting. And
just follow the snake's social media. He probably took a selfie somewhere, and it'll give you an idea where they're hiding. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's like, hey, if anybody ever wants, Taser has his own Facebook and Instagram account. I don't know if he posted anything out of there.
What's his account? The name of his account?
The Facebook is Taser TDS. So I don't know what the TDS means. He's got it in there, but yeah, Taser's got his own Facebook page.
So that's TAZER.
Yeah.
I'm looking him up right now.
TAZER TDS. That's the adorable German Shepherd that the David T's family has.
Yeah. Yeah, the Corky dog. But
he's a sweet dog.
All right, I got to get this kid to school. And, this is weird. He's 8th grade this year, okay? Growing up fast. He's pulling off straight A's right now, and I don't know. That's not in my family, man.
It's been 2 weeks. It's been a week.
He's using ChatGPT.
No, Susie,
I can't find Taser TDS on Facebook. Is it T? Oh, I know why. I bet it's TASER.
It could be. I don't know.
Brandon, if you're listening, go ahead and correct me.
Well, it's actually 2 weeks, Susie, for school.
Oh,
and
okay.
I
was just being silly.
Yeah, well, let's put it this way. We're going to take that right now and run with it, that he's a straight A student. That could change.
Good. No, and you encourage excellence.
Nope, still can't find. Nope, can't find it.
All right, we will.
Better check his Facebook account. Maybe he violated community standards.
Yeah, he's been banned. He's been shadow banned from it.
We got to fix these shades, too.
I will take care of that at the break. All right, have a good one.
Bye, David T. Call me later and fill me in on the meeting.
Okay, I'll send it over to you here in a second.
Okay,
Bye.
thanks. Bye.
All right, and that is David T's. Again, what I'm going to do is we need to have like introductory music for all our regular callers. So when people call, when people tune in for the first time and they hear a voice, we know who everybody is, but not necessarily everyone who's listening to the show knows who everyone is.
Well, I think your walk-up song should be Peaches.
Oh, man, I'm going to...
Go into the
It's
country.
gonna be. I'm gonna be on the cover of the Daily Herald. It was the murder-suicide that took place in WRMN studios. Speaking of the Daily Herald, real quick, the city of Elgin has launched a new online platform for community engagement. They sent out this press release yesterday, and I know our own Matt McNeil read it on his Out to Lunch show. But this, according to the Daily Herald, Elgin has launched a new online platform to make it easier for residents to learn about city projects and initiatives, as well as share feedback. Engage Elgin serves as a central hub for information and participation. It provides multiple ways for residents to stay informed and get involved. This is according to Jeff Knox, Elgin's Director of Communications and Engagement. Quote, our goal with Engage Elgin is to create a trusted space where residents can learn, engage, and help drive the decisions that shape our city. It's about making sure every voice is heard. It will complement, not replace, our current engagement methods, serving as an additional resource for the community. Now, in addition to surveys, open forums, voting opportunities, videos, and interactive maps, the platform offers tools for residents to share feedback, exchange ideas, and become involved in decision-making. Now, open projects now seeking feedback on the site include the city's active mobility plan. We have talked about that on the show in the past. The climate action plan and plan for accessible streets and sidewalks. That is incredibly important. I know David Tees was talking about all the improvements that have been happening in downtown Hampshire. You can only have those sorts of improvements happen in your community if you're involved and you tell your city leaders the kinds of things that you feel your city needs. Now, residents can also find information about active projects, including the city's lead service line replacement program, the Elgin Sports Complex expansion, Dundee Avenue reconstruction, and the Route 20 and Ranking Road roundabout. The city says more projects will be added regularly. And that is via the Daily Herald and Rick West. Yes, the new online platform for community engagement. Make sure you check that out. If you go to, you know what? They didn't put a link in here for the event, for the bit. But my guess is if you go to Elgin, City of Elgin, elginil.gov, it will be found there. Yeah, there it is. If you go to elginil.gov, you will see a link to the Engage Elgin website. So it's engage.elginil.gov to be able to enjoy the content and the engagement opportunities on that site. So again, folks, I always say it. If you're like, but the city does this sort of thing, they don't listen to the people, and they don't, no. I know there are a lot of communities, my experience, they do listen. You have to make your voice heard. And don't make it just complaining about stuff. Offer suggestions. Be productive. Bring up things that you think can happen. Because, again, I've spoken to so many of the folks here in Elgin, so many of the leaders. They want to improve the community. But if all you're going to do is complain, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. Well, when the time comes to make those suggestions, hey, do it. Don't complain after the fact. All right. And that is our local news for the morning show. When we come back, it's going to be the last half hour till the end and handing it over to Fridays with the Finest. It is the WRMN Morning Show with Susie C. and me, the L Train. And the phone lines are open. Text us. We'll be here. Don't go away.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley. This update brought to you by Wendy's. A Kane County jury has convicted an Elgin man after prosecutors say he and two others kidnapped and brutally assaulted a woman they knew in 2023. State's Attorney Jamie Mossert told Fox 32 that 34-year-old Darnell Rhodes was found guilty of aggravated kidnapping inflicting great bodily harm. Prosecutors say Rhodes, along with Lloyd Hayes Jr. and Roger Heaps, kidnapped the woman between March 13th and 14th, 2023. The trio threatened her with a knife and drove her to one of their homes where they bound her with electrical cords. Prosecutors say the woman was beaten and stabbed multiple times, suffering a fractured rib, fractured finger, stab wounds to her leg, and blunt force injuries to her head and face that left both eyes swollen shut. Yorkville police are searching for a missing 14-year-old boy who's reported as a runaway. Walter Woodcock was last seen leaving his home in the 2000 block of Overlook Court around 8:45 a.m. Wednesday. Walter is described as 5'4" and 100 pounds with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was wearing camouflage clothing with black boots and a camouflage hat. A co-conspirator in a Yorkville man's murder-for-hire plot in April pleaded guilty. Lindsay Facer of Oswego was convicted of misdemeanor criminal trespass to a residence and attempted solicitation of a murder-for-hire. Yorkville police say Facer's charges stem from her active involvement in the ongoing investigation that began in April after detectives learned that now 53-year-old Mark Hellenthal arranged with someone to have his former wife killed. Facer reportedly was not hired but had an existing relationship with Hellenthal and, quote, chose to take an active role in the plot as a result. Facer was convicted on July 29th and turned herself into the Kendall County Jail on Tuesday. A GoFundMe campaign was launched in April for Hellenthal's ex-wife and her children. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals. And it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, patchy fog before 8 a.m., then mostly sunny with a high near 81. This afternoon, temperatures falling to around 79. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 82. Currently, it is 64 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to handle the busy holiday season, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Whether you're still waking up or still awake from last night, we got you. Mornings just got a whole lot more interesting. This is how you do radio. Live from the Talk of the Town, it's the WRMN Morning Show.
And we're back. This is the WRMN Morning Show with your host, Susie C.
Good morning.
And me, I'm the L Train, Elliot Serrano. We had our good friend Hector show up.
Yeah, and he brought us Malta Goya.
Malta Goya, for you folks who've never had it. This is something, if you're Hispanic, Puerto Rican, you grew up on this stuff. It's a drink. It's non-alcoholic. It is a malt beverage, but it tastes like a stout in a way, kind of like a stout, but it has no alcohol.
Is it sweet at all, or is it very stouty?
It's kind of stouty. Not as chocolatey as a stout.
Oh,
but it is kind of stouty.
I do like a good chocolatey stout. I'm not a big fan of stouts, but I have found a couple that were really heavy chocolatey.
Yeah.
Delightful.
Well, I'm curious as to what you're going to think about that one after you try it.
Okay.
Take it home. Try it. You got to get some. You have to get some of those crackers, the Cubano crackers with the cheese. That's where you always have the Malta with the crackers, and a little bit of cheese. That was always good. So, thank you everyone for joining us this morning on the WRMN Morning Show. We have been it's been a free-form Friday, so we started off with our question of the day, which had to do with what television show you would like to have starred in, whether it was one from the past or present. We've had lots of different suggestions there. We've also had we went on a little bit of a jaunt through the English dictionary with different words. Our vocabulary words have been tossing those around. And talking about the David Tease's corn snake, which is loose in his house. The ongoing saga.
It is a saga
of the corn snake in David Tease's
I
home.
think, you know what, we'll keep everybody on our Facebook page.
Corn Snake Watch.
Yeah,
Dun, 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 dun.
Corn Snake Watch 2025.
2025.
So corn snake, I'll post the picture from yesterday because I don't think I did of said corn snake, and then we'll. I wonder if he just hung a live mouse, like tied a live mouse to. I know that sounds horrible, but let it run around and maybe pull, draw the snake out of its hiding place.
Draw the snake out on that. Yeah, maybe on this day the snake will be recovered. Looking at the WRMN Morning Show history book, on this date, I like giving you a little bit of history. On this date in 1864, the first Geneva Convention was held. On this date in 1893, the American poet Dorothy Parker is born. On this date in 1902, Cadillac Motor Company is founded. On this date in 1950, Althea Gibson is the first African American to compete in a U.S. national tennis tournament.
I love that name, Althea.
Yeah,
I do.
Name.
I don't know why, but I love that name.
And on this date in 1989, Black Panther founder Huey Newton is murdered. That would be a pivotal time in American history.
Huey Newton.
Not Huey Lewis.
No, but I'm just
Huey
thinking
Newton.
that's
also a cool, good name.
Maybe they should have given him a strong nickname.
He was a founder of the Black Panthers.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he's the founder of the Black Panthers, which I just, Huey. Hey, here's our guy, Huey.
Yeah.
I'm not making fun of anybody named Huey. I'm just saying.
Well,
strong name. Elliot is a strong name with two T's.
It is not a strong name.
You don't think so?
No, Elliot is not a strong name.
What are your brothers' names? I know Steven.
There's Juan, there's Carlos, there's Esteban, there's Steven, and Danielle. Yeah, they've all got really strong names.
What's your middle name?
Ruben.
Oh, that's right. We talked about
that.
I like it.
But yeah, mind you, all my brothers have served in the military. I'm the only one who did not serve in the military. I was not willing to give up my rights as an American for a few years while serving in the military. I thought, I like being able to have free speech and question authority. All right, so let's go into, again, now we were talking about our vocabulary, and I teased this earlier in the show. There's a new term going on out there. It's called shrekking.
Shrekking. I can't wait to hear what this is.
It's the new dating term. Now, this is courtesy of the USA Today. The new dating term shrekking sounds innocent, but it's not what you think. This is by Charles Trepany of the USA Today. There's a new dating trend afoot, and expert says it needs to get sent back to far, far away.
Uh-oh.
It's called shrekking, and don't be fooled.
As in the big green Shrek.
Yeah. Though this term derives its name from the wholesome animated film Shrek, in the dating world, it's anything but charming. All right. I'm pretty sure I've gotten Shreked. Now,
really?
As I read this, yes.
Okay, now I'm very curious.
Shrekking involves dating someone you're not attracted to.
Done that.
In the hopes that this person will treat you better in return. After all, Princess Fiona took a chance on Shrek, and that turned out great for her, right?
Yes.
Oh, look at someone's doing a knowing nod there.
I'm like,
Unfortunately, when you get Shreked, it means it can mean that person you lowered your standards for will still end up hurting you. As Amy Chan, a dating coach and author of Breakup Bootcamp: The Science of Rewiring Your Heart, puts it, in this plotline, you're dating an ogre without the princess treatment.
I could run a breakup boot camp.
There you go. The term might be new, she says, but the behavior isn't. Plenty of people have put looks lower on the list or hoped attraction would grow over time, and that in itself isn't a bad thing. Where it backfires is when someone assumes that just because they're dating down in looks, they'll automatically be treated better.
I never thought that.
No, here's the thing. Now, this is where I take an issue. The fact the term is even getting used at all, Chan says, speaks to just how complicated dating has become and how frustrated people are with it. So you'll have, mind you, how many movies have been the basis of this particular type of phenomenon? Okay, so My Fair Lady, She's All That, the not the simple looking, somewhat homely girl is in love with the really hot guy, and then they go like he goes out with her because it's a joke or whatever, and then she makes herself really cute again. She puts on makeup, she zhuzhes herself up, da, da, da. So the problem with Shrekking is that it may be a new addition to the modern lexicon, but it's long been a universal experience. We've all been there, says one TikToker says in a video. We give the guy we're not attracted to a chance, thinking that he will for sure know what he has and treat us well. And then we get traumatized by a whole troll.
Wow, that's her voice?
That's the voice I came up with.
Wow.
Now that's my issue there. That's my issue.
I get that.
If you go into dating someone and you're like already saying, I am way better looking than you, and you better treat me right because you're not that good looking. So that's how this comes across.
Yeah.
And to my point, I mean, I know I've had women who dated me. They didn't find me that attractive. I know that as a fact.
See, and I'm not one that's like, I don't need to date a 9 or a 10. I would date like a 5 or a 6. But make me laugh. Let's have fun. Be like, I don't.
But you see what's happening here. You already acknowledge that you have an idea in your head of a 5 or a 6.
Well, I would never look at somebody and go, well, here's a 5. I'm just saying it because I can't. Because we're on the radio, we're trying to explain. I would prefer personality and humor. That's where I go. I would prefer personality and humor.
What about you, caller? Do you prefer personality and humor?
Well, this is Tim Calderwood. And
well, do you prefer personality and humor?
Hi, Tim Calderwood.
I prefer personality and humor.
How you doing, Tim? Tim Calderwood of the Schaumburg Boomers joins us. Oh, there's you. I'm sorry I kept you waiting that long.
Oh, it's fine. I'm enjoying listening to your conversation about
We
this.
appreciate that. Thank you. But going from that, we're starting with the small talk. We usually end our interaction with small talk. But
true.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm telling you, Tim. Have you ever been Shreked?
Boy, it's been way too long. I don't know. I mean, I celebrated my 20-year anniversary this summer. So.
See, that's your 20 years. That's
congratulations.
Wonderful. There we go. All right, so beyond that, the Schaumburg Boomers are back in first place. Am I correct in that?
You are correct. It's been a interesting, week and a half or so, I would say. We were out in New Jersey and went 4-2 on a road trip out there last week, and then came back home, lost the first 2 to Gateway to fall out of first place. But then the Bats came alive last night, to say the least. 17-5 was the final score to jump back ahead of Gateway. So now we're down to 9 games to go, and the lead is a half game in the division, and the magic number for a playoff spot is 2. So there's still a lot to be determined. We're actually on the bus right now, going to play the leaders of the other division, the Central Division, the Lake Erie Crushers. So that is a big little series coming up this weekend for the Boomers.
Where are the Lake Erie Crushers located?
So they're in Avon, Ohio, which is about maybe a little bit closer than Schaumburg is to Chicago, away from Cleveland.
Okay.
Probably only about 25, 30 minutes to get to Cleveland.
Well, that's not bad. And how are now you say they are the leaders in their division? Like how are the matchups going between the Boomers and the Crushers?
So the Boomers swept Lake Erie earlier this year in Ohio, which is where we're bound for right now, obviously. So we'll see. They have a really good pitching staff, and they're going to send their number 1, 2, and 3 starters against us, 2 of which are all-stars. So it's going to be interesting to see. It's a big series for both teams, obviously. You're talking about Lake Erie. They almost have their division wrapped up because Washington, who's behind them, has lost 7 in a row now. I think they're 5 games up in the Central, but basically this for them comes down to potentially home field advantage in the divisional round, which is the second round of the playoffs, and who you could end up playing out of the gates in terms of the postseason as well. So it's a big series for them. It's a big series for the Boomers, obviously, because they're still battling for first place. I mean, it's going to be a fun last week and a half of the year or so.
Then you're back home and the 26th and 27th against the Windy City Thunderbolts.
Ooh.
I'm just curious, what's it like when you're playing another? You're going with another area team.
I don't know. It's not really too different.
No.
It's nice for us and for them, for when we play each other, we don't have to go very far, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So it's called a commuter series because we just drive back and forth every day instead of having to stay overnight and drive, several hours.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say that's definitely the unique thing about it. And there's really no teams in the league besides a couple of clubs out of New Jersey that have the same thing. And we have it with both Windy City and Joliet, which is nice.
Uh-huh.
But otherwise, I don't know. I don't think there's any additional rivalry or anything due to us being area teams. I mean, obviously, the interesting thing is we grabbed a couple of their players at the Frontier League transaction deadline, and I'm sure that with them being out of the picture, they're going to probably try to want to ruin things, as will be the case with Florence next weekend to end the year as well.
Oh, okay.
So we'll see. I mean, these teams that are out of the race now have a chance to really impact things. And speaking of Florence, that's where Gateway goes this weekend. They're playing them in 4 games. So I guess we're big Florence fans this weekend as well.
Okay. So the Boomers on the road Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Going to be back home on Tuesday and Wednesday again with the aforementioned Windy City Thunderbolts. And you've got some nice little promotions going on for that final homestand on the 26th. It's Hispanic Heritage Night. I said they're going to be special Los Boomers tees. That sounds like fun. Los Boomers. Oh, I'm looking at this, baby. This is a cool shirt. This is a really cool shirt. It's a sugar skull wearing a Boomer's cap.
Oh, very cool.
That is really, really cool. It's sponsored, presented by the Northwest Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. What is it on a Hispanic Heritage Night, Tim Carlton? What do you like? What kind of things do you like to do to celebrate the Hispanic culture?
So Mexican food is one of my favorite things in the world.
There we go.
Give me tacos. Give me
All right.
lots and lots of tacos.
You know what we need to do? We need to go by Tim in the booth and bring him some bottles of this Malta, the Malta Goya that we had dropped off in the studio. Have you ever tried Malta? Have you ever tried Malta Goya?
I haven't.
It's
I want to know.
It's a malt beverage. It tastes kind of like a stout, but it's non-alcoholic. And if you're if you're like me, you grew up drinking this stuff. Either that or Cola Champagne. Cola Champagne is like almost like a cream soda.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna have to bring. I got a note to self. Indiana Jones bobble for. I got the Funko Pop. Indiana Jones Funko Pop for Tim. Then I got to bring him some Malta and some Cola Champagne. Okay. Have all that.
Mental note.
There we go.
I know one of the other things is obviously this is kind of getting more popular, the sugarcane Coke or whatever, the Coke in the bottles.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, the Mexican Coke.
The plastic bottles, yeah.
That's the real deal. That's before all the preservatives and all the cacao we put in our foods.
Yep. And then on the 27th is Military Appreciation Night. What kinds of things can we expect for that?
Well, we try to do this a couple times a year. And the biggest thing that we do is make sure that, we basically just give them appreciation for everything that they've done. Because obviously, they keep us safe and protect us overseas. And there's a lot of stuff obviously happening in the world these days. And so we end up giving free tickets to veterans and to active military personnel who come to the ball game. There's usually some family connections. For example, I think I've told you guys this before, but my dad was in the Air Force for almost 40 years.
Oh, wow.
So there's that going on. And then, like I said, kind of a chance to just give them an opportunity to get away. And maybe, in some cases, people that have been out of the country, for example, can get back together with their family for a little while, or families can have an opportunity to kind of get back to them in some ways. So that's the big thing with the Wednesday ball game.
Very cool.
Very, very cool.
Tim, you'll have to come to our First Responders Fest September 20th in Hampshire. Do you live close to Hampshire?
I'm in Warrenville. I don't know how close that is to Hampshire, but
probably about 45 minutes or so. But yeah, we would love to have you out.
I grew up in Elgin, so.
Oh, so from Elgin, it's like 20 minutes. 20 minutes west, straight down 72. But yeah, we would love it if you came out to the First Responders Fest and passed it along to people. It's September 20th from 1 to 6.
Love to have the Boomers there, or some folks from the Boomers. You're welcome to be there.
Hopefully we're still playing at that point. We'll see.
Oh, that's true. That's true. You might be. Yeah. Or you know what? You will be. We're going to manifest that.
You will be. We're manifesting right now.
You guys are going to be busy that week, that day.
That would be a championship series weekend. So
very, very good. And then finally, the topic of the day today on the WRMN Morning Show has been, if you could star in any television show, either present or past, what show would you have loved to have been a part of? We've had some folks call in and say they wanted to be on Friends. We had one said MASH, Miami Vice. I wanted to be Michael Knight in Knight Rider because I wanted that cool car that could drive itself. Was there the A-Team was another one, although there's no way I could be anyone but Mad Dog Murdoch. Who would you like to be in any show?
Okay, so real quick, we do have Thursday home game next week, too. That's Fan Appreciation Night with post-game fireworks and drone show. So that'll be our last home game of the year. That's also against Windy City.
Got it.
But to answer the question, have you guys ever seen the show 24?
Oh, yeah.
The Kiefer Sutherland the vehicle, yes.
Yeah, I think I want to be one of the CTU analysts that helps Jack Bauer save the world. That's what I'm going for.
That's so cool. Good answer. We didn't get any of those.
I could I could be Jack Bauer and run around and save the world and stuff.
But then you could answer the question for me because Kiefer Sutherland's running, that show was supposed to be in real time, right? Never, ever do they show anyone going to the bathroom. When did they go to the bathroom? In 24 hours, fighting
during
terrorists.
During the commercial breaks.
But it's in real time. So again, I never understood that.
He overthinks.
Again,
I enjoyed the beeping clock that would come on the screen every time.
All right. And folks, if you go to boomersbaseball.com, you can get tickets for that homestand coming up next week against the Windy City Thunderbolts. Tim, thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks, Tim.
Always a pleasure, guys.
All right.
Remember, Jack Bauer for life.
For life.
Jack Bauer for life.
And Fridays are the finest are next.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley. This update brought to you by Wendy's. A co-conspirator in a Yorkville man's murder-for-hire plot in April pleaded guilty. Lindsay Facer of Oswego was convicted of misdemeanor criminal trespass to a residence and attempted solicitation of a murder-for-hire. Yorkville police say Facer's charges stem from her active involvement in the ongoing investigation that began in April after detectives learned that now 53-year-old Mark Hellenthal arranged with someone to have his former wife killed. Facer reportedly was not hired, but had an existing relationship with Hellenthal and, quote, chose to take an active role in the plot as a result. Facer was convicted on July 29th and turned herself into the Kendall County Jail on Tuesday. A GoFundMe campaign was launched in April for Hellenthal's ex-wife and her children. A Kane County jury has convicted an Elgin man after prosecutors say he and two others kidnapped and brutally assaulted a woman they knew in 2023. State's Attorney Jamie Mosser told Fox 32 that 34-year-old Darnell Rhodes was found guilty of aggravated kidnapping inflicting great bodily harm. Prosecutors say Rhodes, along with Lloyd Hayes Jr. and Roger Heaps, kidnapped the woman between March 13th and 14th, 2023. The trio threatened her with a knife and drove her to one of their homes where they bound her with electrical cords. Prosecutors say the woman was beaten and stabbed multiple times, suffering a fractured rib, fractured finger, stab wounds to her leg, and blunt force injuries to her head and face that left both eyes swollen shut. Yorkville police are searching for a missing 14-year-old boy who's reported as a runaway. Walter Woodcock was last seen leaving his home in the 2000 block of Overlook Court around 8:45 a.m. Wednesday. Walter is described as 5'4" and 100 pounds with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was wearing camouflage clothing with black boots and a camouflage hat. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning? RV wins! Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast? RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. 4-3 win for the Cubs at Wrigley over the Brewers on Wednesday. Third baseman Matt Shaw's homer in the 8th was the difference maker. The Brewers pulled within 1 on a Danny Jansen pinch hit RBI single in the 9th. 3 straight wins for the Cubs, who lead the National League wildcard race. They pull within 6 games of the Brewers in the NL Central race. The Braves shut out the White Sox 1-0 on Wednesday. Hurston Waldrop struck out 7. At tied a career best, he's 4-0 with the win. Just 4 hits allowed. Martin Perez gave up a run on 3 hits over 5 1/3 in the loss for the Sox. Marcell Ozuna scored the game's only run from third in the 4th inning on an infield error. Chicago's lost 6 of 7 and 13 of their last 16. The Braves have wins at 10 of 12, but they're 16 games back in the NL East and 9.5 games out of a wild card. Save big when you bundle auto and home, renters, or condo with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Lowe's knows to bring your vision to life, it's important to find the right color. That's why MyLowe's Rewards members get a free Valspar paint or exterior stain sample to test your look to confidently refresh your space. Offer valid in-store only 8/7 to 8/20. Limit 1 per customer while supplies last. Discount taken in time of purchase. See associate for details. Rewards program subject to terms and conditions. Details at Lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Progressive's Teen Driver discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's Teen Driver discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, patchy fog before 8 a.m., then mostly sunny with a high near 81. This afternoon, temperatures falling to around 79. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 82. Currently, it is 64 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to handle the busy holiday season, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
The Elgin Police Department is dedicated to working in partnership with the community to promote safety and enhance the quality of life by serving with professionalism, encouraging open communication, and embracing diversity.
Engaged.
Partnering with our citizens and involved in our community.
Progressive.
Embracing innovative strategies while maintaining proven practices.
Dedicated.
Serving with integrity and professionalism. Elgin became an incorporated city in 1854 and installed its first police marshal, George W. Renwick. Over the years, the title of the head law enforcement officer changed from marshal to chief. And although the role has expanded, one duty has remained consistent: to ensure law and order for the citizens of Elgin.
It's time now for Fridays with the Finest, featuring Elgin's current police chief, Anna Lally, on Elgin's hometown radio station since 1949, WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Hey, and good morning, everybody. This is Dean DeLaley. I'm going to be here today for Fridays with the Finest. Ordinarily, Chief Anna Lally would be here right in the studio, answering questions and telling everybody what's going on for the week. But we got a little change in the lineup. We're going to have our Public Information Officer, Hector Gutierrez. He's going to start out with a few words, and then from there, we also have Detective Chris Hall, new detective to the cold case program. And then we're also going to have Detective Andrew Houghton going to be joining us very soon. And we're going to be talking about Somebody Knows Something, which, just by the way, if you're playing the home game, that Somebody Knows Something, which is, quite a big deal. It is the top 10% of podcasts across all the platforms. So, with anything beyond that, we're going to talk a few more things, but let's get right to our sub-hosts, we'll call it, for nothing better else. And how about it, Officer Gutierrez?
Good morning.
How's your day today?
It's been great. It's a beautiful. It looks like it's gonna be a sunny day, so hopefully we get some good weather here.
Humidity has gone away a little bit. I think we're going to have a good day.
Yes, and so a few things I want to talk about is, I want to give a big thank you to the Citizens Police Academy Alumni Association, the CPAAA. They hosted their annual cookout for the entire police department. They do a great job. They served up delicious barbecue food in our back lot and fed all the officers. They even came back for the night shift patrol officers as well with the partnership of Nick's Pizza, and they provided pizza for them as well.
Yeah, there was a lot of nice things on all of the social media pages, even first day of school and everything else. Yep. I mean, it's amazing the involvement that each one of you officers have, and I feel the passion that you have to even want to be there.
Well, thank you. Yeah. So, and in regards to the Citizens Police Academy Alumni Association, people ask me, well, how do I become part of that? And it's simple. The Elgin Police Department hosts Citizen Police Academies throughout the year. If you join one of those academies and you graduate, then you can become part of the Alumni Association.
Oh, perfect.
And
and how would they give the information on how to get to that one more time?
Yep. So Citizens Police Academy, whenever you see a Citizens Police Academy class opening up throughout the year, Christy Schmidt is the contact person for that. And once you complete the Citizens Police Academy, then you can be part of the association, which it's a great organization, great citizens in the community. I mean, some of the things they do, like I said, they do the annual cookout for the police officers. They also do many, many things in the community. One of the things I know that they do as well is they help out with the rope program. They actually donate money for kids to attend the rope program.
Excellent.
So that's awesome. And, Christy Smith, obviously doing a great job always at the police department. Another thing, too, is like you said, our officers are joining a lot of back-to-school parties, different schools. So if you see us out there with the ice cream cart, that's going to be a big hit, in these parties again. So stop by, say hi. Most of the schools are coming up with their either open house concept of back-to-school or just a field day for the kiddos.
Right. And if you go into them, like I say, those social media pages, you see the reception from the officers are being received by the children as well. And I know you're giving out stickers and little booklets and what have you. So it's a nice event. It gets them to be comfortable again to run to the police when there's a problem instead of everybody, oh, no, police, they're not there to help you. The police are there to help you.
Yes, and I think that's important to mention that, we feel the same way. We like it when kids approach us and not fear of the police, right? But it doesn't help once in a while of experience, parents where, I don't know if this happened to you, Detective Hall, but sometimes, the parent tells the kid, oh, here's the police, they're going to arrest you or they're going to take you. And, sometimes you have to take that parent to the side and explain to them, like, hey, don't do that because that's going to create a fear on the kiddo that you don't want to, them to grow with, that fear. So you do have to educate the the parents sometimes, and in that regards. Since we were talking about school and everything, I do want to give out. I mean, I'm gonna be posting this on social media soon here in the next few days, but just some safety tips for internet for the students. So if you're a parent listening, make sure you pass this information along to your students, and if you're a student listening, make sure you pay attention to this. So keep personal information private. Do not share your name, full address, school name, phone number online, because you don't know who you're sharing it to. There's a lot of fake accounts. There's a lot of people that use fake names online, and you might be talking to someone else that you're not intended. Also, be careful with photos and videos that you share on social media. Only share photos or videos with your parents' permissions. Once you submit something online, you can never take it back, or it's very hard to take it back. And enjoy the internet safely. The internet can be a great place to explore, learn, and follow safety rules. Be smart, be careful, and respect everybody in the internet, and respect the time that you go online as well. We have a lot of situations where we encounter cyberbullying when people are using the internet, social media to essentially talk bad about one another. That's actually another safety tip. Avoid that. If you are experiencing cyberbullying, tell somebody, or just disengage that person from social media overall.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that's kind of like the safety tips for the week for school. Obviously, Detective Houghton is going to be talking about the cold case unit and the cases that they are digging into. And as far as you were telling me about a website that you guys are.
Yeah. So season 2 of Somebody Knows Something is full steam ahead here. Kind of in conjunction with that, we have just launched our dedicated website for the cold case unit, and it's elgincoldcases.com. That's separate from the Transparency website, which does have our information plugged into it, but we now have a dedicated website solely for the Elgin Police Department's cold cases. There's an interactive map going all the way back to our first homicide of 1971, going all the way up to the 2020s. So every single case that we will be investigating here at the cold case unit is live. There's information, there's all the applicable links to learn more about the unit, learn more about myself, my partner Andrew Houghton, about the cases that we have. So again, that website is elgincoldcases.com.
Cases with an S.
Cases with an S. Is there through the website, is there a place also where community can go out there and give tips? Or get
all that stuff is there. If you want to file tips anonymously, if you want to give the full information, obviously all that information, those links are there. It's a very self-sufficient website. It's very user-friendly, and all the applicable links that would be on the Transparency website are on our new website, which is live now. So that's awesome.
And one thing I do want to add, it's no secret I'm Italian. Did you guys know that? Yeah, I'm Italian. And they always say, like, Italian, that's why I'm Catholic. I can't be Jehovah's Witness because I make a bad witness, and I never saw nothing. I didn't see this. I didn't see that. Sometimes you think that's cool when you're with your teenage friends and stuff. Hey, guys, what just happened over here? Someone just got beat up or something happened. Make that anonymous call then. If you don't want to be the guy to stand up to say what's right, make that call. It's not a tough guy to keep it a secret. The old days of, snitches get stitches. It's always funny that nobody wants to say nothing or see anything until it's one of their family members.
Absolutely.
But if they understand, and as they get older, they will, the relief they give families, I mean, they're gone. The person's gone, and that's a shame. Okay, we pray for each and every one of them that have passed. But the idea is it gives a family closure so that they know, okay, I don't like what happened. This is what happened. We're going to move on.
Yeah.
And I think it's important, please, don't be scared to talk to these officers. The reason I brought up what I've been seeing on the social media, you've got a group of officers here in Elgin that if you can't reach out and talk to any one of them, you can't talk to nobody. And they are your friends. Believe me, they are your friends. And we're getting joined now by Detective Andrew Houghton. How you doing?
Hello, how you doing?
Nice to see you. But folks, I can't stress that enough. Make that call, make the phone call. Whoever you are comfortable making the call, tell your parents, let them make the call. This is how cases are solved. And there's so many from 1971 to the 2020s. And it's amazing in law enforcement. You could be talking to someone that maybe knows something about, let's just say, case number 4, but it somehow bleeds into number 7 and 8.
Yeah.
So crime has a way of kind of staying in its own little circle.
I will say, everybody says it's a small world. It really is. And
Isn't it?
As we read these cases, we see these correlations with, like, wow, that's exactly the same place where our victim from this other case worked, or they know family members from this case, and it's pretty eye-opening. But
The smallest tip. We offer everybody here. Anybody has a tip, when the officers are on here, they talk about the show. As each episode comes out, you call our studio, 847-931-1410. You can call the police department. What's the number they can call for you, Detective?
It's 847-289-COLD, C-O-L-D.
Oh, neat.
2653.
Okay,
And
great.
if you're out and about on the street, just you can approach any officer, let them know that you have some information. You can be anonymous. Just come to the police department. That's another way to do it as well. One thing I remember for many years, we say at the police department, there's only about 200 of us, right, police officers in Elgin, but there's thousands in the community of eyes that are out there and watching, right? So help us be the eyes in the community, and then we can bring justice to this.
Bring the community that helps. This is the community. We all work as one. This is how things happen.
I just
But
want to
go ahead.
But these cases too, it doesn't just affect the families. The more we talk to the people that are involved, these cases, these losses have devastating community effects as well, far-reaching effects. People that still remember that they were, even if they weren't directly affected, they were indirectly affected by the loss. It was a
Right.
classmate of mine. It was a friend of mine. It was a neighbor of mine. So it's just, this isn't just the family, feeling the loss. It's a community feeling the loss. So we're all in this together. We're all on the same team, and I really want to hit that home. So,
Man, that's a great point. And you're starting season number 2. How about that, huh, Detective? I mean, you had the pleasure, Detective Houghton, of having your first case and being able to solve that case.
Mhm.
I mean, what a feeling.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, obviously, you go into anything kind of cautiously optimistic. You try to talk to the family, get people involved. But I think what we learned through the first season was that involving the family was really important. And I think it made them feel heard. It made them feel seen, something that they hadn't felt in the past. And as we've gone through these, 6 cases for the 70s, a lot of the families echo the same thing. We had a woman tell us that the fact that the chief created this unit, the fact that we're looking at a case that her family member was involved in, gives her hope. It's something that she hasn't had in 30, 40 years on some of these cases, and we owe the families just that attempt to try to do something, to at least look, and that they feel like even if we don't get an answer, they feel respected by the fact that we're looking and that we're
that's
trying.
just it. Your approach, I have privy to them because we produce the podcast. But the point is listening to you gentlemen speak to the victims' loved ones and what have you. I mean, I work for a law firm as well, and they call you a counselor. Most of what you do is being a counselor. Yeah, there's law enforcement. Yeah, there's going out making a pinch. But the fact that you're able to connect with somebody, have a conversation, listen to what they're saying, not just be the one talking like me, but you want to be the one to listen to what they have to say, and the compassion and understanding that you and now Sergeant Vartanian, I mean, really, really commendable to you. And Chris, I can call you Chris, Detective Chris. I think you're going to be equally as well to the unit.
Yeah, I think one thing people have to remember is we have met with friends and family on all these 6 cases. A lot of the times they don't want their voices used in the episodes because it is a very emotional conversation that we have with them about the case.
Right.
So they're happy to talk with us, give us a whole bunch of background on the victim because we want to humanize those victims. We will have some episodes this season where a family members will actually come on and talk with us. We have other ones where they met with us, but they just don't want to be recorded for that because it's it's very emotional. It's raw for them to do that. But we still appreciate them coming in and doing that for us because they give us a lot of insight into who these people were because they knew them. We didn't know them.
Not at all, right? And that's a lot of years ago. You're talking 1970s. Yeah, that's a long time ago. Well, do you have any particular cases? I know you're working 5 at one time. Is that what I
We have
understand?
Six for the 70s. 5 of them are homicides, and 1 of them is a missing person.
Yep.
Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot of work.
It's just 1 decade.
Yeah, isn't that something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you guys looking at every case? Are you guys taking 1 and 2 cases in particular that you guys are looking at first?
So we've gone through all 6 of these cases kind of in depth to produce the episodes, meeting with families, updating the case file, stuff like that. It's not as intensive as with Karen's case, just because we were working that case pretty much full time and only that case. But some of these cases, there's not a lot of information in them in terms of like forensic evidence. So we felt like putting out statements, putting out information, if we were to get a tip that helped us move that case forward, we would certainly spend a lot more time on that specific case. So it's kind of taking a whole approach with those 6 cases and saying, hey, here's information about these cases. We need more tips on these cases. There is information that we never gave out publicly that we feel like we can give out now that may generate tips. And so we're putting those cases out there as we're working some other cases in the background too.
Just before you got here, Detective Hall was talking about the website too that newly created. So hopefully that's another outlet where people can communicate with you guys and the police department in general and provide information.
Yeah.
Hopefully that brings, that website reaches more audience, the community. So.
Yeah, see pictures of the victims, read a little bit about their stories, how to reach out to us. Because the whole point is the podcast's point is to get more people looking at the website, more people looking at our cases. It's just a cycle. If we go on the radio or we go on media, we're trying to get people to go listen to the podcast and go back to the website. That's what we're trying to do. And every time we go on media, more people go to the website, more people listen to the podcast, and it just kind of cycles back through. But the more eyes we can get on these cases, the better chance we have that someone has some sort of information that they can give us.
And you've got, how long have you been on the job now?
It'll be almost 19 years.
Yourself?
Just over 9 years.
13 years.
13 years. So you guys have some stability, or you have some, roots into the community, into the police. But I'm certain that you also talk to the officers that are maybe getting ready to retire, and you're going to try and interview them. Hey, look, what do you remember about this time? What was going on? What was the trend? What was the politics? As corny as that sounds, that makes a difference too.
Yeah.
Were the people in unrest? Were things, going well? Were they not going well? And I remember, and I'm not going to dwell on your last case, which, believe me, I'd love to praise you each and every moment, but it was how lucky, or if you want to call it luck, a blessing, maybe more than anything, the one lead you were following up, they were getting ready to move that day, and they still had a letter or something.
Yeah. Yep.
What is the chances?
Yeah, I think sometimes
like
the
that?
stars
That's
just kind of
working a
align.
case.
It's
But that's
kind of
working a
crazy.
case.
Even this case that our episode that'll come out on Monday about Maynard Holly, who was murdered over at where Jim's Towing is located now. It used to be called the Yellow Cab Company. We had a hard time tracking down a lot of his family because the Holly side of the family, most of those people have died.
Yeah.
And we went out to Jim's Towing. We met with the owner, Robert, who was nice enough to let us come and see the business. He talked about when he bought it and when he moved in 1980, what it looked like, things like that. And he said, hey, just kind of an odd coincidence. One of the guys that comes over here and drops stuff off for me all the time is Maynard's nephew. He's going to be here in like 5 minutes if you guys want to meet him. And we said, yeah, we would like to do that because we've not had a chance to meet with the family. We've been trying to do that.
Sure.
And so, kind of once again, just coincidence, luck, whatever you want to call it, kind of shined on us that, hey, here's this person that was related to Maynard, and then that helped us meet with multiple family members just because we happened to be there, and the guy said, hey, I know his nephew.
Yeah, the nephew brings you
And
to
the
the
nephew
mother, to the this.
Yeah, and the
to
nephew
that,
was dropping
right?
something off 5 minutes later. It just happened to be coming that day.
It's a whole nother full-time job just trying to track people down.
Oh,
And
sure.
everyone's dispersed across the country. People have passed on, and just doing that alone is enough work. So it's in addition to the investigation.
And I'm sure this is a, complete department initiative. But basically, it's you two gentlemen that handle 99% of the work. If you need something checked out, maybe, hey, could you guys go, You send a beat officer to maybe go check this out, check that
Yep.
out. But basically, all of the follow up, all of the looking into, you're talking 2 guys.
We just put out a letter, so we're going to add a third person sometime in the next, probably by the end of the year. So
Nice.
we will have a third detective with us, and then the hope is to have a sergeant. So we'll have kind of a standalone unit, and that should kind of put us where we want to be long term.
That's excellent.
That's one of the things when we talk about the website that I'm thinking about is like you were saying, how if people start looking at the pictures, people start looking at maybe different information that you guys provide through the website, that might ring a bell. And it happens to everybody all the time, right? When you might not be certain or you might not remember a certain thing, but you see a picture or you see maybe a word or a sentence or something that you're reading and you're like, wait, I remember that. That triggers something. So hopefully that website creates that that type of stipulation to people to remember to and bring stuff up. Another thing too is, it's one, I guess, a question that I have for you guys. Do you guys, when you guys go home, you're investigating these cold cases, right? And you're probably in your heads, tons of information is coming through. When you're at home, we hope that, I hope that you guys go home and relax and be with your families. But do you sit at home and are watching TV, or maybe going to bed, and do you like sometimes come up with things like, ooh, maybe I should do this, or maybe I should.
I think so. I know with season 1, Matt and I were texting a lot outside of work. I know Chris and I are texting a lot constantly at 10, 11 o'clock at night, like, hey, I just was going through this, especially if we're working different hours.
Right.
There's days where he's working till 11 p.m. and I work 9 to 5, and at 10 o'clock he's texting me like, hey, I just went over this, and I'm like, okay, we're kind of going back and forth. So, I think they're just different types of cases, and especially when you're only looking at a small subset of cases, you kind of take those cases home with you a little bit more than when you have 25 cases on your desk at one time.
I know if like a thought comes to mind or an idea pops through my head, I'm like, I'm not gonna table this till tomorrow because I might forget it. So I'll just text him. At least I put it on paper. There's a receipt. Like, hey, I had this idea. We'll circle back to it if it's not viable, or maybe if it is viable. But yeah, I try to have
police work is not 9 to 5,
right?
And you I don't know if you want to call it audition, but you put in an application to Chief Lally to say, look, this is what I want to do. And when you said this is what I want to do, here's what comes along with it. That 10 o'clock call, maybe 1 in the morning. You know what, we didn't look. What about this, that, or the other thing? And those are the important pieces. And I think
sometimes
that's
it's
very important.
messaging our victims' families and stuff too. Like, we still are trying to be very cognizant of the fact that if we're going to be on, local media or regional media, that we let the families know, like, hey, we're going to be on this day at this time to talk about your daughter, your son, your brother, whatever's case, because we want to keep them happy with what we're doing, and we want to make sure that they understand when we're doing stuff.
And maybe they don't want to hear it on the air. Maybe they don't want someone to call in and say something.
I would hate
totally
for some
off
family
color.
member to flip on the TV and see us talking about their daughter's case.
Yeah.
If they don't want it, we'd rather let them know that in advance, right? And again, we've been really, lucky that the media has been great with us in terms of not reaching out to our victims. They've contacted us first because we have family members that just are not interested in doing that. They're happy to meet with us and go through stuff, but they don't want to talk to, a local affiliate about their daughter's case or their brother's case. They just don't want to do that. So
You have a lot of transparency from what I've seen in the city of Elgin. Maybe you see people complaining about, I don't know, they're still panhandling in the streets. Boy, how's that working out? Okay, I saw that post too. But you can't be everywhere. There's other calls that you have to be on. When you see somebody, you shoe them. This is something completely different. This is stuff that, you're focused on. And you have to make sure that you get all that information that you can. It's a big community.
Yeah.
It's 198, I think I checked it out last, 189 years old, city of Elgin. And it's got a lot of history here. I would imagine the local history museum was going to be helpful to you for pictures and what have you, because they're very, very cooperative.
yeah, the History
For the
Museum,
Ashford
the Gilboard Library,
Yeah.
we've gotten a lot of stuff from both
Gilboard
of those
Library, sure.
entities.
So it's everybody working together, which is going to make this successful, continued success. Because I believe that you gentlemen, with watching the tenacity you have and the just the passion you have for wanting to cure and find these cases, I think you're gonna get all these taken care of.
I think that the issue with these cases is they're so old that if we don't start looking at them now, all the family members of these people are going to be dead. The suspects in these cases are going to be dead, and you're never going to be able to close those cases. So there is a little bit of a sense of urgency of, hey, we should be doing something with these cases. And I think that's what the chief kind of felt when she decided that we need to, make this decision that we're going to allocate resources and funding and people to this type of case, because I know she's met with a number of the different victims' families as well, because they want to meet with her. And they expressed to her and they expressed to us that they're just happy that someone is going back and looking at these cases, because they kind of felt like people forgot about them, or people forgot about the victims in these cases. And if we don't look at them now, what are we doing? I mean, there's nothing else we can do if we're just going to sit and let those sit on a shelf.
Right.
So it's really important that we give those families that look while they're still here to maybe get some sort of resolution for them.
Yeah, it shows that we care. It shows that we do have respect, and obviously, I mean, I can, many situations, right? You put yourselves in the victim's shoes or the families, right? And yeah, I mean, if it was somebody that it was close to me or a friend, I would be happy that somebody was taking a second look at the case and maybe finding something new. So I think it's a great new cold case unit. It's a new program, and I agree with Dean. I think you guys can do great. I mean, I've known you guys for many years, and I think you guys are dedicated to the department and to when it comes to investigations. Some people have it, some people don't, and I think you both are pretty good, including Sergeant Vartanian now. So hopefully we'll see him back in the unit maybe.
And I think that the perfect name, somebody knows something. Somebody always knows something, Even it was, there you are, you're over at the old cab stand, which is now the mechanic shop, I think you said. And the nephew just happened to be coming by, and then he was able to turn you on to, other family members. You can get information. So, I believe me. And then this is not about awards, but I believe you guys are up for some type of an award. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah,
We
Matt
have
and I
about a
were
minute
nominated
left.
by an entity called the Law and Crime Network. I think it's Dan Abrams, used to work for ABC. They started a network that just covers live crime stuff. They do live trials, things like that. We had never heard of them, and they reached out to us maybe a month ago and said that they host a thing called the Clue Awards at CrimeCon, which is the largest true crime podcast festival in the world. It's in Denver this year, and so that news group goes through all the news stories for the year, and they select 3 people or 3 groups of people for America's Greatest Detective based on these different stories. And so they contacted Matt and I and said that they had voted that we were one of the 3 finalists for their award this year, along with a detective in California who worked on a case, and then a detective or a state police guy down in the South, I think it was in Florida, that worked on a case. So the 3 of us, I guess the 4 of us, myself and Matt and these other 2 people, will be in Denver in September. We'll do like a panel discussion about our different cases, and then there'll be an award ceremony. We'll find out if we win or not.
Well, I tell you what, it's well deserved. Congratulations on that. Yes. I see a victory in that. And you know what?
Yeah, we'll
Being
see.
nominated is to me,
That's a win right there.
right? It's acknowledgement enough.
I think, again, like the nomination just helps us get more media attention to our unit and to our cases. And that's all it is driving it back to that.
And don't forget that new website that we have out there. It's called elgincoldcases.com. And then that phone number?
847-289-COLD, or our email is coldcasetips@elginil.gov.
This is great. I appreciate you gentlemen being here. Our public information officer, Hector Gutierrez. We have Detective Chris Hall, Detective Andrew Houghton. And this was about somebody knows something, and really just what's going on in the Elgin community. Do your part, everybody. Support your local police. They're here to help you. God bless everyone.
Political party poopers got you down? Shake it off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show, where we cut through the doom and gloom with a focus on America first, constitutional values, and a populist perspective that puts you, the citizen, at the center of the conversation. At WRMN, the talk of the town, we're not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in. Let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, a political talk show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Hi, everybody, and happy Friday. I hope everyone had a good week out there. Steve Thorne here with another Community Spotlight show here on WRMN. Well, I hope you all did have a good week out there. At least a lot of this heat is going away. We had it the beginning of the week. We sure had it last weekend. But I think fall is looming. And we've got some comfortable days here and ahead. It's very nice weather. Yesterday was such a nice day. I spent part of it on the golf course. To me, that's always a nice day, even unless it's pouring. But had a nice day on the golf course, and it was a nice day out in the yard a little earlier than that. Day before, got the lawn mowed, and it's looking good, putting some more mulch down. It's that time of year where it's comfortable, a lot more comfortable. I talked with a man yesterday that had just got into Elgin, visiting his family in Hampshire, but he came into Elgin to play golf. And he said he was from Florida, and he left 109-degree temperature. Oh, boy. I don't think we ever quite hit that. So it's good to be here, and I hope you're all happy to be here. Well, I always like to start each week's show with a dedication, most often a memorial, sometimes to an event or a place or even a living person or group of people. But today we're going to do something a little different. We're going to do a dedication to something that is historic, something that you're all familiar with. In fact, you have to be if you're listening to me. It's National Radio Day. Well, I'm going to talk about the history of radio. And the history of radio goes way back, further than you think. The history of radio began in the 19th century
with scientific discoveries of electromagnetic waves started actually in the 1880s. The first transatlantic wireless signal was in 1901. The first audio broadcast was 1906. And the first commercial station was KDKA when they broadcast the 1920 United States presidential election results. An early example of radio broadcast was Reginald Facendres. He did a Christmas Eve 1906 transmission of music and speech from Massachusetts, heard by ships at sea. Another was Lee DeForest's February of 1907 broadcast of music from his New York station. When Matt returns to the board here, we're going to actually hear an early broadcast. We're going to hear the actual broadcast of that 1920 presidential election returns, which is a YouTube. You can hear it on YouTube. That was election night in America on air, November 2nd, 1920. Back to the history of radio. Radio became a mass medium during the golden age of radio, which was in the late 20s, but mainly all throughout the 30s. A status diminished by the arrival of television in the 1950s, but reshaped by FM and later internet radio. The golden age of radio was 1920s and 30s. Companies like RCA, which formed NBC and CBS, created vast networks, expanding radio's reach and content. Radio became the first true mass medium, delivering news and entertainment into nearly every American home. Radios as a physical unit started out large, stand-up pieces of furniture, and through the years kept getting smaller, eventually becoming transistors, even headsets, and then built-in speakers. And of course, nowadays, modern radio is streaming services over the internet and satellite radio. Today, radios are integrated into other devices, offering diverse features and a global reach. It's pretty amazing how radios indeed have come about and grown and changed as the progression of the world. Even in automobiles, I do have a radio in my 1936 Ford, but it has tubes. Those of you that remember tube radios, you turned it on and then you just stared at it for a good 20 seconds until it warmed up, and then you started to hear it. Whether it was a scratchy sound and you had to tune it in and move the antenna around. And then, of course, if you're in the car, you listen to radio. It's still true today. You start getting near a big tower, electrical tower, and it would get scratchy or it would just go away. And, of course, if you wanted to listen to WBBM, which is such a strong signal, you could listen to that all the way down to southern Illinois and sometimes even in other states. But just depends on the broadcast and the strength of the signal. Of course, the stronger the signal, the more money they pay, and they have to pay more for a wider band to be able to spread that out. Well, there's the history of radio. We'll have that broadcast recording for you to hear, kind of a neat thing when Matt returns. He had to step out briefly for a meeting, so I'm just running solo in here. But that brings us to the next portion, and that is get well. Well, we want to get well to anybody out there ailing, anyone that's feeling down or blue or hurt or on the mend. We know there's plenty of you, but I can't wish you individually unless I know about it. I do want to make sure that I always start, as usual, with my dear friend George. George is struggling. He's going through a new session of treatments. and he has to go real early to a hospital in Chicago for that. So, George, I just want you to know that everybody's thinking of you. I know that for a fact. And your attitude is unbelievable. Also want to say get well to my dear wife. Yes, Peach is on the mend. She had a sinus procedure yesterday, and but she thinks she's feeling better already. It's just amazing. I know that Sherry Aschenbrenner had a similar procedure about 5 or 6 years ago, and she said the worst part was a week later when they took out the packing. Well, guess what? Now the packing is self-dissolving, so no need to do that. It's amazing how they have developed materials that indeed will just dissolve and disappear. So that's the scoop there. So by the time she goes for her follow-up, all the packing material will be gone. They said there's a very, very small chance there might be a little bit that they have to pull out, but minimal, if any. Knowing her, it'll be all dissolved real early. So, Peach, I know you're home listening, and I know all the listeners wish you a speedy recovery. It's amazing. She got her prescriptions, but she didn't take any pain medication, and she took a good nap yesterday, which is rare, and I didn't see her this morning, so I know she must be sleeping away. Get well there, dear. I certainly want to say hi to our friend Cindy way out west. It's always challenged with that compromised shoulder after surgery that didn't go well. Cindy, I hope you're feeling better, and I hope all your critters bring you joy. And that's something that's better than any medicine. Anyone else out there that's struggling, I hope you're feeling better. I hope you get well. I know my friend Ted's wife, Georgianne, she's doing better. She's home now. She's got a caregiver helping her. I have another friend that I heard took a spill, and she's got some challenges ahead. Arlene Reeser. Arlene's up there in age, and her late husband, Whitey, used to drive the Hampshire Senior Center's bus for years and years, and he was such a good friend. Arlene is over at Avondale off Randall Road, and Arlene, I know that everybody wishes you improved health. So there we have our get well. If anybody knows of anyone else, please let me know, and we'll get it out on the airwaves so that everyone can chime in. All right, we'll talk about a few other things. We wanted just a couple hellos. I want to say hello to our Chief Anna. Sorry she couldn't make it in today, but I'm sometimes surprised she's able to make it in, as busy as she is. But thanks to Hector Gutierrez for stepping in. Hector does such a great job, and I still remember that video of him jumping in when they had kind of those protests about 4 or 5 years ago. He jumped in front of the police department and did a break dance in front of all the people, and the protesters were stunned. Needless to say, it broke the ice. His break dance broke the ice. Hector did a good job this morning and talked about everything, and the cold case detectives from Elgin are nominated, and boy, I'll tell you, if they don't win, I'll be shocked. I know that there's a couple other nominees in there, but like Dean said, you're already a winner just being nominated. But in this case, I think that they will win. I mean, it's pretty hard to beat a 43-year-old case that they solved it, bringing closure to the family and all the news and notoriety and pulling that car out of the river. I mean, it was just amazing what they were able to find and accomplish. The one thing, though, that does is that sets the bar so high that you expect that. It's just human nature.
So now they might have 3 or 4 that they don't solve, and it'll be, I guess you could almost say it might be a little bit of a letdown, but please understand that's an amazing, amazing accomplishment. Just diving in and looking into these and probing and investigating and working on these old files with new technology shows, as they mentioned today, that all is not lost and that they do care. It's a police department and a city that cares. So we'll see where the results come, and I can't wait for the new one to start. Good luck to the Elgin Police Department, best police department in Illinois and beyond. So I'm saying hi to the chief, Hector, and all the other officers. Thank you all so much for your service. And remember, listeners, I mention this usually at the end of the show, but since they're in the conversation at present, thank a policeman every day. How often is it that you might be at a stoplight and you pull up next to a policeman, or they pull up next to you? It's not hard to make the motion to roll your window down, one side or the other, and just say, "Hey, thanks for your service." You watch the smile you get in return, as they will always say, "My pleasure. I'm happy to serve." And thank a fireman every day, too. And, of course, the reason we all live in the land of the free, thank a veteran every day. All right, let's talk about a few other things. I want to mention senior services. They are having a fundraiser in September over at the Heritage Ballroom. See if you can't look into that. But I want to remind everybody all the services that they offer. Over at Senior Services, once again, somebody says, "Oh, is that where they play cards?" I said, my goodness. I don't want to belittle or make the person feel bad. But unfortunately, that's what so many people associate senior centers with. That's only 10% of what goes on there. Not even that. Probably less than 5%. What goes on there is that they have services and support and departments and divisions and people that help seniors and their families. Whatever it is, they will direct you or they will help you directly. So they have information and assistance. They have elder abuse programs. They have every different types of department. All of a sudden, what happens when something happens to you or your sister or your mom or your aunt or your neighbor? Who do we call? Who do we turn to? Senior Services is your resource. Last year, they directly impacted and helped over 31,000 seniors. That's the Senior Services Associates, now in 3 counties, but headquartered right here out of Elgin, Illinois. All right, they're at 101 South Grove. If you do stop in there, make sure you say hi to Minnie and Ricky Leach. I do want to say hi to a couple others. I want to say hi to, I said hi to my wife, of course, because she's on the mend, and she's home listening with her trusty, loving companion and best friend, Lucy. I don't think I've ever seen a dog so attached. It's pretty amazing. Lucy, and of course, George is right there too. George is very attentive to Peach in the morning. Why do you think that is? Maybe it's because she has some treats when she goes in the living room and lounges on the couch and listens to the radio. And she's got a couple little treats for the dog, and they know the routine. Well, honey, I'll be home in a little while. But in the meantime, I hope you are feeling better this morning. Want to say hi to my 2 Kathy friends, Kathy Newby and Kathy Smith. I know they're both listening. So hi to the 2 Kathys, and I will talk to you. I'm sure I'll talk to at least one of you later. Okay. Well, I talked about senior services. Now I want to talk about what's going on here in Elgin. We've got Sherry's Senior Showcase. Make sure you always mark that on your calendar. And That's right. I won a prize. I'm so glad that I looked at that and remembered. So the prize is down here, and I'll have to learn how to operate it. But it's going to be in a new electronic device for me. But she always has interesting guests. And this past week was her show, Sari Senior Showcase, is on the third Tuesday of every month at 9 o'clock. And she had a guest that was specialized in probing into and addressing and looking at seniors' cable system. What cable TV do you have? Are you paying too much? Are you paying more for a higher speed internet than you need? Do you have a particular programs that you don't watch that are in your package? They have a program where you can actually get a lot of this stuff without having to pay for cable. The program's called Cut the Cable. Sherry Aschenbrenner did it, and she's happy. It took a little adjustment, but now she's learned all the tricks. There is some equipment you can get, some small little antennas, some converter boxes. And that's what they'll do. They come to your house, and they will meet with you. They'll look at your whole system. They'll look at what the equipment you have. They'll look at your bill. They'll look at and have you make a list. What's important to you? What are your must-have stations? The next thing you know, they'll put together a program. Here's what you can get. Here's what you can do. They will even help you cancel your current systems. They'll hook up the stuff you go out and buy. So pretty amazing. If you have questions on this, you can call Sherry, and she will connect you to those people. Sherry's number is 847-931-2626. Excuse me, that's 289-289-2626. And make sure you're on Sherry's email list. She is almost at 1,900. She needs, I think, just one more on her email list. Her goal, of course, by the end of the year is to get to 2,000. Okay, let's go on a little further, and I want to talk about the fact that something else Sherry mentioned, and that is she also is connected with the Kane County Animal Control, where there are specials for seniors if you want to get your dog microchipped, or if you want to get your dog or cat neutered, or how about your required shots, even rabies shots. Rabies shots recently just had to move up the chain a little bit. Now, though, for seniors, just $15 for a dog's rabies shots. I'll challenge you. Go to any vet and see if you can find it for that. I'm so attached to my vet, and they do so much for us that I'm just sticking with them. But boy, oh boy, that is a notable savings. Make sure you stay in touch with Sherry. And if you say, well, I don't have an email, I'll bet your daughter or son does. I bet your neighbor or friend does. So you have indirectly can be connected to Sherry's email. Hey, you know, something else Elgin's lucky to have is the Public Museum and the History Museum. That's right. Make sure that you visit those. The Public Museum is the oldest museum in Elgin, and that is over in Lord's Park. It started out as a personal museum of Mr. Lord just to have his collection of stuff. And that stuff is still there. But now you can see a lot more things. They're always changing displays. They're always having activities. And of course, while you're there, visit the zoo. You've got Lord's Park Zoo. Now, it's not what it once was when they had bears and snake pit, but they do have a lot of different animals. They have buffalo and deer, and they have a smaller zoo with different farm animals. Make sure that you check it out. They have different times when you can actually feed them. So that's the Elgin Public Museum and Lord's Park. Speaking of parks, have you noticed the Wing Park? There's a lot of activity going on right at the entrance. That's right. Pull into Wing Park and check it out. If you pull into Wing Park, the entrance, the little clubhouse for the golf course is on the left.
The golf course itself is on the right. Well, also on the left now, just past the clubhouse, is a fenced-in area, notable fenced-in area, with a lot of equipment in there. Wonder what's happening. Well, let me tell you, they are building another clubhouse. They're not going to get rid of the old one. Oh boy, I'd have been against that. It's historic. They're going to build another one, and then they're going to have them attached via a veranda. The new one's going to have an underground parking for golf carts so that they'll be stored indoors rather than outside like they are now. And it's really going to be a neat place. It's going to have a whiskey bar in it. It's going to have a simulator in there. A simulator is a great big screen, and about 10 or 15 feet in front of the screen is a piece of AstroTurf. That's right, you put a golf ball down. The screen now shows a golf hole. You hit with your regular clubs and a regular ball into that screen, and all those little sensors are behind the screen, and it takes that shot that you hit into this picture, and it continues it as it goes out on a little movie video as if you hit the shot on that course. Sometimes those courses you might be able to play, even famous golf courses. But it's a combination of fun, and it's a way in the wintertime that you can keep hitting balls and practice and keep your golf swing going. What a neat thing. I can't wait for the whole place to be built. It's going to really be a neat addition for the west side of Elgin. So that's what's going on over there. If you do go in the old Elgin Wing Park Clubhouse, you can see the plans and see what's going on there. Well, we're almost out of time. I don't know the exact time of when it's going to cut me off. I want to thank everybody for listening today, and I want to wish you all a peach of a weekend, but stick with me because I've got the Music Memory Show on the 8s today, 58, 68, 78, and 88. So we'll be back with the Music Memory Show right at the conclusion of the Community Spotlight. Remember, you can't beat the food at the Elgin American Legion. They got fish fries. So does the Eagles. So does Turner's. There's a lot of other fish fries out there, but I think I'm off the air now. So I want to wish everybody well. I know that I'll keep talking because I'm on YouTube, but I'm not on AM. So as far as other things going on, there's fish fries at Arcades. There's fish fries at the Public House. There's fish fries at the Owls if you know a member that can take you. Same with the Riverside. Oh, no, the Riverside had their last one of the year. And speaking of the Riverside, last Saturday was their annual golf tournament held at Bartlett Hills. And oh, boy, was it a fun day. But it was sure a hot one. Oh, my. And then followed by a hot banquet at the Riverside Club. But the steak was outstanding. I'm kind of lucky because I go with my nephew and he doesn't eat steak. So he got a grilled cheese sandwich and I got to take his steak home. So I had steak and eggs this week, 3 different days. All right, listeners, thanks so much for tuning in on YouTube. The AM is already gone. Music Memories back shortly.
Yorkville man's murder for hire plot in April pleaded guilty. Lindsay Facer of Oswego was convicted of misdemeanor criminal trespass to a residence and attempted solicitation of a murder for hire. Yorkville police say Facer's charges stem from her active involvement in the ongoing investigation that began in April after detectives learned that now 53-year-old Mark Hellenthal arranged with someone to have his former wife killed. Facer reportedly was not hired but had an existing relationship with Hellenthal and, quote, chose to take an active role in the plot as a result. Facer was convicted on July 29th and turned herself into the Kendall County Jail on Tuesday. A GoFundMe campaign was launched in April for Hellenthal's ex-wife and her children. A Kane County jury has convicted an Elgin man after prosecutors say he and 2 others kidnapped and brutally assaulted a woman they knew in 2023. State's Attorney Jamie Mosser told Fox 32 that 34-year-old Darnell Rhodes was found guilty of aggravated kidnapping inflicting great bodily harm. Prosecutors say Rhodes, along with Lloyd Hayes Jr. and Roger Heaps, kidnapped kidnapped the woman between March 13th and 14th, 2023. The trio threatened her with a knife and drove her to one of their homes where they bound her with electrical cords. Prosecutors say the woman was beaten and stabbed multiple times, suffering a fractured rib, fractured fingers, stab wounds to her leg, and blunt force injuries to her head and face that left both eyes swollen shut. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
This is Alan Walters reporting the Elgin News from August 22nd, 1925. Today we look to the southern United States for our stories. The largest organized automobile tour ever to leave this area will start on a 5-day trip through the Mississippi Valley to the Gulf Coast. October 12th, the National Motorist Association announced today 200 cars carrying 800 persons are expected to be in the caravan. The destination is Gulfport, Mississippi, and it will be reached on October 17th. According to the proposed itinerary, overnight stops will be made at Mattoon, Illinois, Cairo, Illinois, Memphis, Tennessee, and Jackson, Mississippi. Object of the tour is to cement friendship between the North and South and introduce northern motorists to the pleasures of fall travel to the South. In other news, Florida is the land of golden opportunities, according to W.E. Hayward, Elgin real estate man, who just returned to this city from Miami. Mr. Hayward accompanied Horace and Thomas.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, patchy fog before 8 a.m., then mostly sunny with a high near 81. This afternoon, temperatures falling to around 79. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Tomorrow, a slight chance of rain showers and thunderstorms, mostly sunny with a high near 82. Currently, it is 70 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Grown-ups, don't go back to school. Go forward through school into your future as an IT professional. Whether you're starting out, switching careers, or a veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you get into IT in just a few short months with no prior experience. So take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Your rewarding career in IT awaits. That's mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the VA benefit.
Clutter happens, but junk doesn't have to weigh you down. At the Junk Luggers, we're your full-service junk removal and hauling pros, tackling everything from single-item pickups to major cleanouts. We handle the heavy lifting, and with our commitment to the Green Way, we rehome and recycle to keep your unwanted items out of landfills. So, whether you're clearing out the garage, downsizing, or saying goodbye to old furniture, we make the process eco-friendly and easy. Call 1-800-LUGJUNK or visit junkluggers.com today. Let's save your space and the planet together.
What's the best way to get rid of a timeshare that you don't want? Call the Timeshare Exit Hotline. We're a group of attorneys that help customers legally exit their timeshares. It's an easy process. We guarantee results or you pay nothing. Exit your timeshare today. Call now.
800-890-5957. 800-890-5957. That's 800-890-5957.
Well, I've been waiting ever since 8. Guess my baby's got another date. Stood up, broken hearted again. I'll bet she's out having a ball, not even thinking of me at all. Stood up, broken hearted again. Well, I know just what again. Why must I always be the one left behind, never having any fun? Stood up, broken hearted again. But I guess I'll go on being a fool, sitting around just waiting for you. Stood up, broken hearted again. Well, I know just what I ought to do. I ought to find me somebody new, but baby, I couldn't forget about you. Stood up, broken hearted again. Stood up, broken hearted again. Stood up, broken hearted again.
There we have it, listeners. Here we are with Music Memories, and that's our first song from 1958. Did you recognize him? That was the one and only Ricky Nelson. Ricky Nelson, born in 1940, sadly left us on New Year's Eve, 1985, from a plane crash. He was born Eric Hilliard Nelson, an American actor and singer. He rose to fame in the late 50s with The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. Started in 1957, his career was from 57 through 80s. That was Stood Up, Waitin' in School. So he starred in films as well with Dean Martin, John Wayne, Walter Brennan, Angie Dickinson, and many others. He had 54 songs on the Hot 100 between 1957 and 1973. In 1972, he had a somewhat of a comeback with his song Garden Party. His first hit was Poor Little Fool. That was his very first one. So there was Ricky Nelson that started us out. Well, before I continue on, we're going to do the eights today, as I mentioned earlier, 58, 68, 78, and 88. We're doing the songs that were the number 17 through 20 on the Billboard chart for the entire year. That was number 17. Before we go to number 18 in 1958, because Matt had to step out a little bit in the last half-hour show, I talked about the history of radio. The history of radio, as I mentioned, obviously, you're all tuned into radio, but you could be tuned in a different way, like internet radio. But you're listening to me right now. That means you're tuned in, or you're listening to me at a later time because you've gone to the reruns. But I thought I would just let you hear what that first broadcast sounded like, which was the first actual noted broadcast for mass appeal. That was KDKA Election Night in America, on air, November 2nd, 1920. Give part of it a listen.
This is KDKA of the Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company in East Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We shall now broadcast the election returns. We are receiving these returns through the cooperation and by special arrangements with the Pittsburgh Post and Sun. The election returns will be broadcast as soon as they are received by us here at KDKA. We'd appreciate it if anyone hearing this broadcast would communicate with us, as we are very anxious to know how far the broadcast is reaching and how it is being received. Write your card or letter to station KDKA, East Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And now, while we're waiting for the returns to come in over the telephone, direct from the Post and Sun, I'll give you the list of offices in today's presidential election. Here they are. Some 30 million Americans are electing a president of the United States, a vice president, 34 United States senators, 435 members of the House of Representatives, governors of 34 states, and thousands of minor offices, county judges, and officials. Okay, those are the offices to be filled. And here are the 7 complete presidential tickets that are being voted on. I guess you all know these names pretty well by this time, but there's no harm repeating them. And we have to wait for the returns anyhow. Here's the list. Republican, Warren G. Harding, and Calvin Coolidge. Democratic, James M. Cox and Franklin D. Roosevelt. Socialist, Eugene V. Debs and Seymour Stedman. Prohibition, Aaron S. Watkins and Leigh Colvin. Farmer Labor, Parley S. Christensen and Max S. Hayes. Socialist Labor Party, William Cox and August Gilhas. Single Tax, R.C. Macaulay and R.C. Barnum. Well, those are the candidates running for the various offices in this election. And we're going to stay right here and broadcast the returns as they come into us, so please stand by.
So there we have it, folks. And I think you all know that Warren G. Harding prevailed. So that just gave you a little bit of a snippet to see what it sounded like that night. Imagine people that had a radio, all their friends, all their co-workers, everybody they knew were probably gathered around that radio ready to hear that when that came on. Because radio was so new. They only had one station. They didn't have a format. They didn't have shows yet. But that was the beginning. Had to start somewhere.
Right.
Right, Matt?
Yeah, that's amazing to hear that.
Yes, isn't that cool?
I picture my ancestors listening to it in 1920. The ones that had radios, that is.
Sure. Well, they probably didn't have one yet. Who knows who did? I mean, it was so rare to have a radio in 1920. In the late 20s, they were starting to show up, mainly in the 30s. But at least that was the first broadcast. So there might have been some, like, for instance, every store that sold one, they would have had it on, and they would have probably had it packed with people to listen because that was so amazing. It's just like I remember as a kid, the first color TV broadcast, Polk Brothers, right downtown Elgin. It was on Sunday night, Disney's Wide World. And it had the little flying dragonfly, and the woman had the little paintbrush, and she went like that across the peacock's feathers, and they all turned in color. It was black and white when it came on, and then that made it all color. Well, you had to have two things to see it. You had to have a TV set that would receive in color and show color, and then it had to be a show that broadcast in color, was recorded for that. So the outside was so crowded with people, all looking in the window because they had the TV set in the window. I mean,
Wow.
was new technology, and it was pretty amazing. So I'm sure this was people that had never heard the sounds coming out of a little box. They were literally amazed at that. So there it is, National Radio Day. It's kind of neat to celebrate the history of radio. All right, let's get back with how radio had evolved from 1920 to just 38 years later. You're listening to all these hit songs on the radio, and it just became commonplace in the 30s, especially with the golden age of radio when so many people had one. If you didn't have one, your neighbors or friends did, or relatives, and you'd go over there and listen. And my dad remembers reading the comics on the floor at his house with his parents. His mother was sewing, and his father was reading the newspaper. December 7th, 1941, when Franklin Roosevelt said the infamous words of the day in infamy. December 7th, 1941.
And so that was when Pearl Harbor was attacked and World War I, and they all just froze and listened to the radio. And so anyway, let's move on. More music from 1958. And here's our next one. Laurie London with He's Got the Whole World in His Hands.
He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole wide world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the little bitty baby in his hands. He's got the little bitty baby in his hands. He's got the little bitty baby in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole wide world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got you and me, brother, in his hands. He's got you.
Laurie London, an 81-year-old, still with us. He gained claim to fame as a boy singer from England. Here's our next one. This is called Secretly by Jimmy Rogers.
Why must I meet you in a secret rendezvous? Why must we steal away to steal a kiss or two? Why must we wait to do the things we want to do? Why, oh why, oh why, oh why, oh why? Wish we didn't have to meet secretly. Wish we didn't have to kiss secretly. Wish we didn't have to be afraid to show the world that we're in love till we have the right to meet openly, till we have the right to kiss openly. We'll just have to be content to be in love.
All right, rather interesting. Jimmy Rogers actually died in 1933, but that song emerged and became a hit 25 years after his death. All right, here's our next one. This is the final one for 1958. You've heard it many, many times on the oldies channels. Some of you heard it when it was new, and it's been a lot of old classic 50s-oriented music, movies. Here's Danny and the Juniors with At the Hop.
Well, you can rock it, you can roll it, do the stop and even stroll it at the hop. When the record starts spinning, you chill it, so when you're chicken at the hop. Do the dance sensations that are sweeping the nation at the hop. Let's go to the hop. Let's go to the hop. Oh, baby, let's go to the hop. Oh, baby, let's go to the hop. Come on, let's go to the hop. Well, you can swing it, you can groove it, you can really start to move it at the hop. Where the jockey is the smoothest and the music is the coolest at the hop. All the cats and the chicks can get their kicks at the hop. Let's go! Let's go to the hop. Let's go to the hop. Baby, let's go to the hop.
There we have it, Danny and the Juniors, an American doo-wop and rock and roll vocal group from Philadelphia, PA, formed in 1955. That was their biggest hit. All right, we're going to jump ahead just like that to 1968. Here's a group we heard a lot of in the late 60s, The Fifth Dimension, with their hit Stoned Soul Picnic.
Can you survey? Can you picnic? Whoa, whoa, can you survey? Can you picnic? Come on and survey down to a stone soul picnic. Survey down to a stone soul picnic. There'll be lots of time and wine, red, yellow, honey, sassafras and moonshine. Red, yellow, honey, sassafras and moonshine. Stone soul, stone soul. Come on and stir it down. A stone soul picnic. Stir it down. A stone soul picnic. Rain and sun.
The Fifth Dimension, an American vocal group known for pop, pop soul, and psychedelic soul. They were noted for crossover sounds in the 60s and 70s. A couple of their other hits, if you recall, were Up, Up and Away and Let the Sunshine In. Hey, here's our next one. This is by Hugh Masekela, Grazing in the Grass. Hugh Masekela, he was born in 1939 as Hugh Ramapolo Masekela in Southern Africa. He was a trumpeter from Southern Africa, known as the father of Southern African jazz. Left us in 2018. All right, here's one that I know you're going to know, and this one is from 1968, The Grassroots with Midnight Confessions.
Midnight
have it, the Grassroots, an American rock band. Between 1965 and 75, they had 2 gold albums, 2 gold singles, 21 singles on Billboard charts. 20, they had in the top 20, they had 6 of them, and in the top 40, they had 14 of them. They sold over 20 million records. The Grassroots. All right, we'll leave you today for the first half of the show, that is, with Sly and the Family Stone. Here's their hit from 1968, Dance to the Music.
Some bottom so that the dancer just won't hide. You might like to hear my organ. I said right, Sally, right now. Cynthia, Jerry, if I could hear the horns blow, Cynthia on the throne, listen to me, Cynthia and Jerry got a message that says, all the squares,
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley. This update brought to you by Sky Rizzi. Yorkville police are searching for a missing 14-year-old boy who's reported as a runaway. Walter Woodcock was last seen leaving his home in the 2000 block of Overlook Court around 8:45 a.m. Wednesday. Walter is described as 5'4" and 100 pounds with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was wearing camouflage clothing with black boots and a camouflage hat. A co-conspirator in a Yorkville man's murder-for-hire plot in April pleaded guilty. Lindsay Facer of Oswego was convicted of misdemeanor criminal trespass to a residence and attempted solicitation of a murder for hire. Yorkville police say Facer's charges stem from her active involvement in the ongoing investigation that began in April after detectives learned that now 53-year-old Mark Hellenthal arranged with someone to have his former wife killed. Facer reportedly was not hired but had an existing relationship with Hellenthal and, quote, chose to take an active role in the plot as a result. Facer was convicted on July 29th and turned herself into the Kendall County Jail on Tuesday. A GoFundMe campaign was launched in April for Hellenthal's ex-wife and her children. A Kane County jury has convicted an Elgin man after prosecutors say he and 2 others kidnapped and brutally assaulted a woman they knew in 2023. State's Attorney Jamie Mosser told Fox 32 that 34-year-old Darnell Rhodes was found guilty of aggravated kidnapping inflicting great bodily harm. Prosecutors say Rhodes, along with Lloyd Hayes Jr. and Roger Heaps, kidnapped the woman between March 13th and 14th, 2023. The trio threatened her with a knife and drove her to one of their homes where they bound her with electrical cords. Prosecutors say the woman was beaten and stabbed multiple times, suffering a fractured rib, fractured finger, stab wounds to her leg, and blunt force injuries to her head and face that left both eyes swollen shut. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Let's go!
you're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, mostly sunny with a high near 81. Temperatures falling to around 79 in the afternoon. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Tomorrow, a slight chance of rain showers in the morning, then a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms. Mostly sunny with a high near 82. Currently, it is 73 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Don't go changing to try and please me. You never let me down before. Don't imagine you're too familiar, and I don't see you anymore. I would not leave you in times of trouble. We never could have come this far. I took the good times, I'll take the bad times. I take you just the way you are. Don't go trying some new fashion. Don't change the color of your hair. You always have my unspoken passion. Although I might not seem to care, I don't want clever conversation. Never want to work that hard. I just want someone that I can talk to. I want you just the way you are. someone that I knew. Oh, what will it take till you believe in me the way that I believe in you? I said I love you, that's forever. This I promise from the heart. I couldn't love you any better. I love you just the way you are. I don't want clever conversation. I never want to work that hard. I just want someone that I can talk to. I want you just the way you are.
Just the way you are. You know what, Matt? Working with you, I'm glad because of who you are. I like you just the way you are.
Well, thank you. And right back at you.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the one and only Billy Joel, also known as the Piano Man. He was born William Martin Joel. He's 76 years old and still performing as he's able, but he's had to cancel some tours because he has a brain disorder, a certain disease that has fluid on the brain buildup, causes balance challenges. He's known for his romantic ballads. He said himself in an interview that he was inspired in the beginning by the Beatles. He sold over 150 million records, and he was once married to Christy Brinkley, that beautiful model. He was married to her from 1985 through 1994. But the main reason that they got divorced is that, in her words, alcohol was his other woman. Yes, it is no secret that he's been challenged and suffered from alcoholism throughout his career. It caused a breakup between him and Elton John that toured together. In fact, I saw that tour at the Allstate Arena, and that was pretty cool. They both did their own acts, and then they played a song together at the very end. Well, the Piano Man, at least one thing about music, whether they're still with us and can't perform, whether they are passed on, we will always, always have their music. Here's another one, and this is another one. I just mentioned that Billy Joel was inspired by the Beatles. Well, I think this was the first spin-off from the Beatles after they broke up. And Paul McCartney, he formed a group called Wings. And he was, of course, the singer and the bass player. And his wife, Linda McCartney, played keyboards. And Denny Lane, formerly of the Moody Blues, played guitar and backup vocals. Here was their big hit in 1978, With a Little Luck. Paul McCartney. His voice has always been great. Here's our next one from 1978. This is by Yvonne Elliman. She's 73 years old, still going strong. An American singer, songwriter, and actress. She started her career involved in that great theatrical performance that went on for 3 years strong, Jesus Christ Superstar. This is her solo #1 hit song, If I Can't Have You.
Don't know why I'm surviving every lonely day when there's got to be no chance for me, my life today. And it doesn't matter how I cry, my tears so dry are a waste of time. If I turn away, am I strong enough to see it through? Go crazy is what I will do. If I can't have you, I don't want nobody, baby. If I can't have you, if I can't have you, I don't want nobody, baby. If I can't have you, can't let go, and it doesn't matter how I try. I gave it all so easily to you, my love, to dreams that never will come true. Am I strong enough to see it through? Go crazy is what I will do. If I can't have you.
If I Can't Have You. All right, here's our last one from 1978. The name of the group is just one word. They had a lot of members in the group, but mostly girls for the singing. The name of the group was Chic, spelled C-H-I-C. Here's their song, Dance, 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 Yowza, Yowza, Yowza. Dance, dance, dance. Yowza, yowza, yowza. That was Chic from 1978. Let's jump ahead to 1988. Here's some English rock band sounds. This band was formed in London in 1978 by David Coverdale, who left Deep Purple to form this band. This band is called White Snake. Here's their hit from 88 called Is This Love?
I should have known better than to let you go alone. It's times like these I can't make it on my own. Wasted days and sleepless nights, and I can't wait to see you again. I finally spent my time waiting on your call. How can I tell you, babe? My back's against the wall. I need you by my side. Tell me it's alright, 'cause I don't think I can take anymore. Is this love that I'm feeling? Is this the love that I've been searching for? Is this love, or am I dreaming? This must be love.
Whitesnake, still active today. Here's our next one from 88. This is by a group, an English pop rock band formed in 81 in London called the Escape Club. They had one other big hit in 1991 called I'll Be There, but this is their hit from 88, Wild Wild West.
Good 47 deadbeats living in a back street, north, east, west, south, all in the same house. Sitting in the back room, waiting for the big boom. I'm in the bedroom, waiting for my baby. She's so mean, I don't care. I love her eyes and her wild, wild hair. Dance to the beat that we like best. Heading for the 90s, living in the wild, wild west. The wild, wild west. Wild west. Woman is in the back room, handing out Valium sheriffs on the airwaves, talking to the DJs. 47 heartbeats beating like a drum. Gotta live it up, Ronnie's got a new gun. She's so mean, I don't care. I love her eyes and her wild, wild hair. Dance to the beat that we like best. Headed for the 90s, living in the wild, wild west. The wild, wild west. Wild west.
That's the Escape Club, Wild Wild West. Kind of neat that it starts out with that gunshot sound.
Yeah.
We've got two to go. This next one is called Pour Some Sugar on Me. This is by an English rock band formed in Sheffield in 1977. They're still active today. In fact, last night, not that I normally watch this show, but when I turned the TV on, the channel was on. America's Got Talent. And they were performing. So, of course, the judges all liked them, and they, I don't know why they were performing. They must have celebrities, a celebrity section. I don't follow the show because they're obviously very accomplished. Many of you will know their name when I'm about to reveal it. And I know that I've got a few friends that really like them. I have some of their records in my collection, but I have to admit I've never played them. So they're just a little too heavy metal sound for my taste. But this is Def Leppard. Def Leppard with Pour Some Sugar on Me.
Step inside, walk this way, you and me, babe. Hey, hey! Love is like a bomb, baby, come and get it on. Living like a lover with a red iPhone. Looking like a tramp, like a video bam. Demolition woman, can I be your man? Television lover, baby, cool night. Sometime, anytime, sugar me sweet. Little Miss Innocent, sugar me, yeah. Yeah. Come on, take a bite, shake it up, break the bubble, break it up. Pour some sugar on me. In the name of love, pour some sugar on me. Come on, fry me up. Pour your sugar on me. I can't get enough. I'm hot, sticky sweet, from my head to my feet, yeah. Listen, red light, yellow light, green light, go. Crazy little woman in a one-man show. Mirror queen, mannequin, rhythm of a love. Sweet dream, saccharine, Lucetta. Lucetta. You gotta squeeze a little, tease a little more. Easy operator, come on knocking on my door. Sometime, anytime, sugar me sweet. Little Miss Innocent, sugar me.
There we have it, Def Leppard. Sometimes I wonder how those guys' vocal cords manage to make it when they're yelling all the time. All right, this brings us to our last song today, again from 1988. This is by a singer, American singer, songwriter, actor, and composer. To this day, she is only 63 years old, born 1962 in New York. She has sold over 75 million records. Her real name is Leslie Wonderman, but her professional name that all of you know her by is Taylor Dane. This is her big hit. She's been active since the 80s, but this is her big hit, I'll Always Love You. 17 top 20 singles. Before we close out, I'll let the song fade away at the end of the show today. I want to thank you all for tuning in. A special hi to my friends Greg and Judy DeRay out there listening in. And remember, they're always on Tradio collecting Omega watches and antique bicycles. Well, I hope they have a good weekend, and I hope all you listeners out there do. We've got a nice weekend in store. Remember to thank a policeman, a fireman, and a veteran every day. I wish you a peach of a weekend. Here is the conclusion. And by the way, the historic house walk is in 2 weeks, so make sure you're ready for that. I got to get them in to talk to you, Matt, for an interview.
Absolutely.
Here we're going to end our show with I'll Always Love You, Taylor Dane. Thanks for listening, everybody.
I'll always love you for the rest of my days. your sweet, sexy ways. You gave me hope when I needed someone near.
Presents 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 11 o'clock.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley. This update brought to you by Wendy's. A co-conspirator in a Yorkville man's murder-for-hire plot in April pleaded guilty. Lindsay Facer of Oswego was convicted of misdemeanor criminal trespass to a residence and attempted solicitation of a murder-for-hire. Yorkville police say Facer's charges stem from her active involvement in the ongoing investigation that began in April after detectives learned that now 53-year-old Mark Hellenthal arranged with someone to have his former wife killed. Facer reportedly was not hired, but had an existing relationship with Hellenthal and, quote, chose to take an active role in the plot as a result. Facer was convicted on July 29th and turned herself into the Kendall County Jail on Tuesday. A GoFundMe campaign was launched in April for Hellenthal's ex-wife and her children. A Kane County jury has convicted an Elgin man after prosecutors say he and two others kidnapped and brutally assaulted a woman they knew in 2023. State's Attorney Jamie Mosser told Fox 32 that 34-year-old Darnell Rhodes was found guilty of aggravated kidnapping inflicting great bodily harm. Prosecutors say Rhodes, along with Lloyd Hayes Jr. and Roger Heaps, kidnapped the woman between March 13th and 14th, 2023. The trio threatened her with a knife and drove her to one of their homes where they bound her with electrical cords. Prosecutors say the woman was beaten and stabbed multiple times, suffering a fractured rib, fractured finger, stab wounds to her leg, and blunt force injuries to her head and face that left both eyes swollen shut. Yorkville police are searching for a missing 14-year-old boy who's reported as a runaway. Walter Woodcock was last seen leaving his home in the 2000 block of Overlook Court around 8:45 a.m. Wednesday. Walter is described as 5'4" and 100 pounds with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was wearing camouflage clothing with black boots and a camouflage hat. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning?
RV wins!
Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast?
RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley. This update brought to you by Wendy's. A co-conspirator in a Yorkville man's murder-for-hire plot in April pleaded guilty. Lindsay Facer of Oswego was convicted of misdemeanor criminal trespass to a residence and attempted solicitation of a murder-for-hire. Yorkville police say Facer's charges stem from her active involvement in the ongoing investigation that began in April after detectives learned that now 53-year-old Mark Hellenthal arranged with someone to have his former wife killed. Facer reportedly was not hired, but had an existing relationship with Hellenthal and, quote, chose to take an active role in the plot as a result. Facer was convicted on July 29th and turned herself into the Kendall County Jail on Tuesday. A GoFundMe campaign was launched in April for Hellenthal's ex-wife and her children. A Kane County jury has convicted an Elgin man after prosecutors say he and two others kidnapped and brutally assaulted a woman they knew in 2023. State's Attorney Jamie Mosser told Fox 32 that 34-year-old Darnell Rhodes was found guilty of aggravated kidnapping inflicting great bodily harm. Prosecutors say Rhodes, along with Lloyd Hayes Jr. and Roger Heaps, kidnapped.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, mostly sunny with a high near 81. Temperatures falling to around 79 in the afternoon. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Tomorrow, a slight chance of rain showers in the morning, then a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms. Mostly sunny with a high near 82. Currently, it is 73 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Are you looking to buy, sell, or trade something? Maybe clean out that attic or basement, or just make a little extra cash? Then don't miss Tradio on Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Weekdays at 12:30 p.m. Call in to let folks in the Fox River Valley know what you're looking for or what you've got to get rid of. It's easy, it's free, and it's a great way to connect with your community. Call in at 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. If it's got to go, then let us know. Only on Tradio, here on WRMN AM 1410.
For a little lighthearted lawlessness on Sunday afternoons, listen to Handle on the Law from 4 to 7 p.m. Handle on the Law is a unique combination of useful legal advice and outrageous handle remarks. Whether you're talking about Big Brother, big business, big legal problems, or Big Macs, you'll rarely find Bill without an opinion. His rapid-fire commentary gives listeners the information they crave in the way they crave it. It's Handle on the Law, Sunday afternoons from 4 to 7 p.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Out to Lunch here on WRMN AM 1410, broadcasting live here from Studio 14, serving you, the Fox River Valley area. Thank you, everyone, of course, for tuning in today and wanting to be a part of the conversation. We are on that AM 1410 dial. We're also on YouTube, youtube.com at WRMN Radio. If you want to hit that subscribe button, click that notification bell so that you can always keep yourself in tune, up to date, and in the loop with what's happening here in the Fox River Valley, what's going on here on WRMN. What's the Fox River Valley 411? What's fresh and new and exciting and maybe even a staple in the community? We love to let you know exactly what's going on here in the Fox River Valley area. Out to Lunch is sponsored by St. Joseph Hospital in Elgin. You can get back to doing what you love with expert orthopedic and spine care at St. Joseph Hospital in Elgin. From advanced surgery to personalized rehab, their specialists are with you throughout your care journey. St. Joseph Hospital is now a proud member of Prime Healthcare. We're here to keep you moving. So schedule your appointment today by calling 847-931-5525 or visit stjosephelgin.com to find out more information. And you can also visit their location as well at 77 North Airlight Street in Elgin. So again, thank you so much to St. Joseph Hospital for sponsoring today's show, Out to Lunch. Now, of course, here on Out to Lunch, we like to talk about lots of good things when it comes to food, but also drinks. As you know myself, I'm a huge coffee drinker. I do love my cold brews. I like my lattes. I like the occasional cappuccinos, sitting little fancy cappuccinos there with the beautiful designs. And let me tell you, there are places out there that really do explore a lot of really great options and are known for specific roastings. as well. And today we have Maple Leaf Roasters Cafe in St. Charles. We have the owner here on the air with us in the hot seat number 3. Alex Behrens joins us today live in studio. Thanks so much for joining with us today. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm great. Thanks for having me in, Matt.
Well, Alex, tell us a little bit about yourself first on how you got interested in being a cafe owner.
Yeah. So the Coffee Roaster in Roselle is actually where we started out in 2018, and the cafe in St. Charles we opened in 2023. It was an additional part to the business, and I was always way into coffee. Actually, I got into coffee many years ago when I started roasting coffee at home, and we always dreamed of being able to open a cafe as well, to be the kind of cafe storefront for the business, but the retail storefront in Roselle, as the roaster has been open since 2018. It's a lifelong love of coffee ever since I was a teenager and needing to stay up. And I just got way into coffee head first in my 20s. And it turns out you can actually do some small scale roasting and experimentation of coffee at home. And then the coffee side, the cafe side of things is something that me and my wife have always been way into. We were big Caribou fans when they were still in the area here, and have just been looking for that kind of coffee house feel for our whole lives, and we've just found a really great opportunity to do it in 2023.
Very cool. So again, you're located in St. Charles. What was that kind of decision making on? I guess why St. Charles in particular?
Yeah. Well, St. Charles is a beautiful place. Very similar feel to the kind of business community that we have in Roselle, which sort of prioritizes small, independently owned businesses that have a part in the community. We were looking to do something like what we're doing in St. Charles and Roselle for many years, and a location opened up in St. Charles in the kind of middle part of 2023 that after a lot of back and forth, my wife and I decided to give it a shot. And I think it's been something that has given us a lot of opportunity to learn and grow and feel what a cafe like that would be like in Roselle. So we'd like to do something like that in Roselle eventually, but St. Charles has been a really good test ground for us to become a member of the business community there, to feel what it's going to be like to open a cafe in another location, hopefully in the future. And St. Charles has a great outdoor community that we feel very comfortable with as well, from cycling to walking to other parts of the community as well. And the small business community in St. Charles is very similar to the types of community that we have in Roselle. So we felt like at home without having lived there at all in any points of our lives.
Very cool. For folks who have never been here before, tell us a little bit on just kind of like just a little brief walkthrough on when people come into the building. What can they expect, or even just looking on the outside of the building too?
Yeah, absolutely. So our location in St. Charles is located on the Fox River. We actually have a patio area, which I'll get to in a bit, that you can sit in right on the Fox River as well. But when you step into the cafe, and from the outside, we have obviously our signage, but we have a path right along the river on the bridge on the Fox River there that adorns the outside of the cafe. Yeah, that's actually one of the cool drone pictures that we had taken for our Google Maps profile. And despite the limited amount of parking right up front, there's plenty of parking in St. Charles. That's something that it has in abundance. When you step in, from first glance, it looks fairly small because the actual inside of the cafe is 2 units that were glued together. So when you step around the front counter after you've placed your order, in the back there's a very large dining room area, a small meeting room area in the back that we also rent out for some groups. There's actually a Mahjong group in there right now today.
Nice.
That rents out that space about once every 3 to 4 weeks. And in the warmer parts of the summer, out of the back there is a patio area as well with seating and umbrellas. That is sun about half of the day until we get past like about noon. That has that lovely view of the Fox River as well. And this time of year, you'll see a lot of people fishing. You'll see some people on kayaks and things like that. And once we get into the fall, you'll get people actually doing fly fishing with their boots up. So
oh, nice.
You kind of can sit almost, you can go anywhere that you want within the cafe and get a different experience. So if you sit in the front, you get that small cafe vibe. If you go around the back, you'll get that like busy, more louder coffee house vibe, because there'll be people around you sitting and talking. And if you want a little bit of serenity and you want to see the outside world, if it's a nice enough day, you can sit outside as well.
That is something really unique about your place too, is that everyone can have a certain feel to things
Exactly.
and an atmosphere. So it's not just like one particular atmosphere. And well, if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. There's different options for people, which I think is really cool. And that I think can really tie together with the different options that you have with your coffee. And also you offer other food options too. So breakfast, pastries, and things like that. I know that you also do offer quality ingredients too. So there's also vegetarian and vegan options and gluten-free options as well for people. So so that's really good too. Tell us a little bit here more in detail. I know that you are definitely very well in tune with the I guess the coffee and the grinding process of that too. So if you want to go into a little bit with that.
Yeah, absolutely. So the cafe and our roaster location are actually, they're both owned by myself. So we have a lot of knowledge and experience in the coffee roasting side of things, which is how we got to the cafe, as I was mentioning earlier. So there's a level of quality control that we have because of the nature of being able to produce our own coffee and import it and work with the producers and the growers for the coffee itself. And that's something that you don't see in a ton of cafe operations. A lot of times they, of course, don't go to that level of investment and they just purchase coffee from another roaster like myself for use in their cafe. But once you get beyond that to the food side of things, one of the things that in addition to the seating, I kind of touched on a little bit, one of the things I really like about us as a cafe is that you can go in there just by yourself, get a cup of coffee, whatever kind of coffee you want, and have a really great experience. But if you want to meet somebody to share baked goods or to share a plate of food, you have the opportunity not only because of the amount of space that's in it, but some of the food options that you can get, single plate, share it between a couple of people. You can also just load up on food yourself if you're really hungry, if you've had a busy day outdoors, or you can meet a group of people too. We have so much space, so many options that no matter what you're looking to come in to do, we're a great spot for you to do that. And if we dig into the ingredients for a little bit, all the baked goods that we make in-house, except for the croissants that we source from Gather Bakery in Geneva, they're all made in-house, where we are able to fine-tune the recipes and make sure that the ingredients are high quality. The food we obviously make in-house with our kitchen staff, and the coffee, of course, comes from us. And we do also make our own syrups in-house too. So we have really fresh syrups that are always being made a couple times a week. We try to be very homegrown in everything that we put out to our customers, that we really do put a lot of work into making the exact ingredients. And our teas come from Steep and Clay in Elgin, downtown. Tom, the owner of that cafe.
Right down here.
Yeah, absolutely, right
That's
down here.
awesome.
Tom's been a great partner for us. He actually does exactly what we do, just with tea and the coffee side of things. He's a lovely human. I definitely encourage people to go check out his tea selection.
I have. It's wonderful. Yeah.
Yeah. Great person too.
Awesome. Very cool. I didn't realize the connection you had here to downtown Elgin. That's
Yeah.
fantastic.
We love downtown Elgin. The number of our employees and many of our customers do come from the Elgin area. And Elgin is everything up and down the Fox River is a great place to visit. I'm not going to say St. Charles is the best, but obviously I have a soft spot in my heart for it. But Elgin's a great place too.
Absolutely. Tell us a little bit here too. I saw that Maple Leaf Coffee House is recognized as bike-friendly business. So can you go into a little more detail on what that means?
Of course. We've been sponsors of cycling groups in Illinois for almost the entire life of Maple Leaf Coffee Roasters. So since about 2019 is when we became an official corporate sponsor for that group. Ride Illinois is a advocacy group that does a lot of education, events, outreach, and support for cycling causes within the state. In that time, we've become deeper and deeper friends with a lot of the folks in the cycling community, not only within the Roselle area, but statewide. The Ride Illinois and other cycling groups put on a Grand Illinois Bike Tour every year that tours parts of the state on cycling across multiple days. That's a really great opportunity. And the person that runs Ride Illinois, which is a fellow named Dave Simmons, is basically, this is his full-time job. He quit his job just like I quit my day job a couple of years ago to do something that he was passionate about full-time. And I've always been an avid runner, but I've gotten into cycling more and more in the last couple of years with the help of someone like Dave. And the cycling community is a great place to invest some time and energy into, because it's a great group of people that advocate for accessibility and better streets and better opportunities for people who want to get around on a bike and even walking to do that. So he helped us apply for that bike-friendly designation as a business, which is you don't see a ton of businesses in the state of Illinois that have that bike-friendly designation. It involves several rounds of questionnaires, some interviews, some discussions with the group that actually certifies businesses and governments as bike friendly. So they had several levels of designation. We earned a bronze level accreditation, which is the lowest level, but we're going to reapply it, in a couple of years. Once we put more investment into supporting bike-friendly causes. We have a bike repair kit at the cafe, so if you're going up and down the Fox River and you spring a leak on your tire, we have patches and things that can help to repair your bike in a jiffy. So they measure things like that. Also, like, do you encourage your employees to bike to work? Do you help with bike racks? And just all these causes that are important to creating a community where cyclists feel welcomed. And they measure that kind of thing and then award you a certain level of designation if you do fit that criteria. And for us, it puts us on the map. We're one of the very few businesses in the collar counties of Chicago that have a bike-friendly designation. It's really a point of pride for us, not only that support that we've had for the cycling community for many years, but also to have that recognition that we're trying our best to improve that cycling access and accessibility within the area around us.
I mean, you are so active in the community. Folks, this is not your standard of a coffee shop for sure. I mean, you have so many different elements to it too. You also do offer hosting events as well too. So again, like you said, people can rent out the space and they can do that as well too. So how do you manage scheduling, staffing, and then the service quality for events, even outside of those normal business hours?
Of course. A great thing about St. Charles and the surrounding area is that there are a lot of places to hold events. In our little strip mall, there's a place called Eden and the Wine Exchange that are great places that have weddings and bachelor showers and bridal showers, these types of events all the time. And we have a lot of partners that we work with that sometimes we'll kick people back and forth to like, well, what you're looking for is a little bit more like what's going on over here. So, maybe try them. But the cafe is a great place to sort of do what you want for your own types of events. So we have a sign-up form on our website with information about the types of events that we offer and the types of things that we support. Like you said, the space can hold about 80 people, a little bit more in the summer months when the patio is open. But we try to make the events a very flexible experience for our guests as well. So you can choose to use our space and just rent the space and bring all your own food, bring all your own drinks, things like that. Or you can utilize our catering services, which we do have a catering menu with different options on it. That can also have the coffee bar element to it too. So we have some groups that sometimes just do an open bar for coffee drinks where they just, have the guest order and they just settle a tab at the end of the night. We also have a liquor license, which allows for BYOB for those events. So if guests want to, go to Costco or Binny's or somewhere else, just, grab their own beer and wine, we're able to support that kind of case as well. So we really make it very flexible for people that might want to be able to do their own thing. Because a lot of places, when they offer their space for rental, you have to use their food services, you have to use their drink services, you have to utilize them for everything. We can go from bare minimum, just have someone there to occupy space, help with cleanup and moving tables around, to all the way to like something that we're doing tonight. We actually have a rehearsal dinner for a wedding that has 60 people coming, and then we're doing a plated meal for them. And coffee bar service and BYOB. So we're very flexible. The costs obviously move a little bit based on the kind of events you're offering. But if you're looking for a comfortable, cozy place to hold an event right on the Fox River that has a lot of options in it for whatever you're trying to do, big or small, we've had groups of 20 use our space after hours just to hold a family get together, which is really cool to see too.
That is really cool. What's great too is it also says that reservations aren't necessary and it's not a sit-down style restaurant. So tell us a little bit. I mean, we did already kind of go through this too, that you have different spaces. So you have a certain, people can sit at a table and eat, or they can also sit at like a lounge area as well too. So that's really cool. I mean, how does it kind of work with certain seasons as well? So I'm sure like do you offer different seasonal flavors and how do you get the word out about all of that too?
Absolutely. So just to touch on the kind of quick service aspect. So we're known in the restaurant industry as a quick service restaurant. Think of it similar to when you go to a Panera or Chipotle. And Chipotle is not the best example, but when you go to like a Panera, you place your order at the front counter. They might give you a coffee drink if you're getting a coffee drink right away. But they'll usually give you a buzzer or something else that says, your food is ready. So they'll prepare the food and tell you when it's ready. Similar concept for us. The food menu, when you do place an order for food with us or a baked good that needs to be heated up, what we do is we give you a table number and we then bring the food and the plate and the silverware to you at the table, unless you're getting the food to go. So In the restaurant industry, that's the idea of the quick service kind of aspect, and we've even made some improvements to the way that works over time. When we started out, we had these little table numbers that were sort of hard to see, and now we have this tall stands that have the number right on it. It's impossible to miss, which it's a little bit of a dance sometimes to try to find the table where somebody parked at, because they could have gone outside, they could have gone inside. So our flow of service is much improved, especially compared to the first year. As far as the kind of seasonality of our things, we do rotate. We do have a core menu of breakfast and lunch options and baked goods, but we introduce seasonal flavors, things for the fall, summer, spring, and winter. They kind of match a little bit of the feel for the season. So right now, everyone's asking for pumpkin this and that.
Yes.
So we're getting close to introducing the pumpkin flavors for both our baked goods and for our drinks. Since we control, we make our own syrups and make our own baked goods, it gives us an opportunity to also test all of these things too. So before we put out any new baked good, we always make a couple of test recipes, sample out to customers, put some plate with some sliced up pieces of the baked good on the front counter, try one out, grab it, let us know what you think. And a lot of things graduate into a seasonal item and a lot of things don't. As far as promotion goes, we have a pretty kickin' TikTok channel that a couple of our employees and myself occasionally will show up in a video on. So one of my employees, shift leads Maddie, is kind of in charge of a lot of our social media stuff on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. And that's a lot of the ways that we get our word out. But we have signage and boards, and that sampling is something that we try to get as much feedback as we can before we put something into a production state that someone is ready to ready to serve it to folks. So we're actually testing a few items for our fall lineup right now. We have a harvest salad that we're putting together. It has quinoa and some nuts and things in it, and some other interesting things, a different avocado toast that we have some different toppings for the fall season as well. So it's always an ongoing work process, and we always take feedback from all of our employees too that have ideas for new things to do during each season.
That must be fun, trying to decide and kind of mix and match things and test things out and test the waters to see how it works and things like that too. It's always also fun to look forward to seasonal items that are there only temporary. So then people can be like, oh, it's the time to go get that pumpkin spice latte or, whatever the case might be when it comes to food and things like that as well. You have a pretty big menu here as well here. So if you're folks watching on YouTube, you can actually find it. Their entire menu listed here. So you do offer, of course, iced coffee. I'm a big iced coffee drinker. Cold brew and coffee to go if you want to host an event and you want to bring the coffee, right? You can enjoy that too. So that's fantastic. You also do offer a specials menu as well. So you offer some weekday specials. And also I have to say too, I love the way that this website is each day has their own little box that has its own design, and it really it really pops as well. It's simplistic, but also a lot of detail in there too. So I think that from an artistic perspective, that's very well done.
I appreciate it.
Yes, very cool. And then of course, what's today? So Friday, 99-cent drip coffee in a mug. That's fantastic. So
we do offer almost all of our coffee drinks in mugs and ceramic mugs too. Which is one of those things that's nice when you go to a coffee house and you want to sit and stay, that you don't have to get a paper cup or you don't have to get a plastic cup. You can actually get something that you can hold and feel the warmth from it in a way that feels like you're at home. And that's something that we take a lot of pride in, being able to offer those sorts of additional things on top of something that you might get at another cafe or Starbucks, something like that.
Very cool. So you got to tell us here. So what are some of your most popular drinks and popular food items that you've noticed within these years that people tend to gravitate the most to, would you say?
Yeah, the baked goods is the easy one to call out. Easily our best-selling item over time is our blueberry scones, blueberry lemon scones.
Sounds so good.
Yeah, those are easily something that we consistently sell out of every single one that we put on the shelf. We just started doing donuts a couple of weeks ago, which have been moving pretty well. The Fox River area has a strange obsession with donuts, so if you don't have donuts, there's definitely a need to bring those in some way or somehow. And one of the newer items that has been doing absurdly well too is a cinnamon roll, and it's that exactly what you expect, the circular cinnamon glazed kind of thing that when it warms up, it's really good. We do have one more hearty baked good item that does pretty well. It's a little bit more popular in the winter than it is in the summer, which is a goat cheese quiche. And that's just comes in a circular cup that we put in an oven to heat it up a little bit. And those are things that when we have some later events, like during the Jazz Weekend that's coming up in September, what we will usually try to do is push those a little bit more, because that's a nice way to like eat something a little bit more hearty, but not eat dinner. And that's definitely one of our more popular baked goods items in the kind of colder months. As far as drinks go, there's a lot of seasonality in the drinks as far as what sells this time of year. It's cold brew, it's iced lattes. Basically iced drinks are really what hit. And once you kind of transition into the fall and the winter, that's when you kind of transition back into the smochas, those hot lattes, things of that nature. So some of the syrups that we also offer are very popular too, that go into some sort of seasonality. We keep getting asked about lavender syrups, bringing those back in.
Awesome. Very cool. Oh my goodness, the time has flown by so fast already. Thank you so much for coming in today. We greatly appreciate it. Folks, if you want to check out more information, visit the website. That is mapleleafcafe.com. There's a video right there of you. Very nice.
Later summer hours on Fridays until 6 p.m. Everyone's asking for later hours, and we got them. So hope to see everyone soon.
Awesome. Alex, thanks so much for joining us today. Folks, if you want to check out more information, feel free to visit them as well, too, in St. Charles, located at 1 West Illinois Street in St. Charles. And you definitely got to check them out. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more here on Out to Lunch, WRMN.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley. This update brought to you by Wendy's. A Kane County jury has convicted an Elgin man after prosecutors say he and 2 others kidnapped and brutally assaulted a woman they knew in 2023. State's Attorney Jamie Mossert told Fox 32 that 34-year-old Darnell Rhodes was found guilty of aggravated kidnapping inflicting great bodily harm. Prosecutors say Rhodes, along with Lloyd Hayes Jr. and Roger Heaps, kidnapped the woman between March 13th and 14th, 2023. The trio threatened her with a knife and drove her to one of their homes where they bound her with electrical cords. Prosecutors say the woman was beaten and stabbed multiple times, suffering a fractured rib, fractured finger, stab wounds to her leg, and blunt force injuries to her head and face that left both eyes swollen shut. Yorkville police are searching for a missing 14-year-old boy who's reported as a runaway. Walter Woodcock was last seen leaving his home in the 2000 block of Overlook Court around 8:45 a.m. Wednesday. Walter is described as 5'4" and 100 pounds with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was wearing camouflage clothing with black boots and a camouflage hat. A co-conspirator in a Yorkville man's murder-for-hire plot in April pleaded guilty. Lindsay Facer of Oswego was convicted of misdemeanor criminal trespass to a residence and attempted solicitation of a murder-for-hire. Yorkville police say Facer's charges stem from her active involvement in the ongoing investigation that began in April after detectives learned that now 53-year-old Mark Hellenthal arranged with someone to have his former wife killed. Facer reportedly was not hired but had an existing relationship with Hellenthal and, quote, chose to take an active role in the plot as a result. Facer was convicted on July 29th and turned herself into the Kendall County Jail on Tuesday. A GoFundMe campaign was launched in April for Hellenthal's ex-wife and her children. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals. And it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
For nearly 50 years, the DuPage Senior Citizens Council and Kane Senior Council have been dedicated to serving seniors in DuPage and Kane counties. Established in 1975, the DuPage Senior Citizens Council is a volunteer-driven 501c3 non-for-profit organization committed to helping older adults live with dignity. From providing nutritious meals to offering support services, The Kane Senior Council is there every step of the way. With programs designed to enhance independence and quality of life, they're proud to make a difference in the lives of their senior neighbors. To learn more or to volunteer, visit them at 418B Airport Road in Elgin or head to their website at caneseniorcouncil.org. Give them a call at 630-338-0999. That's 630-338-0999. That's the Kane Senior Council, caring for seniors because they deserve to live with dignity and respect. Visit caneseniorcouncil.org or call 630-338-0999 today.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, partly sunny with a high near 81. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Tomorrow, a slight chance of rain showers between 7 a.m. and 1 p.m., then a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms. Mostly sunny with a high near 82. Currently, it is 74 with mainly clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to handle the busy holiday season, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch here on WRMN AM 1410, broadcasting live here from Studio 14, serving you, the Fox River Valley area. Thank you, of course, to Alex for coming in earlier today here to studio to talking a bit with us about Maple Leaf Roasters Cafe in St. Charles. Oh my goodness, I'm already getting hungry for some pastries and some good lunch food, and also another cup of coffee from that place too. So if you want to check it out, please feel free to visit their website for more information. We're in the second half of the 11 o'clock hour here for Out to Lunch. We have a second interview that is coming your way here too. We've got Lori Husky, who's a board member of NAMI of Kane County North. And she's going to be speaking with us here about a free family-to-family educational course. So please welcome her here. She's calling into the station. Thanks so much for joining us today. How are you doing today?
Thank you. Very fine. Thank you. Thank you for having us.
So Lori, introduce yourself and your relationship to NAMI of Kane County North.
Yes, I'm Lori Husky. I've lived here in Elgin most of my life. I joined NAMI in 2009 after one of our children had a mental health crisis, and I just needed to learn more. And through those years, I have been trained to teach the family-to-family course. I was a support group facilitator for many years. I still serve on the board, but stepping back a bit from the many duties that I took on earlier.
Very good. Now tell us a little bit here too. So folks, you can find information at nami.org. Tell us a little bit about this free family-to-family course. It's an 8-session educational program. Tell us a little bit about what it entails and how people can find out more information and be a part of it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The important thing to stress is that it is a free program. We are starting our fall session on September 20th, which runs to November 8th, and it will be held at the New Life Community Church, 1580 East Chicago Street in Elgin. That's on the east side. Registration is required, however, so I'll give you a little more information about that as we go along. This course, for myself and my family members, was life-changing. And because of the things that were covered here, like all the different mental illnesses, descriptions of them, medications and side effects, communication techniques, valuable resources, either local, statewide, or national. We also help people understand the disease concept of mental illness. It's an equal opportunity illness that does not care about your race, ethnicity, education, religion, or your financial status. It is a biological illness. We also stress the importance of self-care. Burnout in caregivers is common.
Mm-hmm. So tell us a little bit more on that too, because there's a lot that goes into this. So of course you do have trained professionals who do talk with folks who might have mental illness, or people who have relatives that are too. So it's definitely going to be an educational program that's designated with that evidence-based foundation there too, showing, of course, that the program significantly improves the coping and problem-solving abilities of the people closest to a person with a mental health condition. So it's really there to really kind of give, help ease worries and stresses and stressors and things like that too for folks out there. And I think what this does is it really can help bring a community together, and also kind of help to hopefully one day erase certain stigmas as well of people with mental disorders.
Absolutely.
Yes.
That is one of our major goals. When families are experiencing a mental health crisis, most likely they don't know what to do or where to go to get help. I know that was our situation here in my family. No one is prepared for these illnesses. Mm-hmm. And as caregivers, they may be exhausted from the day-to-day challenges. Our NAMI-Kane County North mission is to educate, advocate, and support people with a mental illness and their families, because this is a family disease. There's a ripple effect touching everyone in the family. We help our participants learn how to advocate for their family member and to break the stigma surrounding mental illness by talking about it. That stigma is still there. I have to say, since all the years that I've been involved with NAMI, the stigma has lifted somewhat, but it's still out there, and people are afraid. They feel like it's their fault, and that truly is not the case. This is a biological illness.
And I think also, too, it's important to note that a lot of times people might be afraid of what they don't know or what they don't understand. And so I know that NAMI really works hard to ensure that people have that conversation. They sit and listen to each other to understand each other. And I think that that's really important. That's a very important foundational aspect that is also there as well, too. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And, one of our favorite sayings is, you can't know what you don't know.
Right.
And oftentimes, even if there may be red flags, these illnesses seem to suddenly pop up. And as I said, people don't know where to go or what to do. It's very powerful when you are in a room full of people who get it, who understand what you're talking about, and that your feelings are validated, because you run through the gamut of feelings and actually the stages of grief when a diagnosis is made. There's relief that something's been named that you've been dealing with, but there's also a grief factor, because this is not what you had in your life plan.
Right. Exactly. So I know that you also do help to go through people go through the process of that grief factor as well. I know that
Oh,
you
my
also. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just said, oh my goodness, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I know that you also do work pretty closely with the Ecker Center for Behavioral Health as well.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about that and your experience with Ecker Center.
They, Ecker and NAMI, King County North, have been aligned since 1987 when our affiliate, which is one of 700 across the nation with the national office. But through the years, we have been there for whatever they may ask us to do, and to be a source of comfort and resources and support. Ecker is very gracious in offering us an office space, so we keep all of our information there. And our volunteers work with the Ecker Center at their drop-in center. Twice a week, on Tuesdays and Fridays, we have, from 1 to 3 p.m., we have openings for people to stop in. It's on the 3rd floor. These are folks that have mental illness, and we offer snacks, board and card games, craft projects, and it's really a vital part of our mission because mental illnesses can be very lonely, and for family members and as well as the person with the illness. So we're, always looking for volunteers who might like to help out at those at the drop-in center on Tuesdays and Fridays. So
Absolutely.
They can call our office at 847-410-9719 if they have questions or to find out more about it.
Absolutely. And I know people hopefully can and get something really meaningful and powerful out of this experience as well, too. I know that you also do offer, of course, other support systems out there, calling, texting, of course, texting the crisis number 988, advocating for that, to let people know that they're not alone, I think is the really important thing there, too. And based off of my research, my mother used to work for also Ecker Center as well a couple of years back, so she knows, too, that it can be a very detailed process of trying to understand and work through things. But just to know that there are people there, that there's a community, there's a service there to help people really does shine a bright light and a great future as well. So I appreciate you coming onto the air today. I really appreciate it a lot.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. And they can also go to our website, which is namikcn.org, and see what we do there. And if you have questions, call us. We have lots of folks that are very knowledgeable about what we do. If I could, I'd also like to mention that we have our support groups twice monthly. These are free. You do not have to register. One is held on the second Tuesday of every month from 7 to 8:30 p.m. at Christ the Lord Lutheran Church here on the west side of Elgin, and every fourth Wednesday of every month at the Congregation Knesset Israel Synagogue on the east side of Elgin, and that again is from 7 to 8:30 p.m. It's a very welcoming, confidential place to be, safe place to be, and our facilitators are family members, again, peer members, and they are trained to run these groups.
Awesome. Well, folks, again, for those tuning in, check out their website. It's namikcn.org. And if you go under the events page, you'll be able to find the NAMI's Family Support Group and Illinois Statewide Conference as well, too, which I know will be coming up in October in Lisle at the university.
Correct.
Yes. So
that's correct. Thank you very much for helping us get the word out.
Absolutely. And we'll continue to do so too, Lori. We appreciate you calling in, taking the time and energy to do that here on WRMN, to reach out to the community and let people know.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too, Lori. Thanks again. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
All right, that was Lori Husky, a board member of NAMI Kane County North. And again, she called in to let people know about what NAMI is about, to let people know that, of course, mental health is a real thing, and that sometimes there can be confusion, there can be frustration with it, especially if you are a loved one or you have a loved one that does have a mental illness as well. And just know that you're not alone in this process. You're not alone in this journey as well too, and this understanding, this desire to understand. And that's the important thing too, is trying to understand and to listen. And for those who do have mental illness as well, know that you have a community that is there for you. You have resources there too. All you have to do is reach out to people just to say, I'm in need of help. There are many different resources out there. So please feel free to check out their website, namikcn.org. You can find them. It's Kane County North. And we'll continue to spread the message along as well, too, here on WRMN, Voice of the Valley, and the Talk of the Town. Part of the community, for the community. We'll be back with more in just a little bit. Stay tuned.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has two convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400 now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
The Live Like Roo Foundation is a 501c3 charitable organization that assists owners and their pets through a cancer diagnosis by providing financial and emotional support. In memory of a dog named Roo, the foundation helps local shelters and rescuers by sponsoring animals with cancer who do not yet have a forever home. Live Like Roo is a beacon of light during a dark time. For support for your pet or to donate or volunteer, please go to livelikeRoo.org. Again, livelikeRoo.org.
Fitting in shouldn't be hard, whether in life, on the court, or in the classroom. At Elgin Community College, you could find your place alongside those expanding their horizons, exploring rewarding careers, and achieving their dreams. A place for doers, thinkers, and believers. At ECC, we see you, we believe in you, and you'll fit right in. Learn more at elgin.edu/belong.
Get ready for Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN AM 1410. If you're a homeowner or contractor looking to tackle those projects that feel a bit too big, this is the show for you. Join Eric along with his knowledgeable guests as they dive deep into everything from DIY renovations to creating a healthy home environment. We'll provide you with the tools and tips you need to complete your projects with confidence and ease. But it's not all work and no play. We believe in having fun. Our passion for home improvement shines through as we help you save time, money, and reduce the stress of DIY. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, don't miss Around the House. Tune in every Saturday night and let's tackle those home projects together.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch here on WRMN, the Voice of the Valley and the Talk of the Town, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving you, the Fox River Valley area. Thank you so much, of course, for tuning in today and being a part of the conversation here. Thank you to our guest speakers for today, or guests. Oh my goodness, I just dropped my cup. Hang on a sec. Nothing spilled. It was empty. It was my coffee cup because I drank all my coffee already, as expected, of course. We still have a little bit of time left before we kick it off here. We've got life experiences with William Pellerino, so stay tuned for that. That will be coming up in just a little bit. I want to say thank you again to Alex of Maple Leaf Roasters for coming into the station, and Lori Husky of NAMI, Kane County North, for calling into the station, talking about lots of really great things out there. I want to give you a little sneak peek coming up here for next week. We do have Wise Coffee Chat from 10 to 11. I'll also be taking over for the 5 o'clock hour for a political talk show that'll be coming up on the 25th, so this coming Monday. Children's Theater of Elgin is going to be coming here into the station with some of the cast members to be talking about their performance of Puffs, which is coming up in September. On Tuesdays, we have Elgin Chamber Chat with Carol Gieske. That'll be from 9 until 10 o'clock. We also do have, following that, Miracles and Conversations with Susana Padilla, talking about local events and specials that are happening as well. On Wednesday, we do have, during the community hour, we have the Elgin Area Convention and Visitors Bureau. Ryan Cortez coming on the air, accompanied by also Derek Rogers of the Hill BMX as well. So Elgin Sports Complex is going to be having September 26th through 28th the Illinois BMX State Championships at the BMX track. So that'll be coming up on Wednesday. Thursday, during Out to Lunch, we're going to be having the Hemmons Cultural Center calling in about a performance called Juana and the Missing, what's it called? Juana and the Missing, oh my goodness, I'm trying to find what it is. Mayan Book is what it's called. So that'll be coming up. That'll be at 11 o'clock on Thursday, the 28th. And then on Thursday, the 28th at 12 o'clock, we're going to be having Adam Medina, General Manager, calling into the station through Zoom. We'll have a Zoom here on YouTube. He'll be calling in to talk about the game show Battle Rooms in Lombard. So that's pretty exciting. Lots of great interviews coming up here for next week. So stay tuned for that here. Just giving you a little sneak peek for the Out to Lunch segment and the community hour as well, too. Wanted to let you know things that are happening locally in the Fox River Valley area. We want to give you another thanks again to our sponsor for today's show, Out to Lunch, St. Joseph Hospital in Elgin. Get back to doing what you love with expert orthopedic and spine care at St. Joseph Hospital in Elgin. From advanced surgery to personalized rehab, their specialists are with you throughout your care journey. St. Joseph Hospital is now a proud member of Prime Healthcare. We're here to keep you moving. So schedule your appointment today by calling 847-931-5525 or visit stjosephelgin.com for more information and to schedule your appointment. With the time remaining here, there's a couple things that I did want to go through here. We have the Fox Valley Magazine's 4 for the weekend. So these are 4 things that you can do this weekend. Today is the 40th anniversary season for Gobert's Farm in Pingree Grove. So they're opening for their 40th season for the Fall Fest. That's going on now today through till October 31st. So you can get ready to get into the swing of things for the fall season. Autumn, that includes pumpkins, spices, and all things that are nices out there too. I'm excited for it. The season runs through till October 31st. You can enjoy the advent of fall in Gobert's Apple Orchard and Pumpkin Patch. Fall eats, wagon rides, and so much more is in store for you. Check them out at goberts.com. Second thing here on the list, you can enjoy Paramount launching their 14th annual Broadway series with regional premiere of a 9/11 musical called Come From Away. So, of course, as we know about 9/11, this is going to be a moving performance that is done by Paramount Theater in Aurora. So that is definitely something to look forward to, or at least not necessarily something to look forward to as exciting in the sense, of course, what the story is about, but something that's very informative and something to remind us of what happened that day on September 11th. So we'll definitely be having them here on the air as well, too. Come soon to talk about that because that's definitely very important to mention. So that is Paramount Theater. Coming up Saturday, August 23rd, tomorrow is the second annual Hops and Hot Sauce Fest. You can enjoy this in downtown Aurora. That sounds like a lot of fun. And then finally, West Chicago Food Festival will be coming up on Saturday, which also is a great time as well, too. We've got the downtown Elgin Market today, which is going on from 3 until 7. West Dundee French Market. So many different local things that are happening here in the Fox River Valley area. So please feel free to check out different local websites, businesses, organizations, groups. There's so much to do, especially as we come up here to the weekend. Coming up next, we have Life Experiences with William Pellerinos. So stay tuned for that. We have What's Cooking Today with Michael Horn. That is from 1 until 2. 2 to 4 is, of course, Dino's Night Out with returning guest John Babin, who's a singer and songwriter. We've also got a political talk show from 4 until 6 o'clock as well, so stay tuned for that. We've got a lot of good things here that are coming up. You are listening to the Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town, and we also have Chicago Bears games. That is coming up tonight at 7:20 for the first start versus the Kansas City Chiefs. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more in just a bit.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley. This update brought to you by Sky Rizzi. Yorkville police are searching for a missing 14-year-old boy who's reported as a runaway. Walter Woodcock was last seen leaving his home in the 2000 block of Overlook Court around 8:45 a.m. Wednesday. Walter is described as 5'4" and 100 pounds with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was wearing camouflage clothing with black boots and a camouflage hat. A co-conspirator in a Yorkville man's murder-for-hire plot in April pleaded guilty. Lindsay Facer of Oswego was convicted of misdemeanor criminal trespass to a residence and attempted solicitation of a murder for hire. Yorkville police say Facer's charges stem from her active involvement in the ongoing investigation that began in April after detectives learned that now 53-year-old Mark Hellenthal arranged with someone to have his former wife killed. Facer reportedly was not hired but had an existing relationship with Hellenthal and, quote, chose to take an active role in the plot as a result. Facer was convicted on July 29th and turned herself into the Kendall County Jail on Tuesday. A GoFundMe campaign was launched in April for Hellenthal's ex-wife and her children. A Kane County jury has convicted an Elgin man after prosecutors say he and two others kidnapped and brutally assaulted a woman they knew in 2023. State's Attorney Jamie Mossert told Fox 32 that 34-year-old Darnell Rhodes was found guilty of aggravated kidnapping inflicting great bodily harm. Prosecutors say Rhodes, along with Lloyd Hayes Jr. and Roger Heaps, kidnapped the woman between March 13th and 14th, 2023. The trio threatened her with a knife and drove her to one of their homes where they bound her with electrical cords. Prosecutors say the woman was beaten and stabbed multiple times, suffering a fractured rib, fractured finger, stab wounds to her leg, and blunt force injuries to her head and face that left both eyes swollen shut. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you need
need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. The Bears have signed backup quarterback Tyson Bagent to a 2-year contract extension. The undrafted free agent will back up Caleb Williams and be $10 million richer in the process. The Bears close out the preseason tomorrow at Kansas City. Some bad news for Chicago. Terrell Smith's out for the season with a knee injury. The cornerback was carted off during Sunday's preseason game. Testing revealed a torn patellar tendon. The Braves shut out the White Sox 1-0 on Wednesday. Hurston Waldrop struck out 7 and tied a career best. He's 4-0 with the win. 4-3 win for the Cubs at Wrigley over the Brewers on Wednesday. Third baseman Matt Shaw's homer in the 8th was the difference maker. The Brewers pulled within 1 on a Danny Jansen pinch hit RBI single in the 9th. 3 straight wins for the Cubs, who lead the National League wildcard race. Save big when you bundle auto and home, renters, or condo with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, partly sunny with a high near 81. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Tomorrow, a slight chance of rain showers between 7 a.m. and 1 p.m., then a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms. Mostly sunny with a high near 82. Currently, it is 74 with mainly clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to handle the busy holiday season, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Are you looking for a way to be creative right now? Have you ever wanted to learn to watercolor paint? You can now do that from the comfort of your own home with Zoom watercolor classes. Get professional instruction from nationally showing artist Victoria Elizabeth. These classes are step-by-step, broken down with easy-to-understand instructions. They are affordable too, at $15 for a 2-hour class. Visit her website at victoriaelizabethart.com to find out more. That's victoriaelizabethart.com.
The new novel, titled DUI Jury Trial, is the true story of 2 lawyers who defend a truck driver who is charged with DUI. If he's convicted, this truck driver faces a lifetime disqualification of his commercial driver's license, which would prevent him from ever driving a truck again. This 3-year legal battle culminates in a courtroom showdown, which involves the testimony of a DUI expert witness. This book, DUI Jury Trial, is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Twin Zeros at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights, Illinois. Check out the full menu at twinzeros.com. Twin Zeros restaurant in Harwood Heights not only serves traditional gyros, but also has chicken gyro sandwiches. Twin Zeros also serves a variety of sandwiches ranging from cheeseburgers and Vienna beef hot dogs that have recently been inducted into the Vienna Beef Hot Dog Hall of Fame. Italian beef, Italian sausage, and combo sandwiches. To ethnic favorites such as Slovakia and Grecian chicken. Slovakia is shish kebabs, specifically chicken or pork shish kebabs, grilled to perfection, served on a warm pita with tomatoes, onions, and our homemade tzatziki sauce. You can also enjoy barbecue ribs served every day. Twins is open 7 days a week and also delivers locally. Located at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights. Check out the full menu at twinzeros.com. That's twinzeros.com.
Every year in Illinois, over 30,000 drivers are arrested for DUI. Due to improper testing procedures, many people end up being wrongfully charged. The book DUIs Decoded cuts right to the chase and tells you how proper DUIs arrests are supposed to be made, from the initial traffic stop to the reasoning behind the field sobriety test, all the myths and facts about taking a breathalyzer, and more. DUIs Decoded is written by nationally recognized DUI expert witness William Polarinos. Available now at Amazon and BarnesandNoble.com. Are you looking for a way to be creative right now? Have you ever wanted to learn to watercolor paint? You can now do that from the comfort of your own home with Zoom watercolor classes. Get professional instruction from nationally showing artist Victoria Elizabeth. These classes are step-by-step, broken down with easy-to-understand instructions. They are affordable, too, at $15 for a 2-hour class. Visit her website at victoriaelizabethart.com to find out more. That's victoriaelizabethart.com.
Welcome to another Friday edition of Life Experiences with William Pellerinos, and I am your host, William Pellerinos. And part of my life experience was I was a policeman for 27 years, and during that time I worked with some very good prosecutors, and I'm lucky to have one of those former prosecutors on the show today, Omar Jalil. Welcome to the show, Omar.
Thanks, Bill. Wonderful to be here.
All right. Omar was my prosecutor at Daly Center when he was a prosecutor. You were a prosecutor from 2008 to 2012, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I was down at Daly Center from 2009 to 2012. And at Daly Center, we strictly did traffic cases, misdemeanors like reckless driving, DUIs, and, of course, traffic violations such as disobeying red light, speeding. And Omar was prosecuting my misdemeanor, the DUIs. I remember went to trial a couple of times. He's an excellent prosecutor, but since 2012, you've been a private attorney, correct?
I have been, yeah.
And when you first went into private practice, you started defending criminal cases, immigration cases, and then your practice drifted into what you do now, strictly appeals, correct?
Correct. Appeals throughout the state of Illinois.
Yeah. So tell the audience exactly, if they don't understand appeals, where does it start? It starts from the person being convicted of either a criminal case, a traffic case, a felony or misdemeanor case, and, of course, a civil case, correct?
Correct. I mostly handle felony cases, so it starts from the time that somebody is convicted of an offense. They go to sentencing. Once sentencing is completed, they have a choice to take the case up to a higher court, which is the appellate court. And in the appellate court, there's 3 justices that will hear the case, and they will make a determination as to whether what happened in the trial court below was correct, was fair, whether due process was followed, and they can remand the case back for a new trial. They can reverse the conviction outright and enter a finding of not guilty, or they can affirm the sentence, which means that they didn't think that anything was incorrect. And that decision can then be appealed to the Illinois Supreme Court.
Now, you've been doing appeals since, what, 2018?
Longer than that. My entire career, I've been doing appeals, either as a defense attorney or as a prosecutor.
Well, as a prosecutor, I know you handled appeals for the Cook County State's Attorney's Office for several years, and now you do them strictly as a private attorney. But you're not only appealing for the defendant. In civil cases, you may be appealing for the plaintiff that lost, correct?
Correct, yeah. The plaintiff, anybody who loses a decision in the trial court has a right to appeal that decision to the appellate court. The only people that don't would be the prosecutors if they lose and there's a finding of not guilty.
Let's talk about, people don't understand when you're going, let's stick with felonies, okay?
Okay.
Say I'm charged with aggravated battery. I struck somebody and I caused great bodily harm. I go to trial. Either a judge or a jury, depending on how I picked the case should be heard, makes a decision. Before that decision comes down, I should be prepared, just in case I'm found guilty, to seek an appellate attorney like yourself, because there's only 30 days to file from the day of that conviction. Am I correct?
Correct. From the from the time that you're sentenced is generally when the time period starts ticking of that 30 days. And that's what's called a notice of appeal. It's the formal way of transferring jurisdiction of the case from the trial court to the appellate court. And the appellate court is in a completely different building, completely different justices. There's 5 of them throughout the state. So depending on where you're located, it'll go to one of the 5. The first district is in Chicago. Second district is right here in Elgin. The third district is in Ottawa. Fourth is in Springfield. And the fifth is all the way down south in Mount Vernon.
Very good, very good. So people got to understand then, when you're rolling the dice and going to trial, you got to be prepared in case you lose. Because if it's a felony, you'll most likely be taken into custody. And from the jail, it's hard to be trying to hunt down for an appellate attorney. You know what I'm saying? It's just improbable.
Yeah, it's absolutely. You have to be prepared. And almost always in a felony case, you're going to be taken into custody once you're found guilty. And, so that could be 30 days before you are actually sentenced. And then, you'll stay there until they ship you off somewhere in the IDOC system.
Yeah, so it's important to get all your ducks in a row if you're facing this. Now, many of our our listeners are not involved in this, so this is just nice to know information because, trust me, even as a policeman, I've known policemen that have been charged with felonies, excessive use of force, official misconduct, stuff like that. Anybody can fall into the legal system a moment of anger, and it happens. And I've seen it. I've seen it with policemen. I've seen it, of course, with defendants. I've seen it with neighbor disputes.
Yeah. A lot of guys we work with, unfortunately, got caught up in stuff that they shouldn't have been caught up with. So it happens,
Yes. So, you know what? I forgot to mention at the beginning of the show. Our phone lines are open, Matthew.
Yes, 847-931-1410.
And they can catch us on YouTube at?
YouTube.com at WRMN Radio.
You say that very fast. A little slower.
YouTube.com at WRMN Radio.
Oh, he's the best. And they can text us on a line.
Yep, 505-926-1410.
So if you got any questions, we're trying to explain the appeals process to people, and not a lot of people fall into this, but if you're facing especially a felony, I noticed on your website, give me at your website, you'll bring it up on YouTube.
It's defenseadvocates.com.
Defenseadvocates.com. Okay. As we're scrolling down that website, you also have listed civil case appeals. So why don't we talk about civil cases for a minute that you've defended as a private attorney? Oh, appealed, not defended.
I've done a lot of family law-based appeals, child custody issues.
So with the child
support.
custody, one parent has lost custody, and they have the right to appeal that to the appellate court, even though it's a civil case, correct?
Exactly. Everybody, any civil case, any case that's gone through a trial, you can appeal that case. The only types of cases that you wouldn't be able to appeal is in civil cases if it's a negotiated settlement, or in criminal cases if you plead guilty.
Very good, very good. A lot of people don't understand that once you take a negotiated settlement, that's it. It's done, correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
You're signing off on it. You're saying this is okay. But I've also seen negotiated settlements on personal injury lawsuits where I've had to testify as a policeman to the accident and what I saw, what I observed. And then before trial, they negotiate a settlement. There is no trial.
Yeah, exactly. That's almost always what happens in civil cases where there's just a negotiate. Even in criminal cases, a lot of cases are just
as they get closer to that court date. People start panicking or decide to cut their losses and just take a settlement.
Yeah, and it goes both sides too. It's not just a defendant feeling scared of going to trial, but it's also the state. They sometimes have to put up the goods, and they may not have them, and they would rather settle a case by having a plea of guilty than taking a chance of losing it at trial.
Yes, and you've heard this term before. The state has said a lot of times when they've negotiated a plea or when they've just not gone, they said, we probably can't meet our burden of proof, correct?
Yeah, this is after the fact. This is where you've gone through the discovery process. The defense attorney sent out investigators, potentially expert witnesses have been retained, and everybody is set to go to trial. And, on the day before trial or the day of trial, an offer is made by the state that wasn't made before that the client is willing to take, or a settlement offer is made by the defendant in a civil case that the plaintiff is now willing to take.
All right. Let's go with what you do. Let's use that same scenario I started at the beginning of the show. Let's say I've been charged with aggravated battery. I punched somebody, caused grave physical harm. I had a criminal defense attorney represent me. We lost the trial. So now I retain your services or an appellate lawyer who deals with this to represent me. And who files that within 30 days? Is that you as the appellate attorney, or is it my criminal attorney notifying the court within that 30 days that I'm going to appeal it?
It could be either. It also could be the judge telling the clerk of the court to file it on behalf of the defendant. The Supreme Court rules allow a circuit court clerk to file a notice of appeal on behalf of a defendant. It's just a very simple document to transfer jurisdiction over from the trial court.
And that's where your legwork has to begin, because now you have to draw up what's known as a brief, correct, to the appellate court?
Correct. The first thing that would happen before the brief is done is the appellate record needs to be prepared, and that consists of the trial transcripts, the court file, motions that were filed, orders by the court. And once that's prepared, the next step is really the crux of the case, is filing that appellate brief. And the appellate brief is, the Supreme Court has a whole bunch of rules that need to be followed on the format, the margins, the type of font, the color of the front page. And once you file that brief, the state then gets an opportunity to file a response. And then once they file a response, because the burden of proof is on the defendant who lost at trial, they get to file a reply to whatever the state filed or the appellee filed.
Now, in your brief, you just can't say, hey, we didn't like the decision. You have to drop some reasons, such as improper jury instructions. That's one that's been used, correct?
Yeah, improper jury instructions. The type of errors that occur at trial is really limited to the creativity of the attorney. There's, issues that the judge made. There's issues that, the attorneys would have made. There's evidentiary rulings that are made. There's factual issues that are potentially evidence that was not allowed into evidence, or evidence that was allowed but shouldn't have been allowed. The type of issues on appeal are really limitless.
One of the issues that was raised, and I'm doing this from memory, many years ago, one of the cases that I read was somebody was charged with a felony. During the jury instructions, the judge failed to mention that the jury also had the opportunity to reduce the felony to a misdemeanor, convict him of a misdemeanor. And that was used for an appeal. Does that sound...
Yeah, I just had a case in the 3rd District that was, the conviction was reversed for that exact reason, where the client was charged with the felony domestic battery case, and the jury should have been also instructed about a misdemeanor, that they had an option to convict the client of a misdemeanor domestic battery, and the sentencing range was vastly different. The felony, he was facing between 4 and 15 years in prison on a felony charge. On the misdemeanor charge, he was facing a maximum of 364 days in jail.
Just in case our listeners don't understand, a felony is the most serious charge. It starts with 1 year and up, depending on the class of the felony. 1 year and up that the defendant, if convicted, faces in prison. Whereas misdemeanors is less than 1 year, 365 days or less. So it doesn't have to be 365. I've seen judges for revoked driver's licenses, they send people 5 days to Cook County Jail. So
and that's sorry.
Yeah, anything can that parameter of incarceration is up to the judge. So it could be anywhere in that 365 for misdemeanors.
And where you're sentenced as well, where you do that time is different. On a misdemeanor, it'll always be done at a county jail, whereas a prison, you'll go into the Illinois Department of Corrections and be sent to one of their prisons throughout the state.
And while the appeal's going on, obviously the defendant is sitting in prison. I know the system in Illinois has changed, but do they still allow like an appeal bond or to be out while waiting appeal, or not in Illinois?
It's rare, Bill.
It's rare?
Very rare. It happens, but I wouldn't plan on it occurring.
Yes, what you got to plan on, if you're in this rabbit hole, you got to plan on seeking your second attorney. And you know where this comes to mind? If you remember the O.J. Simpson case in California, he not only had his lawyers, his defense attorney, his DNA experts, everything, but he also had an appellate lawyer watching this whole thing while it was going on, Dershowitz, ready to appeal it just in case they lost. I mean, he had all his ducks in a row, you know?
And when you have unlimited money, that's the best way to go about it.
But you know what? When you're facing a felony a year or more, if you're facing 14 years in prison, you might as well take out a loan, a reverse mortgage, because I'd rather be paying a reverse mortgage than be sitting in a 8x12 cell. So, and you know what? We don't condone criminal activity, but there's no doubt that a lot of people have been overcharged. I've seen that when I was a policeman, and I've read many cases. And speaking about cases, when you file your brief, which is your written document to the appellate court, you sometimes have to throw case laws from previous cases in there, correct?
You have to. Pretty much every line in your argument, there's different sections that you have to put into a brief. What we're talking about is the argument section, and pretty much every line you write in an argument section should be supported either by the record in the case or by case law.
So writing this brief, it's an incredible amount of research that goes on, because you have to find cases that are similar to your defendant's case and a ruling that you can base the argument on that you're trying to appeal this brief on, correct?
Correct. You know, I've cited cases from the 1800s before.
Really?
Yeah. There's reasons why you would want to do that potentially to show that this particular legal principle is so well established that it goes back to, pre-Civil War days. Or you may want to show that the original intent of what the law was different than how it's being applied today. So you may want to do a summary of how this law has changed over time. That's going on with cannabis laws, of how cannabis laws have changed. Pretty much every one of my briefs related to that deal with cannabis have, a history of what the cannabis laws in the state have been from the time of Prohibition till today, and how they've changed, and how the court system has adapted and changed how they define words in these various different statutes.
I'm glad you brought up cannabis, because people don't understand, and this is a big confusion. People should be still being arrested. I know this for a fact, because even though we have recreational cannabis that has been decriminalized, and there's many stores that sell it, cannabis dispensaries, you can buy it, but you just can't drive around with open cannabis in your car, and this happens a lot. You're aware of some of these cases where...
Yeah, I've got a case right now that I'm asking the Illinois Supreme Court to take to essentially define what the term reasonably accessible means in the cannabis statute, exactly what you're talking about, of where you can store the cannabis as you're transporting it from one location to another.
So you're appealing that to the Supreme Court?
Correct.
Oh, let's talk about that for a second. So an appeal is filed with the appellate court. Now, the appellate court doesn't rule in your favor. Then you move on with that same appeal to the Supreme Court, correct?
You try to. The Supreme Court, unlike the appellate court has to take every case that is before it. Whereas the Supreme Court picks and chooses the cases that it wants to take, and it takes a very, very small percentage of cases. The cases that they're really interested in is when there is a conflict among the various districts. So like we were talking about, there are 5 different districts. So the first district could hear a case with a similar set of facts and reach one conclusion. The 5th district could hear a case, similar set of facts, and reach a different conclusion. And eventually the Supreme Court will step in and say which one of those 2 is right. Sometimes they come and say that both of them are wrong, and this is the way you guys should be doing it.
That's interesting. It's very interesting. So your job can go from the appellate court to the Supreme Court, trying to get a favorable ruling for your client. Correct?
Absolutely. The fight never ends.
Absolutely. So Omar, we got 2 minutes before we go to break. Tell everybody your website here, and as we're going to put it up here,
it's defenseadvocates.com.
defenseadvocates.com. So if you're going into the legal system, if you're a defendant, or if you got a civil case, especially like family law you mentioned, I mean, nobody wants to lose their kids, and you handle cases like that, right? Child custody,
prenuptial agreements.
Yeah, our children are our most precious commodity. We work hard for them. We need to keep in contact with them as parents. And people fight tooth and nail in court for this. You've seen those drawn-out battles. You've read about them.
Yeah.
Omar here, Jaleel, is with us today. You want to give out your phone number real quickly?
630-360-2529.
One more time, a little slower.
630-360-2529.
And Omar Jaleel, he's defenseadvocates.com, correct?
Yep.
All right, we're going to go to commercial break in about, 1 minute, Matthew?
About 30 seconds.
30 seconds. So before we go to commercial break, Omar's going to be here with us for the second half. He's going to talk about some cases that he's handled, both as a prosecutor and as an appellate attorney. Follow me on Facebook at Pellerino's Police Project. I'm going to post this interview on my Facebook tonight, and it'll be on our YouTube at
youtube.com at WRMN Radio.
Don't go away. Listen for the news break, and we'll be back. And if you got any questions, call in because our phone lines are wide open today.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley. This update brought to you by Wendy's. A Kane County jury has convicted an Elgin man after prosecutors say he and 2 others kidnapped and brutally assaulted a woman they knew in 2023. State's Attorney Jamie Mossert told Fox 32 that 34-year-old Darnell Rhodes was found guilty of aggravated kidnapping inflicting great bodily harm. Prosecutors say Rhodes, along with Lloyd Hayes Jr. and Roger Heaps, kidnapped the woman between March 13th and 14th, 2023. The trio threatened her with a knife and drove her to one of their homes where they bound her with electrical cords. Prosecutors say the woman was beaten and stabbed multiple times, suffering a fractured rib, fractured finger, stab wounds to her leg, and blunt force injuries to her head and face that left both eyes swollen shut. Yorkville police are searching for a missing 14-year-old boy who's reported as a runaway. Walter Woodcock was last seen leaving his home in the 2000 block of Overlook Court around 8:45 a.m. Wednesday. Walter is described as 5'4" and 100 pounds with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was wearing camouflage clothing with black boots and a camouflage hat. A co-conspirator in a Yorkville man's murder-for-hire plot in April pleaded guilty. Lindsay Facer of Oswego was convicted of misdemeanor criminal trespass to a residence and attempted solicitation of a murder-for-hire. Yorkville police say Facer's charges stem from her active involvement in the ongoing investigation that began in April after detectives learned that now 53-year-old Mark Hellenthal arranged with someone to have his former wife killed. Facer reportedly was not hired but had an existing relationship with Hellenthal and, quote, chose to take an active role in the plot as a result. Facer was convicted on July 29th and turned herself into the Kendall County Jail on Tuesday. A GoFundMe campaign was launched in April for Hellenthal's ex-wife and her children. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals. And it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, partly sunny with a high near 81, temperatures falling to around 79. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Tomorrow, a slight chance of rain showers in the morning, then a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms. Mostly sunny with a high near 82. Currently, it is 76 and mainly clear. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Grown-ups, don't go back to school. Go forward through school into your future as an IT professional. Whether you're starting out, switching careers, or a veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you get into IT in just a few short months with no prior experience. So take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Your rewarding career in IT awaits. That's mycomputercareer.edu. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the VA benefits.
Twin Zeros at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights, Illinois. Check out the full menu at twinzeros.com. Twin Zeros Restaurant in Harwood Heights not only serves traditional gyros, but also has chicken gyro sandwiches. Twin Zeros also serves a variety of sandwiches ranging from cheeseburgers and Vienna beef hot dogs that have recently been inducted into the Vienna Beef Hot Dog Hall of Fame. Italian beef, Italian sausage, and combo sandwiches. To ethnic favorites such as Slovakia and Grecian chicken. Slovakia is shish kebabs, specifically chicken or pork shish kebabs, grilled to perfection, served on a warm pita with tomatoes, onions, and our homemade tzatziki sauce. You can also enjoy barbecue ribs served every day. Twins is open 7 days a week and also delivers locally. Located at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights. Check out the full menu at twinzeros.com. That's twinzeros.com.
The new novel, titled DUI Jury Trial, is the true story of two lawyers who defend a truck driver who is charged with DUI. If he's convicted, this truck driver faces a lifetime disqualification of his commercial driver's license, which would prevent him from ever driving a truck again. This 3-year legal battle culminates in a courtroom showdown, which involves the testimony of a DUI expert witness. This book, DUI Jury Trial, is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Are you looking for a way to be creative right now? Have you ever wanted to learn to watercolor paint? You can now do that from the comfort of your own home with Zoom watercolor classes. Get professional instruction from nationally showing artist Victoria Elizabeth. These classes are step-by-step, broken down with easy-to-understand instructions. They are affordable too, at $15 for a 2-hour class. Visit her website at victoriaelizabethart.com to find out more. That's victoriaelizabethart.com.
Hey, welcome back to the second half of Life Experiences with William Pellerinos right here on WRMN 1410 AM, broadcasting live out of downtown Elgin. Thank you for everyone for listening. As I said, if you're just joining us, I have a very, very special guest today, one of my former prosecutors who's now an attorney that handles appeals to the appellate court and to the Illinois Supreme Court. Omar Jalil. Omar, thank you for sticking around for the second half.
My pleasure, Bill.
And I want to also mention, we were talking about this, but Omar, you also handle federal appeals too, correct?
Correct, yes. In Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, in the Seventh Circuit.
So you handle cases in Illinois, Indiana, and Wisconsin?
Wisconsin, federally. For state cases, I practice throughout the state of Illinois.
Yes, very good. And obviously, he handles federal appeals for anybody that's charged with a federal crime in federal court. State court, it could be anywhere. It could be Kane County, right? You've done appeals for Kane County, right?
I have done Kane County appeals.
Yeah, so he's done cases, Cook County, Kane County as an appellate attorney. He's also done civil cases, as we mentioned before, for cases with family law, people losing child custody battles, and similar. While we were on break, we had a question come in, and I can answer this one real quickly. The question is, can I go to prison and be deported for my first DUI? Well, they are, I know that ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, has been scooping up people who are not naturalized or born here citizens for DUI arrest, and they have scooped them up and they have taken them into custody. And you've heard of these cases too.
Yeah, it's not something that's recent occurrence either. It's been something that's been going on for a long time.
Yeah,
if you're convicted of a
it's
crime.
just taking notice now because of all this publicity, but this has been happening for some time. Yes, the answer is they have been deporting people for criminal convictions for DUIs. And you know what else? They're harping on is domestic batteries, domestic battery cases. Because I was sitting with an immigration attorney back in January, February, and somebody had a domestic battery issue where he was either pled guilty or got convicted of, and now he was worried because he may not get his green card, and he may be deported on top of that. And it happens. You handle some immigration cases as a private attorney, right?
I have, yeah. I don't really do that anymore. But any good criminal defense attorney needs to know immigration law because it's,
it can correlate to how they do their plea bargain, or if their client needs further assistance after, in case he's convicted.
Correct. And, whether to plead guilty or not is sometimes dependent on your immigration status, because a criminal conviction can get you deported. It can get you excluded from the United States, denied naturalization. And so the Supreme Court has said that, the U.S. Supreme Court has said that before a defendant pleads guilty, that they are required to be aware of the potential immigration consequences.
All right, I don't want to get too deep into that. I just wanted to answer the text question. Thanks for sending that in to our caller and listener. You have some cases that you were going to talk about during the break. You wanted to mention specifically these cases that you handled. Are these cases that you handle as a prosecutor or as a defense attorney?
Well, they're cases that I've handled. Some of them are handled as a defense attorney. Some of them I've handled as a prosecutor. And they kind of run the gamut of the types of appeals that are out there, the type of issues. One case that I did out of DuPage County where an attorney was arrested and convicted of material obstruction of a police officer. And essentially what happened there was he called the police. When the police arrived at his door, he told them something that the police thought immediately knew was a lie, and he gets arrested for it. And our argument was that that's just simply not enough for a material obstruction when there was no obstruction happening whatsoever. So that goes to cases that where you challenge the sufficiency of the evidence, which you're essentially saying that the evidence that the state presented against me, even if you take all the reasonable inferences from that of evidence against me, I should still be found not guilty. So those are, almost every appeal you're challenging whether the state proved or the government in federal cases proved the elements of each offense beyond a reasonable doubt.
You know what? That's interesting. I'm glad you mentioned attorney, because a lot of people, depending on your occupation, if you fall as a defendant in the legal system, there's actually a double jeopardy. Because as attorneys, if they're convicted of a crime, then they face an administrative hearing, or even if they're acquitted with the Attorney and Registration Disciplining Commission, which can suspend or revoke their legal license, correct?
Yeah, I mean, my client here had already been informed by the ARDC that if he was convicted of it, that he would lose his law license because it went to lying to a police officer.
That's your livelihood if you're a lawyer. You can't afford it. Same thing with policemen. I know several policemen over the years that have been charged with DUI. Even though they may be acquitted, the department can come back administratively and suspend them or even terminate them based on administrative charges. Firemen, the same thing. If you're convicted, if you lose your license, you can't put a bay device in a fire engine, you know what I mean, or in a squad car.
Yeah,
so
and the
people in those occupations, you really got to look for an attorney to represent your best interests, not only on the case, but down the road.
Yeah, I would say not just those, but all professionals, because just being found not guilty of an offense doesn't necessarily mean you didn't do that offense. It just means that, you're not proving your innocence. The state just failed to prove you not guilty.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Exactly.
Yes. So, and that's happened. So if you're and people tell me, that's very unfair. I go, that's the way it is, because they give an example. A carpenter gets a DUI. He puts a bay device in a car. His lawyer keeps an argument for him, and he keeps on carpeting. But as a fireman or as a policeman or as an attorney or a doctor, you don't want to lose your license or the ability to work.
Yeah. It's like a situation if, you're charged with an offense of fraud or you're accused of stealing some money or whatever it is, and you win that case because the police officers violated your Fourth Amendment and all the evidence is suppressed and the case gets dismissed. Your employer, your future employers have every right to look at the facts of the case and make a determination as to whether they want to hire you or not.
Good. Let's not spend too much time on that. Let's go some key points and cases that you want to discuss here because we're down in about 18 minutes.
Okay. Other type of issues that frequently come up, Bill, are constitutional issues. So I've handled a case that was out of Kane County dealing with the First Amendment, what the definition or whether a Facebook post amounted to an online threat, and those types of cases, are vastly different than constitutional cases, are vastly different than a sufficiency of the evidence. The research that goes into those types of cases is significantly more. The stakes of the cases are significantly higher, and the appellate courts take those cases usually a lot more seriously when a constitutional issue is involved.
You had another case, Johnson. Did you have Johnson there? What was the
No.
other case? I can't read it. You wanted to talk about?
Well, so another case I think we worked on together was when I was a prosecutor in the appellate division. I think it was a case on the Fourth Amendment where a police officer, I believe you were running a drug investigation in a truck stop.
Oh, no, that wasn't me. But I worked
you?
with that guy. I know that this.
Okay.
I know where you're going here.
So the basis of the stop was a Tweety bird.
He had a Tweety bird emblem on his truck or his vehicle, and he had multiple air fresheners, which we referred to in police circuits as a felony forest, because those tree air fresheners.
Yeah.
So the idea is they're using all those air fresheners to cover the scent of cannabis, and the Tweety bird is some kind of a symbol for drugs or something like that.
And that's exactly what our argument as when I was a prosecutor was, that the evidence that could seem benign to a layperson could be enough probable cause for a trained police officer. And this police officer testified that I've been running drug interdictions for 10 years, that I've been trained on this. I've seen that the purpose of the Tweety bird sticker was so they don't have to rely on a red Freightliner, which there could be 20 of them, but there may be only one with the Tweety bird sticker on it with a whole lot of air fresheners. And the police officer testified credibly that based upon his training and experience that was enough to make a search of this vehicle.
And if I remember correctly, it resulted in a conviction.
Yeah, of 90 kilograms of cocaine.
Yes, but it went to the appellate court, and the appellate court overturned it, correct?
The appellate court overturned it, correct, yeah. The appellate court didn't agree that that information that the police officer was providing distinguished enough from an average person. And the issue really in that case was the police officer didn't really fully testify to why all of this stuff was significant. He kind of just said, Tweety Bird's a big deal, but didn't get into why a Tweety Bird sticker was a big deal in the fact that...
The foundation.
Exactly.
He should have got into his training, but you know what? Hindsight is 20/20. Yeah. But the bottom line is, and I remember when this case came down, and he was kind of talked about it. And I said, here's the bottom line. I go, the defendant had the drugs. There's no doubt about it. He hit the target on. He didn't have the correct probable cause, according to the Supreme Court. Next time, when you're behind a vehicle, stick with it until you see a violation of law. The Illinois Vehicle Code is about 280 pages thick. You can find a violation of law.
Especially on a truck.
And as an instructor at the academy, I said that. Plus another thing, we don't give their drugs back. If somebody wins a drug case, we do not give their drugs back. So they've lost their drugs. They've had to pay for an attorney. Yeah, they've got their freedom. It's a wash, but it's good to have these rulings out because if you use correctly, it adds training for the police. So now tell them, hey, besides these indicators that as a drug interdiction officer, look for a traffic violation. And it could be anything from a faulty tail light to improper registration. Doesn't have to be speeding or moving violation. There's so many in the Illinois Vehicle Code that you can stop somebody for and charge them.
Yeah, and the court in that case also found significant that they had been doing this investigation for 3, 4, 5 hours, and the Tweety Bird was not their target. And when their investigation was coming to an end, they focused on the Tweety Bird.
Didn't you handle another drug case where somebody went to like a convenience store? They stopped at a convenience store, and there happened to be a trooper around, and he walked around with the dog sniffing. Am I correct?
Yep, yeah.
Well, tell the background of that one.
So my client is driving on the interstate highway in a rental vehicle. Rental vehicles, drug interdiction, police officers find that to be a suspicious act. So he followed this vehicle. The vehicle got off the highway. He does a U-turn. He sees it at a gas station, comes up, starts making small talk with my client. He asks the client if he can search the vehicle. My client says no. My client then goes into the gas station to use the washroom, pay for gas. And in that period of time, the police officer walked his canine around the vehicle. He testified that the canine alerted onto the vehicle, into the trunk of the vehicle, and as a result of that alert, he searched the vehicle and found, I can't remember, like 100 pounds of marijuana in the front seat or something like that.
100 pounds, and he was originally convicted, and you came on as the appellate attorney, correct?
I came on after he was convicted. He foolishly went pro se at his trial, so he represented himself.
Explain to our listeners what pro se is.
Pro se is when you represent yourself at trial. So he didn't have a trial.
Didn't have a trial attorney.
He didn't have a trial attorney. He didn't have a trial attorney for the motion to suppress. He pretty much did this whole thing on his own, and obviously
he lost.
And he did a terrible job. So a lot of the reason why he lost was just he didn't bring in the right evidence into the case. And the argument that was made by us was that the police officers have a right to walk a canine around a vehicle without violating anybody's Fourth Amendment rights. The Supreme Courts have said that a free air sniff is not a search. So the Fourth Amendment is not implicated at all. But our argument was based upon a case called United States versus Jones that dealt with Fourth Amendment when there was a trespass by police officers. And our argument was based upon a case out of Idaho, where this Idaho case found that a police dog search that physically intrudes onto this person's vehicle is a Fourth Amendment violation because it covers the trespass part of the Fourth Amendment.
And that was so you picked arguments not only from Illinois, you picked them up from other states.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so that shows why. First of all, there's two lessons to be learned here. The person that represents himself as a fool for a client, and you've heard that term, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And secondly, the appellate attorney has to do a lot of backtracking. There's a lot of research. You just don't have these cases at your fingertips. You really have to do deep research. And it takes time. It's very time-consuming. There's a lot of prep work that goes into cases, whether you're a prosecutor or a defense attorney or dealing with appeals, and appeals is even more complicated.
Yeah, they're probably the most complicated of cases. Most attorneys don't want anything to do with an appeal case. There's just so many rules that are involved with it, and there's no second chance that if you mess up one of these rules, the Supreme Court or the appellate court even has every right to throw your brief out and strike it, and not even consider your arguments because you use the wrong font, or you use the wrong font size, or you've got the wrong margins on the paper, or you use the wrong color page for your front page, or whatever, all the hundreds of different rules that they have. If you don't follow them, the court can throw it out and you don't get a second chance to file it.
Yes, their template is very specific. So, just so our listeners understand, when you're working in an appeals case, sometimes the appellate court reads the brief and makes a decision, and sometimes they ask you to argue it, correct?
Correct, yeah. Most cases would be decided on the briefs. It, again, depends on the various districts. Some districts call more cases for oral argument than others, but even the ones that call cases more than the others aren't. It's a small percentage of cases. The meat and potatoes of an appeal is the appellate brief.
Say that again?
That the main part of the appellate brief or the appellate case is the brief.
The brief, the written document that you're submitting to them for your argument.
Yeah, you're not winning or losing a case based upon an oral argument, but you're winning or losing your case based upon your brief that's submitted.
But you have argued in front of the appellate court, right?
All 5 districts.
All 5 districts?
Yeah.
Wow. You've been busy these last 7 years. So this is important. You're the first appellate attorney I've had on. I'm glad you came. Because people got to understand that the process never ends with a conviction. It's just beginning if you want to win the case.
Yeah, in my eyes, after a conviction is when the fight starts. That's when true justice is going to happen, is when you fight it in the appellate court, because the trial courts are, unfortunately, there's bias, there's prejudice, even whether it's unintended. But that's not the case in the appellate court. The appellate court is more of a chess game.
All right, well, we're going on cases. You got any more you want to mention there?
Yeah, there's cases that go right up your alley of the importance of expert witnesses. So I've handled cases where this mother was charged with breaking her child's leg, and she was charged with a Class X offense. I was a second attorney on the case. When I came onto the case, the offer was 30 years, the maximum sentence on the offense. And the prior attorney had a completely different idea of how to prosecute the case. My thought was this is a medical case, that we need expert testimony and not blaming these injuries on a third party, but directly going and having medical experts come in, look at the documents, and they made a determination that there was no child abuse, that the breaks that were diagnosed as breaks weren't in fact even breaks, and that all the symptoms that were shown were results of genetic issues and vitamin D deficiencies and other things like that. And based upon the expert reports, the state, without even going to trial, dismissed the Class X offense.
Wow. So you presented evidence where you were able to get the case. Was it reduced or just thrown out?
It was reduced to a slap on the wrist. Essentially, the
Misdemeanor?
The functional equivalent of a speeding ticket is what she got.
Okay. That's excellent defense work. It doesn't always have to go to trial. You can make your arguments to the prosecutor.
Yeah, if you bring what's going to be shown to the jury, and that evidence is just going to be so overwhelming, the state knows that they're better off not taking a case to trial.
Yeah, they don't want to waste their time or resources.
Exactly.
So, anyways, one more thing. Well, an expert witness an attorney told me. I'm trying to paraphrase this how he said it. He goes, the trial goes on a jury trial. The jurors are just sitting there. But when you bring an expert witness on, their ears perk up or something like that, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Expert witnesses are so important. They are allowed to testify to things that a lay person isn't allowed to testify to. They're allowed to give opinions on things that oftentimes lay people aren't allowed to give. There's experts can make or break a case.
All right, we're down to 30 seconds. Thank you, Omar. You got to come back one time if you're going to trial or if you got a civil case or family law. Reach out for Omar before things don't turn out in your favor. What's your website?
DefenseAdvocates.com, and the phone number is 630-360-2529.
And anybody can call you for initial phone consultation, and there's no charge for the phone consultation, correct?
Correct. No charge for a phone consultation.
Yeah, so there's nothing wrong. The phone call's free. Reach out if you're in thing. So we got 10 seconds left. Follow me on Facebook at Pellerino's Police Project. Thank you. Be here next week. Everybody stay safe, and I'll bring another exciting guest as we go on. Thank you, Omar.
My pleasure, Bill. Thank you for having me.
Twin Zeros at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights, Illinois. Check out the full menu at twinzeros.com. Twin Zeros Restaurant in Harwood Heights not only serves traditional gyros, but also has chicken gyro sandwiches. Twin Zeros also serves a variety of sandwiches ranging from cheeseburgers and Vienna beef hot dogs that have recently been inducted into the Vienna Beef Hot Dog Hall of Fame. Italian beef, Italian sausage, and combo sandwiches. To ethnic favorites such as Slovaki and Grecian chicken. Slovaki is shish kebabs, specifically chicken or pork shish kebabs, grilled to perfection, served on a warm pita with tomatoes, onions, and our homemade tzatziki sauce. You can also enjoy barbecue ribs served every day. Twins is open 7 days a week and also delivers locally. Located at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights. Check out the full menu at twinzeros.com. That's twinzeros.com.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 1 o'clock.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River